This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
Welcome back, folks, to the Brawl Stars Championship powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's monthly finals time again. April, of course, for those that haven't changed their calendar over. You can be forgiven. Your gamers. We're back in the APAC region, one of our most exciting and fascinating regions. As we've seen such back and forth last month. Many of our teams are returning, and so are our talent. I'm here with Kenny and Reddy. Great to be here with you guys. Crazy Raccoon last month had to win in a reverse sweep, an unexpected result indeed, and they're back, Kenny, for more, but the rest of the field looks competitive still as well.
It looks like after last month, we've got a real competitive region on our hands. Obviously, we had underdog stories like Angelic, and we got some new organizations joining the fray this month as well that I think might give Crazy Raccoon a run for their money.
We'll get onto that in just a second. First, Ready, Set, let's recap our regional leaderboard because there are teams that are returning that are on this leaderboard and some that aren't coming back. Before we get there though, just to remind everybody, we will be playing our power match format, the same that you experience in ranked. Our monthly finals feature an 8-team single elimination bracket. That's right, you lose once, you are out. The upside though is that each match is a best of 5, all the way from the quarterfinals to the grand finals. That's a maximum Brawl Stars for all you fans at home. And now let's move along. Let's talk a little bit more about the APAC region, of course. And again, Crazy Raccoon at the top after their reverse sweep, but Ready, Set, the gap ain't that big. There's a lot of teams nipping at their heels.
We see good teams returning from last month that are ready to sort of reclaim their position here. Crazy Raccoon, they managed to take first place in the last monthly final. It was a very close call versus Angelic, though. They actually had to get a reverse sweep in order to get the win in the grand finals. They even had another close victory in the semifinals. We see Angelic occupying that number 2 spot. Their match is going to be played off stream today versus Revenant Esports sitting down in 4th place. Gohan Oishi also sitting all the way down in 8th place. Is actually disbanded now. Just so much has happened from month to month, but we're going to get a taste of what's been brewing, what the teams have been cooking up very soon.
Now, on our stream, we'll be having S1 versus Crazy Raccoon and Na'Vi versus 3R Gaming, respectively, in the quarterfinals. On the B stream, that's right, our featured community casters will be covering Never Back Down versus Coco Loco and Revenant Esports versus Angelic. Now, if you are over at the event.brawlstars.com platform, if you aren't, head over there. But if you are, you can switch between those streams and keep an eye on all the games as they go. Another perk, of course, to joining us over on that platform is that you can put your predictions in, vote for your MVP, and win yourself some fantastic in-game swag, star drops for everybody. So head over there if you haven't already. Sign on in and join us over there. We talked a little bit about, a couple of these teams like Angelic, for example, who really impressed us last month. We know, obviously, these teams have all had to fight their way through, the monthly qualifiers. And Angelic, had a little bit of a tougher time. It wasn't the smoothest, and I bring them up because they were such a dark horse, exciting team. Here's our predictions, though. You can make yours again over at event.brawlstars.com. And we've all sort of said it'll be Never Back Down beating S1. We've all said Crazy Raccoon will be taking that game away. Revenant and then Na'Vi will be winning that quarterfinal. And we've got to talk about them, Kenny, because Na'Vi have been a bit of a phenomenon, bringing back a previous world champion, and they've hit the ground running in the APAC region.
They had a great showing in the monthly qualifiers this month, especially after a misstep last month, and with only 5 monthlies to compete in, missing 1 month is a huge devastation for your team. So Na'Vi really stepping up their game, even adding a new player this month, and getting the best of even somebody like Crazy Raccoon in a 2-0 victory in that monthly qualifiers is a big deal. So I'm expecting big things from the day, and to be honest, they kind of need it given that they have so much ground to make up for missing out on last month.
Now, Reddy, you are on the same side of us. Before we say goodbye to you, you also said that Revenant would beat Angelic. Now, that's a pretty bold claim from all of us, considering that Angelic were the ones that beat them in the semi-finals last time around.
I think that a lot of this is a matter of preparation. First of all, I just have faith in Revenant as a team and as a group of, individual players that have achieved a lot of success over the years. I think that Angelic come in as this dark horse. No one really knows who they are. They should be an easy team to beat. We've never seen them achieve this much success before. And I think they just blindsided Revenant Esports. Let's not forget that it was also a close match. It was a 3-2 victory for Angelic. I think this time, given that it's a quarterfinals match, they have to be throwing everything they've got at it. Revenant coming back for revenge. It's simply what I expect is a Revenant victory here.
Okay, look, I'm down with that. Kenny, you're the one that's actually going to be sitting out for the first game, not really, excuse me. Any of those predictions that you're really not particularly confident about? Any that felt like a bit of a coin flip? Because that's what this region has given us on multiple occasions.
I don't think it's fair that Revenant versus Angelic wasn't a coin flip from me, especially considering what they were last month, but I'm kind of in the same boat as Reddy here. I have a lot of faith in Revenant, the history that these guys have as players, the organization itself, and Angelic are kind of still proving it to me. They had a great 1 month, but that was just it. It's only 1 month, and ultimately, it wasn't the cleanest road. It's Crazy Raccoon, but they did lose in a reverse sweep. That is lingering in my mind a little bit, and at the end of the day, I'm going to go with the established organizations in these quarterfinals, especially to typically get the job done, but I don't really blame anybody for going Angelic. After all, they did win this matchup last month.
There we go. Safe bet, to be fair, but we've obviously seen Angelic put up some serious results in the past. We'll catch up with you after, Kenny, but myself and Reddy Set will be jumping into our first quarterfinal matchup. It'll be Team S1, a South Korean roster who've actually made a couple of roster changes actually coming into this tournament. They managed to beat Coco Loco and Angelic in the monthly qualifiers. So this is a team that didn't drop any single set or game on their way here. So that's pretty impressive. They've looked dominant. But the question remains, is that level of dominance enough to put a remote amount of pressure on our March monthly final winners, Crazy Raccoon?
In a single word, yes, I think it's absolutely the case. Crazy Raccoon, imagine the expectations for these guys where they're expected to win the entire thing, probably for themselves as well. So going against a team like Team S1 that, as you said, went through those qualifiers without dropping a single game, that is a very fearsome team. And this is the final boss. They face the final boss of this region in the very first round. I think all their preparation goes towards these 3 maps, and Crazy Raccoon have had to budget their time and energy across several different sets of maps for this monthly finals.
The one thing we saw from Crazy Raccoon last month is that they looked fallible. They looked beatable. They were pushed all the way and in fact had to reverse sweep Angelic to win those monthly finals. And in the monthly qualifiers, they run headlong into this Na'Vi roster. And they get absolutely shattered. They lose 2-0. They fall to the lower bracket. Of course, in the monthly qualifiers, you have a sort of second chance by the lower bracket. They go up against a team called Feasible Gaming and actually drop the first set in that best of 3. So they've got to reverse sweep their way out to even be here. That's kind of how wild this APAC region is right now. So many quality teams, such that Crazy Raccoon are being pushed to the very limit in order to make it here. And like I mentioned, last month was no different. And the road ahead here, Crazy Raccoon would have to beat the winner of Never Back Down and Coco Loco, and then of course deal with whoever emerges from that lower side of this 8-team single elimination bracket. We saw a lot as well. We'll talk about Brawl picks in just a second here, because Crazy Raccoon, one of the biggest criticisms they've faced is actually the quality of their drafts already. A lot of people have been like, not sure if I understand these comps. Some of the pick ban left people scratching their heads at times. So we're definitely looking for them, with Coach Rely on their team, to assure that up this month.
I think also, just as the rest of the world watching this region has a pretty specific regional meta. A lot of times you'll see interactions become about the 2v2 and the 3v3 rather than the 3 individual 1v1s, which is how the rest of the world tends to play this game. That's why you see brawlers that are supports like Gus, like Byron appearing so much, is because they can combine to create something that's better than the sum of their parts. It forces your enemy to engage with the 2v2. That's just how this regional meta goes. So I can understand why some people are left scratching their heads seeing some of these picks. When it comes to World Finals, though, Crazy Raccoon, it seems like they change to the level of much of the rest of the world and sort of alter their drafts to compete on that level. So we will see if they choose a different approach this time, but it seems in the theme of APAC to play the APAC meta.
We just waiting for our teams to get into game here. They are taking their sweet time. So I want to make sure everything is taken care of before they get into the draft. Yo. Yeah.
Yo.
I mean, this is, yeah, I know. I want to talk about it, but I don't know if we can. Wait, we can, right? Yeah, we can. Yo, big shout out to Pink Monster. That stuff is absolute fire.
Dude, that's what I got right next to me, right now.
Oh, I'm so jealous. I was like, wait a minute, are we sponsored? We are. We actually are sponsored by it. Okay, that's the best flavor. Reddy, you put me onto it when we were in Sweden last year, and I was all about it. So, yeah, great taste, great taste. Good to see that. And I'm starting to think S1 might have the gas they need to take this out. Let's talk about our bands here. Very quickly, as Gray gets locked in pretty much straight away. New Horizons is where it's going to be, so Knockout obviously a great option. Charlie's still attracting some bans here.
I mean, Charlie just has a really good win rate. She's good into tanks. No complaints, honestly. It's a strange thing to be lost for words for. It just, I don't think it needs a whole lot of explanation. He's a good brawler right now, high win rate basically everywhere. With Charlie banned, this is a great opportunity for that Leon to be picked up. We don't see Pearl banned anywhere, so that could be an avenue that Crazy Raccoon decide to go with, as Charlie is like just one of the best ways to deal with Leon. Now being unavailable for Crazy Raccoon could be troublesome.
All right, yeah, a lot of these sharpshooters usually get taken out of the mix here. Miko also, a highly banned brawler. None is open, right? We want to sort of work some of those sharpshooters. Crazy Raccoon have the ability to close the gap in a big way. We're going to talk about Kit, right? Because that's something we've seen a lot more recently. Now with a bit of a buff recently as well.
Yeah, Kit got a buff to super damage and to main attack damage, so just going to be good in that base form rather than having to backpack on a teammate the entire time. The other thing with Kit, just to heal up a teammate when you're on top of them, probably not going to be used so much as an assassin, as it is still a little bit challenging. Once you kill someone in your super, you're still like unable to attack them until your super would have ended, but it's a great way to stun an enemy so that your teammates can take advantage of an incapable enemy. We'll see this last pick coming in from Crazy Raccoon. I like the Meg. It's just going to be a good, consistent brawler into any mid, since no actual mid has been picked for S1 just yet. Shelly's here to counter any sort of cheese strategy. Team S1 could absolutely still go for a tank here if they want to. It's just not going to be that great of a choice, considering Gray can easily hook them through a wall.
And again, the ability to take Gray and just to put a Shelly and a Meg right in someone's face seems very powerful. And Crazy Raccoon can kind of do this as soon as they kind of build that first super. So that's something that S1 have to be pretty aware of. We know how powerful Leon is, just generally a very strong brawler. And definitely one worth keeping an eye out here. So waiting on the last pick here from Team S1. And then we'll be ready to jump on in. Melody was the last ban for S1, which is no surprise, right? She's received her fair share of nerfs, but now legal in the monthly finals. There are a lot of teams that are trying to avoid having to deal with her.
The last pick coming in, Larry from Team S1. I like this one. The only challenge is that you are dealing with two forms of wall break, so this could be troublesome. Basically set to sit on the left side. This is interesting. Look at Tensai. He's actually using the grand piano to break down some of these walls. Doesn't even need the hook because, I mean, honestly, who are you going to be hooking? Maybe Larry, but you can break down the walls so early on that all of these brawlers that rely so much on walls, particularly Kit and Larry, are going to be out of moves, essentially.
And you can get the hard engage anyway. You don't need the walking cane to sort of set up a pick because you are piling in, especially with this Shelly. We've also got the super build up here for Meg, so it's a scary prospect for S1 should Crazy Raccoon look to close the gap. And yeah, good poke damage here. Chovy, of course, and Ghislaine as well from long range could be a bit of a nuisance, even though that sort of, max range damage from Leon got nerfed a couple patches back. But here comes the gas. Ghislaine's taken a lot of damage already. Terry with the gadget also, that was nerfed recently as well. Blown to smithereens here. And Team S1 don't quite know how to approach this comp. They need to beat them before the gas comes in, I feel.
I think the pressure just got to him. We saw Terry actually jump in with Kit, but missed that AoE stun that would have gone on to Gray. And I think the move from there was essentially, yo, I'm going to stun him. Chovy, can you like toss a few shots on him to KO him? Because Larry just pumps out so much damage, particularly onto a target that is completely still. Big moves on the back right here, and a little angry pin from Guy's Align as well, as that was an easy gank from Tensai just moments ago.
Yeah, and obviously going after the kit, one of the least durable. And yeah, it's all too easy. Every time you build up a super, you just go in. Tensai just cycling that super to jump on in. And a very clean showing there from Crazy Raccoon. A good start here. It's a powerful composition. It does everything they needed to. We can dive individually as Grey. We can bring the whole team into the party if we need to. Or we can, you know, send someone else like the Meg. It's very, very strong. And while it looked like S1 had a very reasonable comp, right? Use Kid's stun, get a lot of damage off, you know, both the Leon and the Larry. It seemed pretty hard to put it together and to poke down such a durable enemy comp.
Game starting off once again with these walls being broken down. Tensai is likely just running 3 of these and expending his gears elsewhere. He only needs to get a few of these broken down. Terry just sitting invis inside of the bushes where he cannot be spotted. Surely Crazy Raccoon know exactly where he is. Terry's gonna get that stun onto Moya though. Reaction from Stetampo. He does pick up the kill, but it's only a trade. Guys, the line now with the invis, looking for something onto Stetampo, but misses the shots. He won't be able to secure a kill.
Yeah, I mean, diving on the Meg there, that is brazen. She virtually has a second life there, and everything from S1 got thrown only to achieve a trade. That's pretty scary. Now your hard engage method is gone. No cardboard box, stealth walk-ups into super from the kit anymore. And now it feels like Crazy Raccoon can just keep the pressure on. Tensai able to dodge enough of these shurikens, and yeah, they'll be in great shape. Shitampa's also built that super, so Chovy is dead either way. You can either stay in the gas, you can come out. Either way, Crazy Raccoon are going to take the round.
Reset for the next round. Team S1 can't pick it up here. It's just one round that stands between Crazy Raccoon and their first set victory. Only minutes into the match. Chovy's trying to make use of whatever remnants are left of these walls, but Stetampo has the wall break ready. Terry gets a bit of damage on Moya and goes for the heal, actually. This is the first time he's gone for this game, so it could do something for them. But once again, throwers are most beneficial in scenarios where you have walls, and I'm not seeing a whole lot of those at mid.
No, and again, this form of kit during super hits very hard. Like those balls of yarn chunk you down, but they're not that long range here. Crazy Raccoon are able to keep S1 at arm's length. Guys Alone here trying to step up, gets pasted immediately by this Meg, and I don't see how you're supposed to approach. So hard to even find an assassination here with this Leon.
Crazy Raccoon continue their domination of mid. Stetampo has that super, and Chovy might try and bait it out. Terry's got only a little bit left on that invis. He's got to be in the bush. There it is, stun onto Stetampo, and a kill, but it's only a trade once again. Hypercharge for Geyserline. This could be actually a round win for Team S1. Chovy and Geyserline surround and dominate as they get this round win, their first one of the set.
Yeah, look, that was really nice, and they probably dive on the correct target there, right? They were to go in, they're again looking for Stetampo, and again, this time they're able to eliminate Shelly very, very quickly. I also think the fact that Laurie makes an appearance is a big difference maker, a virtual player advantage there for S1.
I think Team S1 simply were not expecting this wall break from Tensai. I mean, the grand piano is just not in the vocabulary of players. Ever since it got that first nerf, it just was not super viable. The stun on Stetampo, but no kill. Looks like his Band-Aid procced, and he managed to stay alive. We're 2v3. This is already game over for S1, essentially, unless they make a miracle play.
Yeah, it seems hard to come back from this, and Tensai knows blood in the water, and he looks to exploit. Crazy Raccoon, get it done. And a great showing here on our knockout map. Tensai going to be pleased about that. Looks like all the lads are there in person. And only one round where they sort of slip, but it's pretty hard to combat like a full dive when Kit goes in with that super and the Larry throws Laurie on top of you as well.
We say outdrafted. We say outdrafted themselves. I really think this is a moment where we saw S1 outdraft themselves. Playing the kit into the gray when your walls are going to be broken down. I mean, look, even if they're running the hook, you're still going to get pulled through a wall. I think it's very bold. And then to double down with a Larry and Laurie once the Shelly has been picked, knowing that the Shelly is like here, yes, to counter tanks, but she has clay pigeons. She's gonna get her super. You get Piper range to charge your super. It's just so easy for her to break walls. So I am a big critic of this draft for Team S1. I think a lot of things went wrong, and the win was already in the bag before even the gadgets were switched for Gray.
That's fair. I mean, investing in 1.5 throwers, I'll use half for Kit there, against a team that can wall break really effectively, and you kind of pointed out that Shelly can still charge super with that gadget relatively comfortably, even at those longer ranges. See, here's where it works out, right? But they have to invest everything in order to make this happen. And it has to be on the right target. I guess the Shelly in that case. But again, he had a Band-Aid proc the second time this happened, and Stetampo was able to survive that full dive. And then when you don't have your supers available, Crazy Raccoon's composition is so much more powerful. Tensai knows we just dive here. We just go in, we finish the job, and we take it on to the next set. So a great opening here for Crazy Raccoon, looking for yet another strong start and perhaps another monthly finals championship.
Well, it might be a little too soon to call. I mean, it certainly is, but this is one set in where we've seen Crazy Raccoon get a pretty good draft. There are a lot of things worth pointing out here that Crazy Raccoon did right. One of them is the preemptive Meg pick before a mid was even selected for Team S1, and then S1 kind of ended up without a mid at all. They were sort of scared to pick up that mid, and so the lanes ended up being destroyed. It all collapsed from there. I think this is pretty creative for Crazy Raccoon. To pick up the Meg not as a reaction, but as a sort of preemptive thing. A lot of times you'll see it be banned to prevent something like this. We'll be moving into Shooting Star for set number 2. Expect more of that long-range meta.
And I feel like the Meg is such a classic Crazy Raccoon pick. They've been picking that for a long time.
Yeah.
Like literal years. I think they were picking it in Paris, for God's sake, on like hot zone maps, for example. They really valued having the Meg in general. She's very powerful, and now, of course, that she doesn't sort of decay out of that mech. It's yeah, it's very strong. Melody here, finally getting picked, sneaking through the bans. Moya going to lock that one in. Tell us about that. It's a scary prospect, of course, that new assassin brawler. Very, very dangerous up close.
It's just, you have so much pressure on an enemy. The only challenge is that Melody, where she finds most of her value, is in a mode like Gem Grab or something like Brawl Ball, where movement's extremely useful in Brawl Ball, but in Gem Grab, it's like, yeah, you can constantly die on the enemy side, but that one time that you get them to drop the gems and you survive is so immensely useful. Now that we move into a mode like Bounty, you're going to be sacrificing stars to the enemy team if you are playing like that. So we'll be seeing a different style of Melody played than is the most frequent. And I think this is why S1 decided to let her slip through the bans, because it was absolutely it was a decision, was it not, to not ban Melody. And she's also just one of those that you kind of ban everywhere. She's just so good right now. An early Larry pick from S1 also worries me a little bit. This is one of those where you like play Carl to punish them. This is totally a Crazy Raccoon brawler. It's not banned. Tick is their selection though. He's just gotten a hypercharge and he is pretty strong right now.
Okay, I mean, I'm not surprised. I guess I realized why Melody gets through. Also, Byron is such an APAC pick. We were seeing it a ton last month as well. They loved it. And it was not a pick that was heavily featured in a lot of other regions, maybe here and there. I want to say in like South America, for example. But look at the bans here for S1, right? Angelo, Piper, Jean, all powerhouses when it comes to Bounty. That's the reality of Brawl at this level now, is that there are so many powerful picks that you maybe want to avoid having to deal with or play yourself that, well, plenty of strong ones get through as well. RT, very, very strong on Bounty, of course, especially when it comes to dive time. Defensively, it feels like RT is really frightening to try and dive in on if their team is S1, that is able to get a significant star lead. You don't want to be going in that direction when RT has that super up. Also, just amazing at like mid to long range. It's very, very serviceable.
I think it'll be a good way to deal with Melody. You can actually defend yourself in close range. The only thing is, if Melody is like on her second dash, by the time that she gets to you, you react with your super, then she's already gone, and you're just left being separated head from your base. You can't get your super back. You're just free for the enemy team. So we'll see how this one ends up panning out. Early blue star for Stetampo. He has so much health, so he's able to get that quite easily. Typically, you'd have something like Tick run and get this one. Stetampo must be playing a more defensive Melody this time. Crazy Raccoon also don't seem to be playing too aggressively. They have the blue star. Maybe their idea is to sit back and not really just play the aggro Melody.
Again, you're having that sort of mobility that sort of rivals that of Stu, also with like a really robust health pool and, you know, be very dangerous up close in general. Makes Melody very powerful option here. Shitampa more than able to kite away from much of this thrower damage here. Is S1 love a bit of Larry and Laurie, but it's going to be tough for Terry to get in range. Trophy marks up Shitampo there and definitely starts to put some pressure down, but Crazy Raccoon are in no hurry to make a move. And of course that persistent healing for Byron, plus the, I guess, the script flipping capacity of that Byron super here is something that S1 have to fear.
You mentioned actually the Larry and Laurie. I think that at this moment, Larry is just outclassed by Tick. Tick has the hypercharge, and now he's at the forefront of the meta. It's almost that simple, the hypercharge just gives you so much damage, and Tick was already good. Tick's good in this particular matchup because, look at this, outranging Larry at every single step of the way, and has that super that creates a bunch of pressure on the enemy team. It's just...
It's amazing against throwers, right? You cannot...
Yes,
like, throwers just die to that.
I don't think people recognize how much of an issue a Tick super is, because it's one of those things that you absolutely have to deal with. You can't run away from it. It's faster than you. It's going to deal a bunch of damage. Now they have it as a defensive option as we enter the last 15 seconds of this game.
Yeah, if you're a single shot brawler or a thrower, like, you're very, very pressured down by that. And there are a lot of those on this side of S1. 9 seconds left, and eventually S1 need to make a move here. Chovy, of course, has the super, can use that aggressively. Chitapa, though, steps up, gets a few taps in towards Chovy. Now has the mobility. Shielded up for a time and is able to back away. And S1 were... at no point do they seem to be threatening at all to take any of those stars away.
Despite only being up by 1 blue star this entire game, it looked like Crazy Raccoon were actually quite comfortable. I mean, they get themselves into the essential bounty winning position right off the beginning of the game, getting that blue star, which forces the enemy to play aggro into them. And it seems like they have just good defensive options. Also, just the pressure that Stetampo creates simply by having his super available keeps you from overextending. They're going to have actually Tensai grab the blue star this time. And this is what I remarked on in game number 1. You have a brawler that's never going to go aggro, that's always going to have good defensive options, be far away, grab the blue star. And then, if Stetampo needs to go aggro on someone to save the game, they don't risk sacrificing the blue star. Yeah,
that makes perfect sense. You want to be able to, you know, have that mobility for safety's sake, but also if you need to go aggressive, if something goes wrong, you have that contingency. Gizaline here, able to pressure the Byron back finally, but Tensai and Stetampo are hard to deal with. And yeah, that Tick hypercharge, right? You know, the Tick head comes in very, very fast and creates that extra explosive field, which is unbelievably strong when the enemy are grouped up, of course. And it tends to happen in the dying moments on a map like this, especially if your opponents are the ones that have that star lead and you're trying to chase them down.
See Stetampo flashing the super. He might be thinking of dashing on Terry is the thing. We see Tensai also grabbing that blue star. It avails Stetampo these positions. He's thinking about, he's still got 2 and even pops a shield, but for what? I mean, he had health to use. He must just have gadgets that he wants to use. I think Crazy Raccoon sense that they're in a winning position in this match and are willing to play not as safely, may look to acquire a star lead instead of it just be on 1 star the entire time. It did not get like super dicey towards the end of the last game, but they were not in a super comfortable position as the clock ticked down. So they may look to acquire a few more stars in the final few seconds.
Chitapa was there, always making sure they had 1 more of those dashes available, just in case they had to get out, just in case something funky happens. Here we go again, Team S1. Do you want to win the game? Do you want it? You're going to have to take it. Just the 1 star lead for Crazy Raccoon, and they've played defensive the entire game. S1 need to go for it. 5 seconds left. Chitapa asking them, begging them, please challenge us, but Terry's too low to get involved. And okay, that's fine. You don't want to play the game? That's totally fine. Blue star taken by Crazy Raccoon, and the poke was way too good that S1 never felt like they could come up and challenge.
Yeah, I think one matchup that we actually never talked about, just because nothing was ever happening over there, was the Byron versus the Bell. Bell's like, I think maybe slightly outranged by Byron. He has pretty good range, and towards the end of the game, I saw Bell's shots always coming up short versus the Byron. He's just sitting behind the wall, healing a teammate if they get kind of low or, you know, anywhere below maximum health, and Bell was not able to get him around that corner. Just not enough pressure. I think one of the biggest things was Larry was not able to get pressure on absolutely anyone. Constantly outranged by the Tick. Always receiving damage. If you were to go aggro, the Tick has a super. I think this is another one where they had a lane that was absolutely outmatched. And even if you pick up any headway on that Tick, there's Byron, and he's going to heal up. He has great healing capabilities. It's an outdraft, 100%.
Yeah, and he holds it with super. Like, I think at no point do we actually see super come out there, because it's just amazing to turn a fight around if you're going to get dived, which is obviously very powerful when it comes to the Melody, who already wants to get up close if there is a full engage going on. That Byron super really pushes you over the edge. And again, it's a high skill cap brawler that is very effective, obviously, in a support capacity. So, consider Moyo just really took his time. Right, just trading a lot of these shots, and you can kind of see that, yeah, deceptively long range is Byron. Also with the gadget that shoots the triple shot there, which is which is interesting, just in case there's some grouping going on, but very strong showing here. Hydration is key for Crazy Raccoon, but they've got to be feeling good. They're only 1 set away from taking this.
I know this is one's going to be great for the Brawl Esports account. Last year we saw a compilation of players hydrating themselves, so that one's definitely going in the bank.
Add it on
for,
the list.
I guess this year's edition.
Yeah, put it in the list. Absolutely. Now we're getting off to a good start in that regard. Crazy Raccoon now taking it over to Dueling Beetles for what may well be our final set, and already going for a very powerful, very good all-round pick here in the Bell, especially with that with the hypercharge available now. Much easier to connect those super shots to make sure you guarantee the mark.
I'm a little mystified on why Bell was selected here instead of Angelo. I feel like, well, the Angelo nerf is definitely an aspect, but I still think he's like #1 among the sharpshooters. The only balance change that Bell received in this last patch was a slight nerf to hypercharge charge rate. It was like down from 50% to just 40%, which is not really that impactful because her hypercharge is good, but you're still going to get it about like 2 times a game, so he's probably just not getting it 3 times a game these days. We'll see S1 pick up just super strong Brawl.
Very strong.
There's no other way to describe it. You have Angelo, you have Charlie, super meta stuff. Crazy Raccoon, I think that they actually have something really solid here that's super cohesive. And Team S1, once again, have like some good parts. I don't know if they make as good of a puzzle as Crazy Raccoons.
Very robust, high health composition. 2 tank brawlers being picked up here, of course, with the healing station of Pam and Buster's ability, not only to drag people in, but, you know, be very durable during that montage with that star power. Just something you don't want to deal with, especially if you're trying to play. Yeah, you've got to basically go Colette here. This almost necessitates that % health damage now with 2 very big bodies on the point for Crazy Raccoon.
This is going to be challenging, I think. I think Terry's going to have a lot of responsibilities here. He's going to be playing into the Pam. It's hard to get the combo on Pam, the typical Colette combo of I hit you once, twice, I super, and then you're dead. That's going to be tough to hit on Pam because she has so many healing capabilities which interfere with your ability to combo. However, the placement of the turret is going to be vital for Stetampo here as Terry's able to kill it in just 1 hit. Strong brawlers, strong composition for Crazy Raccoon. Let's see what Geysaline can do here in the matchup versus Stetampo. If he's able to get a takedown, then that vastly changes how this match turns out.
I mean, Crazy Raccoon had to know they were walking into a Colette counter pick. And she hits really hard. Look how much damage Moya takes. That is unreasonable. And that's because, of course, Colette doesn't do a set amount of damage. It's a proportion of your maximum health. Here's a montage to buy a little bit of space here. Crazy Raccoon, in fairness, about to spend more time on the point. They're more durable in general. Okay, time to collect. Well, Terry gets cut down midway through that. Looks like maybe a scrap sucker opportunity there for Moya to force Trophy off the angle, and Stetampo is winning the right side lane.
Stetampo now picking up this mid area allows him to deal with Terry. It would be unwise for Terry to continue contesting Stetampo because he's outmatched 100%. Geysaline needs to win this lane versus Stetampo, but I don't really see it happening now. He has high damage output, but it's in bursts that are going to be healed up by the time he's able to charge up his next 4.4k shot thanks to that Pam turret.
And the nest eggs have already all been thrown down. The healing turret is in a location that really can't be affected at all by Team S1. They don't have any throwers here. Stetampo just going to step back inside that. Even Chovy couldn't finish it off there. So Stetampo here sitting back, hypercharged now at the ready. Tensai walks straight up with the montage, and Crazy Raccoon are in no hurry. They have a huge lead. At some point, S1 have to commit. Here's the Cocoon. And out of that will come Moya, still healthy enough and being healed instantly by that healing turret that has been there since the dawn of time. And Crazy Raccoon just getting taps on the point, stepping up here. They're going to take this round away very comfortably.
That is game 5 victory in a row for Crazy Raccoon. They stand to 6-0 sweep. Oh, why is he looking at it?
I don't know, he's just like, anything else?
Like, I expected more from you guys. That was a little bit jarring. I expected to see like a look of victory or maybe a smirk on the guy's face, but he's still locked in. It's not over till it's over. 1 game between Crazy Raccoon and a perfect sweep versus Team S1 unless they can somehow switch around the momentum. We saw how the last one ended. Team S1 didn't even reach 20% capture before Crazy Raccoon ended the game with 100%. If Geysaline can get the takedown to Stetampo, once again, this vastly changes the dynamic. I think that Stetampo's just dipping the lane by mechanics.
Yeah, and Angelo is very powerful on this map. A 76% win rate for that brawler. But it doesn't look very powerful here against Stetampo, who's basically mechanically so gifted that he's just ignoring most of that Angelo damage. That is a big hit, obviously triggering the damage gear for Shitampo. So you know they're under some pressure. Now guys like to play a little bit more aggressively, right? Catches Moya out, Tensai also in trouble. Gadget used for Geyserland back inside their super just to get top back up. But this is much more even. Tensai again can approach. Geyserland has to use, was that their third and last gadget? At least their second. Either way, a little bit risky now for Angelo to play up a little bit close. Moya, not quite enough healing from that turret to stay alive through this damage, and Shitampo under some serious pressure.
Okay, Chovy can get the takedown on this turret. Tensai's actually body blocking for it. He's going to end up feeding that super to Chovy, but it's not too much of an issue as he gets to hang out, or someone gets to hang out in a cocoon for a little while. Teammates are going to be able to take care of that easily. Simultaneous hypercharges popped. It results in 1 kill so far. Tensai not going to be the next one to go down except by the hands of Chovy. We'll see a bit more damage make its way onto Pam, but that turret is still alive. Taken down by the spiders is a bit unexpected. Team S1 lead, now approaching 65%. Crazy Raccoon scrambling for any way to push back into this point. Now Tensai has the method. He has that montage to get in, and Moya takes a much more aggressive turret than we've seen any time so far in this game.
So aggressive. Moya getting almost chunked down there. Terry's still a legitimate threat, but Shitampo's able to find the double tap. The Colette has gone down. Now Crazy Raccoon can start to catch right on up. Angelo doesn't have the gadget to fly away, and Chovy with the hypercharge is going to find himself absolutely outmatched in a 3 versus 1. Time to collect. Gets shrugged off for the most part by Crazy Raccoon as they get the lead.
Looks like a one match. Colette does not have a super, and they have so much damage to 2 through. Tensai has the montage to block it all off. Chovy can try and approach from the left side, but it's all done and dusted. A flawless 6-0 for Crazy Raccoon. And that is the face of a cold-blooded killer, my friends. Tensai has no remorse.
Is there no one else? He says. Oh, in fairness, this is just that quarterfinal. There's more with it. God, that is unnerving. That's just faded. Stone Cold Killer. There's Tensai and the rest of Crazy Raccoon here, and a dominant 3-0 victory will propel them now into the semi-finals to take on the winner of Never Back Down and Coco Loco, who are locked in. A never-ending battle, apparently, on Brawl Ball, tied at 1-1 in that particular set, I think. So that one will be going for a little bit longer, but we'll be able to circle back to that here as we will take a moment to have a look at this game and then head to the next. But, I mean, going back to the beginning here, it really felt like Crazy Raccoon had a very powerful tank comp, and that Colette wasn't good enough to counter on her own.
It took me a moment to really think through this. I think that Stetampo sort of made a sacrifice because Angelo is like the brawler to pick here. You have the stats to back it up. That is from before the last patch, just a few days ago. But I think picking up that Bell meant that S1 couldn't pick it with that Pam and the Buster in mind. Just really good picks into both of them. They still picked up the Colette anyways, and the Colette did make some like serious waves in terms of damage, but that's one brawler versus 2. You have 2 teammates that are also like struggling in their respective aspects. But I like that Stetampo picked up this brawler to allow his teammates to have their pretty free picks, and then he diffed the lane when he was totally outmatched, in my opinion.
And I see this aggressive switch here from Moya, right? Putting that turret right up in enemy territory against their barrier. Very clearly telegraphed the Crazy Raccoon were not messing around. They were not taking any prisoners by that point, because in that last round, that Angelo matchup was getting a little bit more challenging for Shitampo. But we saw the raw mechanics on display there. So many of those shots being dodged here. A lot of those Angelo gadgets being forced out early as they back away. They have to sort of heal up inside that super. But in general, Crazy Raccoon, a fantastic showing here. And Team S1 are no slouches, right? They've been a fixture in our APAC monthly finals. But this Crazy Raccoon team have really tightened up the drafts, right? That was our criticism of them last month. They've all looked impeccable so far, and they weren't afraid to walk into a potential Colette counterpick, which did end up getting locked in because they had so much durability and so much, I guess, like safety. It's just a generally very robust comp. Tensai is your MVP as voted by you over at event.brawlstars.com. It's a good choice. I absolutely support this decision. Crazy Raccoon here do not want a rocky road through this monthly final. Last time it was 3-1, 3-2, 3-2. This time it's a clean sweep for them. It's gonna feel good to start on the right foot.
I think Tensai was showing more emotion in that illustration than he was IRL. I think he was actually like giving his best Naui 297 impression. The face of winning the world finals. Stone cold, ice in the veins. That said, though, I mean, good win for these guys. It is interesting to kind of power scale things now. Crazy Raccoon, their round 1 effort, I mean, takes down single-handedly the best that S1 had to offer. If that doesn't express the level of skill that Crazy Raccoon are coming at this matchup today, then, you know, I don't know what will. Maybe their semifinals match will convince you.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to. But for now, we're going to table our Crazy Raccoon roster and give them a chance to rest. Coming up, of course, the new sensation here in the APAC region, Na'Vi will be taking on 3R games. So don't go too far. We're going to go to a quick word from our sponsors, and we'll be back with quarterfinal, number 4.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
That's right, folks. The wait is over. May the 29th, Squad Busters will launch globally. It's an exciting time, of course. Another global launch for Supercell. And you can pre-register for that game to get involved on day one over at Google Play and your app stores, respectively. It's going to be a fun game. I know you guys might have had a chance to even sort of play it in advance. Like, what are your thoughts? Are you looking forward to finally seeing this hit stores properly?
I'm excited. I've had the opportunity to play it and all of the Supercell characters and the universe coming together for a pretty unique game. I haven't played anything quite like it, so I'm definitely excited for it, and I know Reddy spent some time playing it too.
I mean, I was really grinding the game during some of the betas, like exploring all it had to see. What do you mean checks out? Yeah, grinding the beta to see all my progress erased at the end of 2 weeks. But it's a main game now.
Bro,
now it's
you grind games pointlessly, all right? I know where your shirt's from. I know what the reference is.
Yeah.
Okay? It's just a thing that you do. You have to own it at this point. Getty, you've been out there. You've been on the streets. The streets have been talking. You've been out there checking out what's going on our B streams. Why has been happening that Never Back Down Coco Loco match?
Very good matchup so far. I got to catch especially the Brawl Ball set, and it was a thriller of a matchup, a back and forth the whole way through. Shu had a nasty goal to clinch that set, so really impressive stuff. And that one might come down to the wire, looking like a 2-1 lead right now. Obviously, you guys just caught Crazy Raccoon give a smackdown to Team S1. We still got the second half of the quarterfinals on the way. I'm very excited for these next two matches.
Oh, absolutely. We get a rematch, and then we get to see Na'Vi make their debut. That'll be on our stream, of course. Hey, event.brawlstars.com. If you aren't watching over there, I strongly recommend it, especially if you've got your Supercell ID connected. You can vote on your MVPs, you can make your predictions on who win the matches, and there are a bunch of random trivia questions that also pop up that allow you to earn more progress and more star drops there. Check it out. It's well worth your time. A great way to watch and also earn. Let's move ahead, though. Na'Vi versus 3R Gaming. Now, one of these teams may be a little bit more hyped coming in. A lot of that has to do with name power. But we have a previous world champion in a Chapi alongside Levi and Shizuku. And this is a team, ready, set, that had a blistering run through the monthly qualifiers.
Yeah, this one was quite interesting. They managed to only drop 2 games total in the qualifiers. They're looking very, very strong coming into this one. They even defeated Crazy Raccoon in the upper bracket, so they themselves did qualify through the upper bracket. This team is adjusted. They now have Shizuku instead of Icy, who's actually going by a different name, now going by Sakura, on a different team in these monthly finals today. This is going to be, I think, a pretty exciting match. It's good to see that Na'Vi have found their footing, but I didn't expect it to be this confident, this dominant when they broke into the monthly finals this year.
I'm looking forward to seeing what they can produce for us now after raising expectations considerably. Kenny, let's talk 3R Gaming, because we do have, of course, a previous Zeta Division and Zeta Division 1 representative on this team in the form of Mameshi.
Yeah, Mameshi was only top 24 last month, which, especially considering the name, the reputation in past years being with Team Flash, making it to the LCQ, WWW for the Snapdragon Pro Series. You know, Mameshi's no slouch. And so adding on IC, who's now going by a different name, like Reddy mentioned, this one's a very personal matchup. So it's really exciting to kind of see this be an opening rounder for a team in Na'Vi, who missed out on last month and desperately needed these points. And then 3R, who's got a little bit of a grudge match and some familiarity with the enemy side. So there's a lot to love about this.
Mameshi kind of swagging out of control with that STMN shirt on. I see you there. And again, this is someone who's competed on the world stage. That's probably where they were able to trade jerseys with that STMN crew. Definitely a team to be respected. I guess their run through the qualifiers is less exciting than Na'Vi's. I mean, they beat this Feasible Gaming team, who I think took a map of Crazy Raccoon, and then they had to face Revenant Esports in like the upper bracket final, and they got crushed. So they had to come in through that lower bracket. I think, you know, on paper and as per our predictions, we definitely have them as underdogs in this matchup. Na'Vi have just impressed us incredibly. This is a team that's also been scouted out by a massive organization that's put up great results in the past in Brawl Stars. And guys, you have a chance to change your preds at all? I don't really expect you to, as we've not seen either of these guys play yet. But, you know, just how bad is it for 3R on paper? Is there a legitimate competition to be had here? Ready, set?
I honestly think probably this is the best that 3R has to offer, right? This is all the preparation going into just facing Na'Vi. I think also like IC, he was kicked from that roster. Of course, IC now being Sacker on the side of 3R. I still think that IC is a really good player. He's not necessarily the lifeblood of the team. He's a new addition, but I do think that there's like a legitimate chance that they get a set or two off of Na'Vi.
Thank you very much, Ready Set. We'll be catching up with you on the other side of this game and maybe check in on how the B stream is doing. If you're at event.brawlstars.com, you can go to the drop-down menu on the top left and switch streams. You can jump in between our stream and I think it's Wiggly Spoon. That's right, our featured B streamer. So head over there, see what's going on. Don't forget to come back here and see the result of this game. Kenny, I think Ready set it up pretty well for us, right? It's a rivalry-laden matchup. But Na'Vi are setting the pace here, and they've set the benchmark for excellence in this APAC region after exploding onto the scene. We definitely expect them to be looking dominant heading into Bell's Rock.
It's going to be an interesting map, too, especially with all these balance changes that just recently went down. I'm expecting big things from Kit here. I think it's an excellent brawler right now. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at the map. I'm just trying to figure out who I'm speaking to here. But yeah, Kit showing up in the ban stage at this point. That's a brawler that I am anticipating, especially in a lot of these knockout kinds of maps, to show up. And getting Gene this early on, I think is a big deal. Gene is in a fantastic spot right now after recently getting that hypercharge.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, sending 3 hands out instead of 1 seems pretty darn good, especially if you're unsure if you can actually connect on a single pull. Now you can really make sure you grab that opponent, bring them into their ultimate demise. As again, a knockout, that's such an important mechanic to be able to abuse. Here's Meg to round out the composition here. Still very powerful in knockout as the round starts to progress, but Ruff's got through the band and gets picked up here. I mean, I feel like, you know, the sandbags do a lot of work for you here, and you can play around that. The Charlie and Piper to round out this Na'Vi composition. Both these teams are playing with power.
Gene and Max is one of the most common archetypes actually on this map right now, especially given that both of them got some upgrades recently. Meg needs no introduction, especially considering what we saw from her last month. But I think people would be a little bit surprised from the casual level at how much Colonel Ruffs actually shows up here. Colonel Ruffs is commonly played. A lot of the scrim data from this region this week showed that Colonel Ruffs is still around. I think powering up teammates, having the bounce shot, a lot of reasons that people love Rico, mixed with the aspect of being there for teammates is a big deal. And especially when you only get 1 life every single round, a Choppy powering up his allies is a huge deal.
Right, I mean, not only through the supply drop, but also field promotion. If you have a chance to group up, that, you know, adds virtual healing, but also increasing that maximum HP up to a certain limit. Definitely not something to count out. Now, obviously, Levi is definitely going to outrange the Gene here, so we are going to see a very strong lane for Na'Vi on this right-hand side. But the Meg is very durable and definitely also deserves respect here. But being able to cocoon someone with this Charlie could flip the game on its head in seconds.
Landing that super, a major deal, of course. I mean, one cocoon could literally change the impact and give an instant kill for the other side. A little speed boost on the left-hand Indo, and the spawners will rain down. A Choppy grouping up with Suzuki here. A phase force away, and now the cocoon going down. Fortunately, Meg has 2 lives. She's got the giant monster truck, and then the other end of it as well, but they're going to eradicate her instantly.
Now she's got nowhere to run. She pops out of the cocoon, and yet she doesn't take damage from it because that's not the star power Suzuki has, but still very powerful to lock someone in place. And Nekozek just runs into the gas. Not to feed over too much super, but I got bad news for them. There are 2 supers ready and waiting. One of them being deployed now as the supply drop comes down to power Levi up.
Levi going to get some extra damage, some extra HP, and not to mention as well, you mentioned it earlier with the sandbags. Oh, nasty pull going through. They need the quick reflexes. Levi gets out of harm's way just in time. The sandbags being deployed as an escape mechanism as well. The extra spiders cover them as well. So all things considered, Na'Vi getting out of a very bad situation there.
That is a pick you really need to secure here. I mean, that magic hand only comes up so often because you're not doing a ton of damage here as Gene. Like, it's generally just a little bit of poke, and normally after your first projectile splits. So it takes a lot of hits to charge that super up in general. And that's not going to be available, maybe even for the rest of this round. Na'Vi grouping up here. Maybe a lane swap now as Levi wants to get the demeched Meg battle. And that's dangerous for Sakura. Oh, nicely done. Good gadget to block the homemade recipe shot. But Sakura does take a big hit after, and he's going to have to give a lot of ground.
Now the sandbags going down as well. The pool going to be much more difficult to land until they clear those out of the way. The evil spirits, more spawners raining down from the right-hand side. The big hook connects, though. Suzuki and Coverall stays alive for now. A Choppy trying to rain in as well. Levi forced to dive away and into the fog. Easy pickings here for 3R Gaming, who clean up the round.
Nicely done by Nekozek, able to build up another magic hand there, and it ends up being the decider. Now with the map broken up a little bit more, Gene can more consistently get that poke damage down. There's a hypercharge available, so we know exactly what is going to happen once another super has been earned by the Gene on this right-hand side.
That hypercharge is a nasty one, too. It is so insane to watch. One gene pull already so valuable. Let's triple it when that hypercharge goes down. I'm really excited to see how that plays out. Not to mention, too, Mameshi now going to add some speed. The super being charged up, the hypercharge available alongside it, like you mentioned, and great positioning now for 3R Gaming.
Suzuki reluctant to give up too much ground. They do at least have Cocoon available, but Levi doesn't have a good angle on this. They're basically taken out of the game. I don't know how they got Nekozek. That was stunning! A second shot to take the Gene down, and a Cocoon hastily broken by Sakura. Phase shifter has to be used by Mameshi to get out of the range of this Piper, but Sakura's had to sacrifice themselves. It was noble, don't get me wrong, but ultimately, it's futile.
Really well played here. I just think this composition is going to do really well. They have the spiders and the sandbags before that miraculous Piper jump. That's kind of the lines that I was going to discuss as well. I feel like they're just so equipped for getting out of bad situations. Normally, Gene can be somebody that counters Piper, but having that super available was great. Having the sandbags go down, having the spiders there to deploy as well, all of that adds up to just make it more and more difficult for brawlers, especially like Max and Gene, who are more of that poke damage that you mentioned to pierce through all that.
Choppy getting aggressive here, gets a couple of taps on Mameshi early. These are players that were under the same umbrella for quite some time, well acquainted with one another. There's a Spiderling, Suzuki able to use them to bully this left side lane. Mameshi is hiding. Supply drop going to secure the kill, if not a Choppy round in the corner and ending it. It was a trade though, that Charlie got picked up in the meantime, and Nekozek wants to play awful aggressive. Levi has to use Poppin here. Those are indestructible blocks, so Levi not taking out any walls after using that. Oh, that's beautiful. Beautiful for Nekozek. And there's a hand up here as well. 3R are very well positioned.
3R Gaming weathering the storm there. Na'Vi had their foot to the gas pedal there. They were ready to get aggressive, and it did not pay off. Charlie got picked off, and now a Choppy just forced to go back into the storm here. Might be getting a little greedy going for a super here, but does know that it's not a big deal to charge up the enemy side supers, especially considering it's Meg, and Gene already has theirs. So it's going to be a 3R Gaming round, and a very well played one at that.
Yeah, stunning. I mean, being able to get the Charlie there, I think was very important. Not the brawler you want to be going down too early. Mameshi eats a shot there from Levi straight away. It's going to force them out of mid. Will allow a Choppy to have more room to breathe. Suzuki's getting pasted by this Meg damage, but can trade back pretty effectively at mid-range.
I'm surprised that Choppy not gluing to his teammates a little bit more. trying to give them a little extra power up here to charge them up and gain that extra HP that's so valuable in a one live mode. Ooh, a tough miss there as well. Levi didn't even have the jump. That would have been lethal if they ended up grabbing that instead. It's 100 HP for Gene, and now hiding. They're going to open this map wide open on that top right-hand side too, so there's nowhere to hide from the sharpshooter.
Nicely done there by Na'Vi, not overextending on the Meg kill, knowing that they still have to deal with the mini-Meg out of the mech, and they didn't want to expose themselves to getting traded there. Hypercharge will be available here, and of course for Charlie it means that some Spiderlings are spawned on top of the Cocoon. Not the most powerful Hypercharge, but against so many of these single-shot brawlers, it's still very threatening.
A little extra charge here on the right-hand side when they want it. The max speed available. The takedown inevitable, though. Nice play there, and now it's down to just one lone brawler. Na'Vi tie things up, and everything just happened all at once there. 3R Gaming, the floor just caved from under them.
Yeah, 3 supers built here and no magic hand yet for 3R. So Na'Vi might want to go a little aggressive early. Supply drop picked up by Levi, making them a very terrifying prospect to run into. And Nekozek is still able to farm Levi for a little bit of charge, working towards that super that they better hope would come sooner rather than later.
Hypercharge available for Charlie too could be very valuable. Like we always say, that Cocoon can give you a free kill. Similar to the Gene super, those landed supers are going to make a huge difference. A little extra speed going down as well. A classic combination in Brawl Stars.
Oh, the miss!
Gene super being missed. Spiders go down though, and it's a one-on-one on this left-hand side as Mameshi rushes to try and help a teammate here. At the end of it all though, nobody goes down. It's still 3v3.
Hand available now though for Nekozek. Suzuku not able to collapse onto the Meg even with the raw stat boost of the Hypercharge, so it's going to have to wait for another if we even get that far. Nice taps for a Chapi though. Going to bump themselves up this time, throw up the sandbags, get a bit more aggressive. Sakura they're trying to collapse onto the left-hand side. Suzuku under a lot of pressure, but the Meg super missed. They went too aggressive, and the Cocoon gets thrown out. It's so easy for Charlie to charge that super with fast shots at close range, and Na'Vi end up claiming this first set, but a much closer battle in that second round.
Game 2 was much better stuff coming in from 3R Gaming. It's looking like it's going to be a pretty good competition here, but nonetheless, Na'Vi continue their flawless run here. They were pretty impossible to defeat in the qualifiers, and now they're trying to do the same thing in the monthly finals. 3R Gaming have a lot on their hands here in this next round.
Na'Vi are in a hotel lobby, aren't they? They're in a hotel lobby. Yeah.
You know, if they're winning in a hotel lobby, I think they deserve extra respect, right? You got to think.
They must have made the trip down to Hong Kong, I guess, just to make sure that they're in the most advantageous location server-wise here. Here's your stats. There was your stats. Now they're gone. We'll talk replay first, though, again, because many of these Charlie Cocoons were impactful. Yeah, a few nerfs that she suffered. She's getting through the ban phase. Still pretty darn good in Suzuku's hands.
It was a great round overall. Again, I just feel like they had so much going for them in the Na'Vi composition. Despite Piper traditionally not being a great matchup into the Max and Gene archetype, they ended up making it work out. I mean, Levi was landing these long-range snipes like you see there. The Cocoons, while they weren't always connecting, it was enough. And when you have that Hypercharge, you get the extra spiders anyways. And having those spawners on the ground, I think, was a huge deal. A Choppy there for the extra support as well. Just a very well-rounded composition with a pretty meta composition as well. I think Na'Vi were doing great stuff there in that draft.
Yeah, pretty helpful that even if you miss the Cocoon, you still generate those Spiderlings, so at least it's like a free gadget use there. Sakura goes aggressive. That's where I feel like this just falls apart. I guess the gas is coming in, and the Meg felt like she had to make a play, but they ended up basically throwing the game away. Nothing that really could be done by 3R to salvage things. And Na'Vi continuing their trend of strength that we observed through our monthly qualifier. Great to get a set here, but plenty of resistance being offered by 3R. These players are familiar with one another, but Na'Vi would love nothing more than to explode onto the scene and get a win in their first monthly finals, maybe win the whole darn thing. That's what they're looking for here. Here's your stat breakdown, and you can see that Charlie, when she gets up close and personal, whoa, that yo-yo hits you hard and it hits you fast.
I was going to say, compared to the damage output on the other end, I mean, 61, 14, and 81 doesn't even compare. This really puts into perspective of, especially that first game where I'm sure they piled up the stats on that blue side, but nonetheless, really impressive stuff. You wouldn't really anticipate that going down from Gene and Max. They're not necessarily the heaviest hitters in the world, but Meg only seeing an 81 DPS, I think is a huge sign of the hurt that they were really receiving.
Yeah, and again, that lane was up against like a pretty mid-range brawler, but Levi understood how to make sure they sort of stayed out of that sort of max range. And this is after Charlie receives an attack range nerf anyway. I think for like 27 to 25, so it's marginal still, but you know, we talked about it before the show, actually. It does mean that the yo-yo comes back a little bit quicker, so you could argue that overall, you know, it's a DPS increase if you want to be cute about it, especially if you miss the yo-yo, but still, very strong matchup. That was where a lot of Na'Vi's advantage was generated from, and the Piper seemed, you know, fine. Again, was giving a lot of free poke damage to the Gene, but only 60 DPS means that those magic hands, Kenny, are taking a long time to generate. You aren't able to sort of be threatening and take advantage of that super being flashed nearly as often in the round if you're not getting the damage to get you there. And it's a solo laner. Sometimes Gene can be underwhelming.
I agree. I mean, in terms of the damage output, as good as the Max and Gene combination has been, it just didn't get the job done there. I think the matchups weren't necessarily proper as well. Really difficult thing to kind of go through for that 3R gaming side. Interesting stuff as we go into Hideout as well. It seems Mameshi is actually being subbed out here, so they're going to work with their full 4-man roster, which is pretty awesome to see some new players get in the mix here.
Yeah, great to see some rotations as well. Like, a lot of teams haven't always found great ways to make use of the 4th player. So to see the substitute here means that we're cooking a little bit. But let's jump into the draft straight away. It is Bounty, which means Piper is going to be hotly contested. 3R, snap her up instantly.
And Gene in retaliation as well, so a little opposite of what we saw last time. I just think traditionally Gene's going to be so good into Piper, and they're going to go straight for that matchup. They're going for Max and Gene into sharpshooters. Gene isn't going to be able to take him down super easily, so Max on the other end can also help with the speed, dodge out those sharpshooter shots. It's kind of been an argument for a long time in Brawl Stars, but that combination traditionally does well into Piper. Obviously, it didn't work out last time, but different mode, you got more than one life, and we're seeing some very similar brawlers here, Uber, as Charlie's the second pick for the enemy side.
Exactly, very interesting. A lot of the bans, I think, for Na'Vi are the same. They are basically blanket banning Kit, Melody, and Angelo wherever possible by the looks. Take Nani out, of course, is the only brawler that can, you know, really counter the Piper on virtue of having greater range, and also return to sender, excuse me, completely clowning on the Piper on multiple occasions. So get that out of the picture. Also, Mandy just really has that range, and 3R just wanted to make sure that they had the best sharpshooter on the map by the looks.
Yeah, interesting to see where they go from here. On the left-hand end, I'm kind of looking out for a Buster pick, to be honest with you. You see a lot of the times that Max and Buster combination, or Gene and Buster kind of work out as well. You know, you get the nasty little speed for Buster. You can really run it down on the enemy side, or you can go for that classic Gene plus a tankier brawler that can get a quick kill there as well. So I'm curious to see how they return the favor here. Seems that Gray's going to be the selection for our right-hand end, which I do like if they wanted to go with any ideas of a throw or anything. Obviously, got the dimensional doors to get to your enemies quicker, get in and out of kills, but at the end of the day, just some safe selections for both ends. Gus going to bring the range in as well, and that is a brawler that in scrims this region has particularly liked.
Yeah, Gus is not popular in many other regions at all. A 42% win rate on this particular map, but recently getting a buff, right? That shield given by the super now has a knockback effect, so can actually be pretty important to create that spacing, and it's a bit more devastating when used in the middle of a fight. I kind of like it here as like a life preservation method, when, again, that blue star control, and just, you know, one kill can be the difference between a win and a loss.
Interesting layout here too. Makes a lot of sense though, considering Max going to go in the mid here. On the other end, it's more long-range brawlers though, so they end up sending Great in the mid, but a little mix and matching, everybody looking for their proper lane. Makes sense that they would also want to get Piper out of that situation. They don't want Gene to face off against that brawler. They'd rather duel with somebody like Gus. Also an interesting call out too, that Gus bubble, now that it bounces back, if somebody tries to get aggressive on him, it's going to be an instant defense mechanism if they do have that super.
Yeah, it's going to be like almost like a last hurrah from Tick, right? Because that knockback is really powerful. Sorry, I tell a lie, Gus is a 61% win rate. It's Gray with a 42%. So, you know, while the concept of Gray seems very good, it's not the, sorry, excuse me, it's not the best all-in comp here from 3R, but they've got amazing long-range pressure there as Yumagoku is able to find that first kill.
Now a little speed being delivered here, a phase shift in, Sakura trying to stay up here, the pull going through, the super connected as well. It's a red roster slaughter right now, as it's going to be another blue member going down. Na'Vi with a big deficit to start off this game.
Now look how little Max does when those spiderlings get in front of the Charlie. Eventually though, those gadgets are going to be exhausted, but Na'Vi need to play the aggressor role now in a big way. Nekuzek with 4 stars, including the blue, is crucial, and Yumagoku has super available, so that's not really a viable target to all in. Levi has to phase shift her away and almost falls to that homemade recipe. They need to take a breather here and get some magic puffs to get topped up.
The long-range super along with the hypercharge too. Popping that hypercharge early, knowing they were one shot away from that super. A missed max pull as well. A teleport not gonna be enough though. Things just got a little interesting, Uber.
1 star, the difference here, and the mechanics from Levi are stunning. Dodging so many of these shots now. 6 seconds left and a 1-star difference. Na'Vi with the blue star, so they just need to equalize. Achapi's low, and I love the dive from Nekozek. That was fantastic. 3R identify an opportunity to get an easy pick, and their comp just looks a little bit more powerful.
Love the identification early on, especially. They made mid-game adjustments. They send Piper immediately over to the Gus lane. They pick up that early frag, and those are the kinds of decisions that are going to impact the result. It allowed them to take that lead, sit comfortably, and things got a little scary there at the end, but they were the ones in the driver's seat, and especially in Bounty, momentum is everything, so having that control is very important.
Okay, back to the drawing board even Na'Vi once again. Blue star gained. But they've got to respect the pressure that Piper can generate on a side lane. That's where Yumagoku is headed now. Na'Vi wanted to group up now and be defensive, but there's not a lot of great places to hide here. Levi gets yanked forward with the walking cane. Sticking close to Achapi to try and shrug off as much of this poke damage as possible via healing.
Love that combination as well. Breaking down the walls and instantly some good coordination there by dropping the spiders to shield them as they take down some extra fire. Na'Vi have just been pushed back all the way into their spawn. Gus getting the extra heals and passivity coming in from Achapi. Levi, though, with no range, can't compete with the likes of somebody like a Gray and Piper in this situation.
Dangerous here. 3R look to be the aggressor. They look confident. And we got that defense mechanism available for the Piper. Super is up. Nekozek is well ready to dive at a moment's notice, but they need to respect the Gus shield. It's a very viable counter to any all-in method. It's unclear who's going to be the target here. Obviously much easier for Gus to shield himself when under pressure just by tapping, but Suzuka hasn't built that super yet. So there is a window of vulnerability now. Suzuka looking to try and land as many of these shots as possible. And don't forget, Cookie Popper does represent some very powerful burst damage options if you can drop a balloon down. I think we just saw it there, and that took Yumagoku almost down to nothing.
I think we're going to start to see some momentum swing towards Na'Vi here, too. They've got 20 seconds on the clock. All of their supers now charged up, and I think they're going to ride Levi's speed all the way to the other end. A missed walking cane, and now a countdown as well. Spawners going down, left hand in. A teleport in to help the ally there. 101 HP, enough to get out of harm's way for now, but Na'Vi need to press the issue here and hold on for dear life. There's the first takedown they need. A cocoon going down. They don't have enough time, though. The cocoon actually going to be the downfall. As a result, they can't grab that kill and give themselves no chance there.
That's beautiful. I mean, Levi's mechanics are phenomenal. Obviously, it's very easy to clown on like a Piper comp when you have that max super active, but even before that, or outside of that situation, just the dodges and the taps were absolutely beautiful. Na'Vi might just be able to win this out on just raw individual talent. You can see the blue star being much more contested now, but that's good damage for Achapi, and the Vengeful Spirits even popped to force 3R away from the blue.
Another key blue star pickup there too. All they have to do is pop that phase shifter and they're indestructible while they grab it. And they get right back to the mid as well. Na'Vi traveling as a unit right now. I think they've learned that maybe traveling as a pack's a little bit better when you combine it with that Gene star power there to try and get the extra heals coming in for the teammate as well. So I like this from Na'Vi. Again, very similar to what we saw in that second game, which was pretty successful for them.
They'll be pleased about this start to the round as well. They've not put themselves in harm's way. 3R don't have any supers built up. Levi, though, that's 2 phase shifter gadget activations. Cookie Popper with a bit of extra damage on the Nekozek, but not nearly as lethal as it used to be, apparently. It used to be basically securing instant kills. Okay, so we're going to have some of the map broken up. That will be relevant later in the round if we see Na'Vi switch to a more defensive posture again.
Interesting they go for those back walls as well. They were looking for the walking cane earlier to try and take down this little 3-pronged wall underneath the L-shaped ones there. The more open it is, the more opportunities for those long-range sharpshooter shots. And Achapi now maybe going to get a little aggressive here. There's the pull going through. Levi with the follow-through as well, and Na'Vi claim a victim here early.
And we saw the max super pop at the same time, so Achapi can sort of walk back during that hook and, you know, drag the Charlie even further away from their teammates. Sakura absolutely dominated there. Levi definitely dodging so many of these thorny yo-yos. Yumagoku, obviously not a viable target. Levi has to use that last phase shifter to get away. They go low, and the homemade recipe pursues. Na'Vi have a slim lead, though. No blue star, but a lead of 1. Suzuka now holding onto the super. Going to be looking to make use of that in the next few seconds, otherwise they will lose it. Going to be a Cocoon coming in onto the max. That's dangerous. Maybe instantly trying to give the shield to Levi, and it works. Now the super. Let's go, used by Levi. More than happy to try and duel that against Sakura. But ultimately, it's going to be Na'Vi that win with 1 star to their name.
The timing was so perfect too. About 450 HP, I believe, towards the end of that round. That would have swung a kill. Obviously, Max with, I think, about 100 there from the looks of it as well. So just a mere matter of seconds away from being different there. Very close call. Na'Vi, though, keeping the win streak alive. They're up 2-0 now. That round got awfully close. So as a result, instead of this being a 1-1 kind of scenario, much more comfortable for Na'Vi.
Absolutely. Very technical end, I think, to Bounty. The composition there, like, you know, takes a lot of ability to really make work, but you found a really long-range Gene Super that connected beautifully onto the Charlie, and that's where things go great. But that first round was all about 3R. They looked dominant.
I was really impressed with 3R Gaming this round too. I feel like this just hasn't been a blowout. I mean, outside of game number 1, maybe of knockout, really a back and forth. 3R Gaming looking strong in game number 1 here. A little dive away from Piper to secure things, but I mean, rounds 2 and 3 here, just very tactical. Na'Vi pick up the game 2. 3R Gaming try and fight back here towards the end of game number 3, but it just wasn't enough. I feel like Na'Vi, once they got that blue star lead, they found an early kill here in game number 3. There was just no turning back for them.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think, yeah, this was a max range magic hand there. Absolutely beautiful. And you can sort of see, like, much of this poke damage has been put down by the Piper. She's so threatening on this map. As opposed to Bell's Rock, she has more open sight lines, and she has the diagonals that she can play off. She can also go vertical, of course, and just take a, you know, a powerful lane and win it out there. But it really came down to their pick potential. Na'Vi did not win any of these rounds by large margins. In fact, I think on both occasions they were like between 1 and 3 stars. That's the kind of difference we're talking about here. And it requires you to walk a tightrope for so much of the round. You get the blue star, you try and play safe, somewhat defensive, get good Gene supercharge, make sure the Gust Bubble is available to be defensive, and out of nowhere, find another pick and get into the lead. It's not a flashy comp at all for Na'Vi, but the mechanics make up for the lack of flashiness in their brawler selection, I feel.
It's kind of interesting too. I mean, if I just saw that stat and saw that double the kills on the 3R Gaming side, knowing the game was Bounty, and they still lost 2-1, kind of a wild thing. And I think goes to your point, right? When Na'Vi were winning, it wasn't top fragging, it wasn't dropping 20-star games. It was getting that blue star and getting the 1 to 2 kills necessary to hold on to that lead. And I think they just capitalized on that strategy. They didn't worry about being too flashy or getting overly aggressive. They just did exactly what they were supposed to do. And as a result, this is going to be a 2-0 lead rather than maybe a closer 1-1 that it could have.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think we've seen Na'Vi now show us what they're capable of. I don't think that their draft was even weaker on paper. I think it just was a little bit harder to make work. It required a higher level of skill. And it makes you wonder, like, oh, this team just I didn't come out of nowhere. I don't think that's fair to say at all. But, you know, they were brought together with very limited notice, right? I think, like, Achapi was on that reject team that ended up losing out at LCQ. I sort of remember, you know, how that all went down. I don't know if they were on that team at the sort of time, but I remember that sort of name. You know, so these guys, like, really sort of get brought together from the shell of that reject team who didn't really make it as far internationally as what they would have hoped to. Now they're reinvigorated. Now they're taking the APAC region by storm. A lot of the same brawlers coming up here, though, Kenny. We do see the Bell making a return. Charlie snapped up straight away by 3R.
Charlie and Bell going to be two of the most popular brawlers here in terms of scrims this week. I've been keeping a close eye on things with the help of analyst Costa from Reply Totem of kind of how this region's shaping up, and Piper's been the most common pick, so it makes sense to see it in the ban stage. I think Amber can be a little bit of a sneaky one here too. Obviously this map is wide open, but control is everything. So having somebody like Amber to just put the pressure and the high DPS on the other end, especially to pierce through those spawners possibly that Charlie could bring to the table if they wanted to roll with spiders, could be a bigger deal here.
Yeah, I mean, Charlie, you know, she just plays a decent outside lane on this map. You can kind of juke behind those unbreakable boxes to some degree. Gus, again, definitely a power pick here. This time 3R fancy a little bit, you know, of a powerful mid. We see Carl on this map before. It's all about trying to run in. Trying to run in and trying to find these eliminations via the use of that super. Sometimes feels like a little bit of a kamikaze. At times, there's quite often the Carls that loses out in those trades, but again, you're forcing those gems to be dropped, and eventually there'll be a situation where you can do that and actually survive, bring them back to your team. If you die running back to them, that's fine. You drop them for your mid to pick up. It's pretty powerful, but it's very, very aggressive and hard to make work, I feel.
even before the buff as well, Gus is somebody that is super popular on this map and in particularly this region. I think having that Gus bubble paired with somebody like Carl, who's not really afraid to dive in on the enemy side, like you mentioned, to use the tailspin or the flying hook, whatever that looks like. Now they have that aggressive factor to kind of pair with Carl. So I think that's actually going to be a pretty good combination. And again, I think Gus is going to surprise some people today. This is a region that is not afraid to click that button.
Yeah, he's really tanky, right? That's something that's worth bearing in mind. Gus has a lot of health for like a, medium to long range character that already has like a lot of durability baked into the super. Yumagoku's going to get flattened here. Obviously, Amber, very good against the Spiderlings. There's not much that you could sort of do about that. So, very strong lane, and the lane's very up and down, right? So, Amber struggles when your opponent's sort of strafing left to right, and you have to sort of, slowly try and catch them with that damage. Sakura doing what Carl is supposed to do here. But Suzuki, yeah, really trying to show some dominance on the right.
All things considered, though, red roster still going to be able to grab a fourth gym if they want to there. They have to be careful because of those nest eggs, which maybe keep them away for now. Levi, though, setting up camp here in the mid as well. A nasty pull going down, a dive away, but it is futile. No, never mind. What a play there. 3R Gaming actually going to survive, but more importantly, gym carriers going down, and Carl just going to play this patiently.
You can't take
He's
the
not going to go for those gyms.
You can't.
You can't do it.
I mean, you are serving yourself up in a silver platter to the enemy team every round. I've got to say, Suzuki, absolute GOAT. Realizes that there's some real pressure on Nekozek and just turns her attention away from flattening Yumagoku as they were for most of the round to collapsing onto that mid and to get those gems dropped. Beautiful, beautiful play from Na'Vi. Just centimeter perfect stuff. That's what we love to see. A fantastic round to kick off this set.
Na'Vi really showcasing a lot of good stuff there. One, why they deserve to be here, especially after a miss last month. It's good to see the potential that these guys showed last year, especially in that structure of reject that you mentioned as well. I mean, the team that got them booted out of the World Finals was the runner-up in STMN. So I know this team's capable. They add a new player to the fray as well, who's immediately clicking. I mean, clearly this is a combination that's working out for them.
Yeah, definitely looking like they're going to, exceed the previous reputation of that reject team. Under a much fancier banner, might I add. Charlie is getting absolutely hosed, literally and figuratively. There's really nothing Yumagoku could do about it. It's just a mismatch in that lane. Now Nekozek's going to be zoned away by that Amber Super, and this is, again, a good Amber is very terrifying. A Chapi, I saw that. Nice lamp blowout there to set up the kill on Sakura. And another full dive from the Carl gets foiled.
Carl just unable to really capitalize on what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to be the aggressor, the one distracting the enemies, wasting shots, but a simple lamp blowout here and there has really kept him at bay. Now all the gyms really starting to add on. Complete positioning now. Suzuki going to be able to go this right-hand in, wide open. A hypercharge available for Levi. Going to pop it now. A pull going through. Not able to do much here. The follow-through kill, and they're only one gym away.
Sorry.
Somehow, not a single hand connected. That's unbelievable.
That is absolutely absurd, Nekozek just, I don't know, you thread the needle there, basically. Levi, there were 10 gems to their name. Sakura, do you have a flying hook available? Don't know if you actually have a real engage tool here. You are poking down a Chapi. Okay, you do. Flying hook used, but a Chapi's not the target you want. You need the gem carrier. 3R, not even close here. Gem grab absolutely one-sided. Na'Vi, clinch it. Beautiful stuff.
Felt like the first set where one-sided's the proper term, I think. I mean, that was just an impressive demonstration of mechanical skills. Liking the draft overall from him too. Na'Vi seem to be firing on all cylinders right now, which is really good considering down the other end of the bracket, you got somebody like Crazy Raccoon with a ton of potential and currently leading this region. Na'Vi have plenty of work left to do today, but this is a good showing to give us a chance at maybe beating some Titans.
Yeah, very different to last month. We actually saw a lot of very close quarterfinal games, even semifinals, but we already have our front runners pretty well established. It's actually on the B stream where we've seen a lot of the sort of more closer games. So we'll be trying to keep you up to date with those ones. Our first quarterfinal was finally resolved. It was Coco Loco winning 3-2 against Never Back Down. They will advance to take on Crazy Raccoon in that first semi-final. That means Revenant Esports and Angelic is still underway. We'll check in with that in just a moment here. But I mean, let's talk about this. I think the Amber pick was a stroke of genius. There is nothing Yumagoku could do against Suzuki.
This was just a dominant matchup in general. I mean, Suzuku on that Amber was an absolute problem. Levi felt like he never really went down either, just comfortably able to walk in and out of the mid, get those nest eggs established as well, and Achapi had some nice pulls, dealt with the Carl very well. I just felt like Na'Vi weren't doing anything wrong, and of course, the result showed that as well.
Levi, they're even getting a mark onto the Charlie. Seems a little bit unnecessary. You saw the game plan there for the Carl. Dive to Gene, but Gene has so many self-peel tools. 324 DPS from Levi. Disgusting. And yeah, that's why Yumigoku has a very quiet game. They can't do too much. I think Gus is such a robust, defensive, healthy gem carrier. What you end up with, like, with the shield on you, it's like 11,000, you know, like Frank level health pool with a knockback on top of the super now. So yeah, really hard to do much about them. They hit hard. Kooky Popper also lets you get like extra burst damage on your shots. You're kind of doing everything very well. But Bell, that hypercharge is great. And again, getting a mark against the Gus kind of nullifies a lot of that defensive capacity, just amping all of your damage from then on out. So a great answer to a very defensive mid.
And if Gene's dropping 7 kills for your side, you're probably winning the set, right? I mean, more than the entire enemy team as well. But as a result, the people at home have spoken. Levi going to be your all's choice of MVP. And I think a deserving candidate of that, considering what we saw from the man today.
Yeah, absolutely. Great stuff there from Levi. I think just on mechanical level, we saw a lot of the max play. I was blown away. These guys chilling. They're in Hong Kong. They're playing in a hotel lobby. You know, they're just chilling out. They're enjoying the ambiance, and they're absolutely dominating. That's what we love to see. Play the game, see the world is what they say, folks, especially when you're incentivized to travel to the center of the server that you're playing on to make sure you have the edge. Event.brawlstars.com. We're over on that side. If you're not there already, I recommend you head over. That's where you can watch along with us and earn some fantastic in-game rewards. You'll also have access to all the alternate streams. The B stream, of course, with Wiggly Spoo and the Japanese stream. So head over there, check them out, and you know, give them your love as well. We'll be back after the break. We're going to be recapping what has happened on the B stream and set our sights forward to our semi-finals.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Achapi, you've already won the World Cup twice. How did it feel to realize you were the best in the game?
いや、まあ特になんすかね、自分うまいなとかあんま天狗とかにはなってないんですけど、まあ3回目の世界大会優勝を目指して頑張ってますって感じです。
Suzuku, you're completely new to the team. Have you had time to settle in?
はい、もともと別に仲良かったんで大丈夫です。
Levy, what do you think about your teammates? What are their biggest strengths?
アチャピは、リーダーかつチームのバランスを整えて存在で、雫は、自分たち2人が使えないキャラを使えたり、無双してもらえる枠だなと思ってます。
Achapi and Levy, how did the loss at the March finals affect you?
マンスリーでアップを残せなくて、残り4回のマンスリーではもうどこのチームいけなく、もう1位を取らないといけないっていう前向きに頑張
る。でも全く同じですね。
What is your opinion about other teams in the region?
はい、待ってない時。ダークホースのチームはエンジェリックで、なんかあんまり知らなかったんですけど、先月のマンスリーで準優勝したんで強いなと思いました。で、強いと思うチームは CR です。ではピックもうまいし、プレーもめっちゃうまいんで強いです。
は AGC で、理由は、なんか個性のキャラの使い方がうまくて対応が難しい部分があると思うからです。で、強いと思うチームは CR で、アジアの地域の中だったらもうずっとトップにいて、もう PS も前からです。
ダークホースだと思うチームは FG で、理由はメンバーが新しくなってちょっと怖いなって感じです。で、ライバルだと思うチームはクレイジーラクーンで、やっぱりアジア1位で、強いなって感じです。
Which brawlers are in the meta right now?
はい。今一番強いと思うキャラクターはチャーリーで、まあ理由はチャーリーがいれば何でもできるんで、とりあえずチームに困ったらチャーリーを入れとけば勝てます。
How often do you train now and plan to train before the finals?
今やってることは毎日、夜3、4時間ほど練習でチームでスクリームをして、マップでの立ち回りだったり編成を考えていることです。
What can fans expect from you at the April finals?
はい、ファンのみんながワクワクできるようないい試合を全試合できるように精一杯頑張ります。で、結果を残して優勝します。
This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
That's right, folks, and don't forget, of course, Squad Busters launching globally May the 29th. You can pre-register on whatever app store is relevant to your device. I don't know you. I don't know what you use. You can just go out there and search it up, find it, right? That's exactly what I did. And we're just about to jump into our semi-finals, guys. Now, our matches pretty one-sided, right? We've been cruising through them. On the B stream, though, they've been very back and forth, right? And one of the teams featured in those games will be in this semi-final. Coco Loco managed to win against Never Back Down in a 3-2 result. It's a big deal. Going up against Crazy Raccoon, though, now is surely to be their biggest challenge yet. Kenny, Reddy, you both had a chance to check out what was going on in the B stream. Would love to get your thoughts on how this match should play out.
Well, I had a chance to see a little bit of the Never Back Down Coco Loco. I'm sure by the time it wrapped up, Reddy got to catch the second half, but the first half was really exciting, especially that Brawl Ball set. So I'm curious to hear, Reddy, how it exactly ended in the way that it did.
Yeah, this one went all the way to a double match point. The last set was super entertaining. We saw Coco Loco pick 3 mids on Rustic Arcade, and they went for some lane switches and stuff, but they had good counter picks. I think one of the more entertaining things to me was a lane Gene, which it just doesn't happen. I don't think I've ever seen that in competitive before, but it worked enough for them to get a 2-1 victory in that set, and they won the game 3-2, or they won the match 3-2 overall. That was a pretty entertaining one. Definitely one worth going over to the VOD of the B stream afterwards and checking out.
Now let's talk predictions for this semi-final. Coco Loco had a 7th seed coming in and had a bit of a rocky time, I think, getting knocked down by S1 to the lower bracket and having to fight their way through there. We are all on the Crazy Raccoon Na'Vi train. We had Never Back Down in our first quarterfinal, so we kind of suck, but that's all right. Sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles. We also believe that Revenant will win against Angelic, but that game is crazy and still ongoing, and we all basically flipped a coin for that one. However, the story is we all believe that Crazy Raccoon are set to win here against Coco Loco. It definitely feels like a less difficult game to predict. Crazy Raccoon, their drafts, guys, their drafts look bloody good. They look much cleaner than last month. Because, Kenny, that was like a big criticism we had of them, like, having to reverse sweep to win that grand final.
I think it's been the one thing that's kind of been the criticism of any time that they've, lost a big matchup. I think especially at the World Finals, they got flack. Yeah, I mean, it's part of it, right? And it's a really difficult thing to get down. I mean, all things considered, too, this week, we had hypercharges, balance changes. There's a lot to juggle here for these pro players. So sometimes you're not going to be perfect. But, I mean, especially for a quarterfinal, that was about as good as it gets.
All right, ready, set. I want you to whet our appetite as we jump into this game for real. Coco Loco featuring some very well-known names. I like to think. Response, X9J in Hiroshi had a banger of a matchup in that quarterfinal, a 3-2 victory. A team that had to fight really hard to be here. Some pretty crazy moments to close it out.
Yeah, and of course, we all predicted that Never Back Down would actually take this one. Coco Loco, this is a team with history in Brawl Esports. Some players, especially if we talk like X9J and Hiroshi, they played on Team Flash last year going to LCQ. We saw a response of last year's Revenant departing the roster and joining this roster. And he was world champion in 2020. I believe he was MVP at World Finals in 2020 as well. I mean, these are historical players. So seeing them on this free agent roster should not do anything to sort of lower your expectations of them.
Okay, so we definitely expect much from them, but Crazy Raccoon not only have the reputation, but also, Kenny, already have a really strong showing in that first quarterfinal to sort of, ride on. We all predicted them to win here, and I feel like that's for a pretty good reason, because they looked above reproach earlier.
They look good today. They've got the history, the resume. I mean, it's pretty hard to bet against these guys against just about anybody in the world, especially when Tinsai was glaring at our eyes and screens earlier today. But it got to me a little bit, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to bet against these guys this month.
Yeah, you know what? I kind of feel that. We talked about how, remember last month, we said Tensai looks mad, like legitimately angry, not just like staring you down. He was like I feared for any drywall installation, I think I said, with this like reach, because they were getting pushed to the very limit. And I think that they expected more from themselves in a game like that. And it showed, because we only had Tensai's cam. He was just like, he was pissed, guys. There's no other way of putting it here. Coco Loco, though, maybe, without the weight of expectations on their shoulders, gives them a little bit of freedom. Maybe makes them feel a little bit more comfortable. Here's X9J, who is chilling. Not in a hotel room, not in a hotel lobby, just chilling in their room. Nice little MKB up there, ready to game, ready to hit the ground running here, and maybe look for an upset win over Crazy Raccoon. I know that's a tall order, I think, to ask from this team, but we've already seen them, I think, perform better than, we expected after seeing their run through the qualifiers, which was rocky at best. Coco Loco v Crazy Raccoon. I think I'm still feeling comfortable about my particular prediction here. I'm definitely on board with that one. Keep you updated as well. The B stream's still going. I think Revenant were able to win that first set out, but it's been a pretty back and forth affair. So we'll try and keep you updated on how that is progressing. One more chance, guys. You can change their Preds. You want to change the Preds, boys? No. Give you one opportunity. No? Yeah, all right. Thought I'd give you the opportunity. Take it away, guys. I'm gonna leave you to it. I'm gonna step aside, see what's happening on the B stream, Kenny. It's all yours.
Appreciate you, Uber. Enjoy another heated matchup on the other end. For now, Reddy and I are going to take over some Crazy Raccoon and Coco Loco, and it looks like the people at home, Reddy, kind of lining up with us. 90-10, that's nothing to slouch at.
Yeah, this is about what you would expect. Coco Loco, this roster coming in, all of us predicted that they would end up falling in that very first matchup. They end up managing to clutch it out in a double match point, just literally as close as it gets, with actually some creative comps. But we've seen Crazy Raccoon get their comps on point today, so I don't know if that's going to be enough to upset these guys. We even saw in moments, I want to talk like Dueling Beetles in particular, in Crazy Raccoon's quarterfinal. We saw Stetampo play that Bell into an Angelo lane where he was absolutely outmatched brawler-wise, and he still diffed that lane 100% of the time. It's very impressive. Mechanical skill goes a long way here.
Draft can only take you so far, right? At the end of the day, it's how you implement it. So I think that's a great tell of how good these guys can be. And in terms of the ban phase, somebody that, like I said earlier, that's been catching my eye in the scrims, in the balance changes, the first one that kind of caught my attention, it's going to be the cat on the other end. It's going to be Kit hitting the ban stage again. This is Bounty as well. We do expect people like Bell and Gene to get drafted here as well, especially Bell, Gene, Nani being the most picked in our monthly qualifiers. Keep in mind too, though, that data is good, but we did have a recent set of balance changes too, which can change things up a little bit. And I mean, obviously, people are prioritizing the Angelo ban, which makes sense why Crazy Raccoon threw it out the window.
I think this one's quite interesting to see Kit banned by the team that has last pick, because this is usually how you'd want it to go. Kit isn't really like a first pick brawler, at least historically. In this new meta that's only been around for a few days by this point, it's entirely possible. We see that Gene for selection as a result though, and Gene's hypercharge is just so insane. I also see that Max has been banned on Coco Loco, which is very wise by them. Max is just like a must pick absolutely everywhere, and you don't want to let that fall into the hands of a team like Crazy Raccoon either.
Max and Gene right now, especially getting the hypercharges, the history that that combination brings, it's very popular, and it was the most played specific combination in this region in scrims this week leading up to this, so it makes sense that one of them would be gone. Somebody that's a little bit of a surprise factor here, though, it's going to be Mandy, and I'm sure the sharpshooter capability is a big reason for that, and of course, it's a must-hit and kind of watch super there, so I think if Mandy can hit a cross-court shot, it'll be something to see.
Okay, so we see the Charlie that's ready to deal with the Carl here. Carl is fairly decent into the Charlie because you can slice through all of those spiders. Larry and Laurie is the final selection from Crazy Raccoon here. The Tick was available, but I think Larry and Laurie will be much better at dealing with a close range interaction. You're also not playing versus another thrower, so you don't need to worry about that matchup. That's where Larry and Laurie usually fails, is in a matchup versus another thrower. And Crazy Raccoon actually learned this lesson the hard way, as we saw a Tensai play Larry into Angelic's Willow last month on, I believe it was Pinball Dreams, and got out DPS'd just like crazy. So this is a wise throw pick from the guys. It's going to be a little challenging to deal with a Carl that's going aggro into you. Response is actually going to go for that blue star. That's just the way that you play Carl when it comes to bounty. Get the blue star for free. Now Crazy Raccoon got to play the aggro.
That's a huge motivation for also going Carl, and to kind of touch on that matchup you were speaking on as well. We saw Tick versus Larry Laurie earlier, and we know how that went. So now that Tick not really in the picture, another thrower not in position, you can kind of go Larry and Laurie with some better matchups here, and we're already seeing the aggression pan out as well. Tensai marching his way down the sideline here. Satapo trying to expand to the mid. CL going to be put in a corner here if they're not careful.
Coco Loco just backing up gradually. We see Tensai trying to make use of the walls where he can. Okay, big pinch on a Tensai, huge positioning. They end up getting the takedown. The Crazy Raccoon fire back. The use of the Mandy super, but no kill. Coco Loco remain in the lead, and Setapo has his super to use if Response decides to gadget in. We see the spiders come down, blocking up some good damage from Hiroshi. That's all it really amounts to. X9J marked. Response going for the big kill on Tensai, and a missed super from Setapo, but they still secure a kill.
Oh, and the little nest egg there, getting the best of Mandy. The easy follow-through tag as well, the slowdown there, and that's a big reason why Bell is so valuable right now among the sharpshooters. Sure, she's not going to do best in the one-on-one matchup against somebody like a Piper or a Nani, but the utility that Bell can bring to the table, along with that hypercharge and the stat boost with it, such a big deal, and we're really starting to see why people are so used to picking this brawler, why it's so apparent in our current meta.
Bell has that hypercharge and super combo too. Response is the ideal target to hit here. Now, Response could gadget out of the way, but I think it would be ideal to use that in the last few seconds, which are rapidly approaching. You see the Vengeful Spirits in to weaken up some enemies. Lane switch over to the left and a takedown onto X9J. Crazy Raccoon with all the stars that they need. Hiroshi goes for the pull, but only gets a spider in response. With just a few seconds left, there's no room for Coco Loco to bring this one back. And Crazy Raccoon take game one.
Textbook stuff there. They stuck around the entire time, eventually swinging that blue star their way, and along with it, a few frags. Impressive stuff, and again, every time we've looked at this player cam from Tensai, he's just locked in. I think even though they won the monthly finals, this man is looking for number 18, by the way. 18 monthly finals is unbelievable, and he's just as hungry for this one, I think, as he has been ever, at least just based on his facial expressions. It's unbelievable how driven and how into the game these guys have been.
Dude's clocking in, just showing up to his job, but he does it so well. We see Coco Loco with a different approach to mid this time. Nice dodges for X9J, I want to note, on the left side. He managed to get that blue star, which avails response, the ability to go aggro if he needs into Tensai. We see Stetampo sticking nearby at all times because he's the tank counter. Charlie's good at a lot of things, but tank countering is just what she's best at because she gets what's essentially like a 7-second stun when you hit that cocoon. We'll see, though, response now coming in. Looks for the gank on Tensai, but X9J was the one to finish it off. That range is hurting Stetampo right now as Charlie received a slight range nerf. Caused him to miss that shot on response. So far, Coco Loco remain firmly in the lead with a 5-0 star lead.
And they're trying to time those Larry shots just right, so the reverb gets the connection there. Response, though, adding a shield, a little tailspin, and another frag added on to Coco Loco's list. They need to be careful here, though. Moya with the flank. Charlie back in action as well in response, taking a lot of heat right now. The passive healing and the aggression contrasting with the other end. Unbelievable stuff for Coco Loco this round. They're really taking off with it.
Response needs this kill on Tensai. He does manage to come through. 12-4 scoreline at the moment. Now, the lead narrowing to just 5 stars. Crazy Raccoon got to be patient here. They have Coco Loco all the way on the ropes, and they have had them there for a long time. With the hypercharge in, Stetampo's looking to get his super. He must be just like one hit away. Doesn't get anything as a result, and he cannot hit these shots either. He does hit that shot that he needed to onto response, but he doesn't manage to make anything happen with that super. Coco Loco almost getting that 20-star mark. This is fantastic, and that hurt. I mean, Stetampo was not hitting those shots.
And even with Carl going down, a huge star carrier for them, they still had a 7-star lead. A huge turnaround here from Coco Loco in game number 2. I think Carl surviving early on and more interactions really made the difference as well. I mean, that's 2 to 4 stars if it's 1 to 2 lives lost there. Mandy picking up that early kill as well and surviving, getting that interaction win on the left-hand side when the pinch was going down the right. Everything just perfect there for Coco Loco. They're actually not going to go for this blue star, which is interesting response. Going to position himself on the right-hand side. I don't know if that's a good thing or a mistake, considering that, well, now he's kind of leaving his position. I mean, overall, I would say that was not a good interaction.
Oh, they're looking for the early pinch. Well, response isn't going to get the kill on a Tensai, but they still did get that interaction on the right lane. They fed the blue star to Crazy Raccoon. The thing is, they gave it to Tensai. He's like almost the safest brawler. He gets to sit behind walls. The only target that can really take him down is response. And I think Tensai is also just kind of playing a patient game. If X9J gets in here, he'll be able to go for a pinch. Crazy Raccoon are setting themselves up pretty strongly on these lanes, but we'll get a taste of what Coco Loco can now offer on offense, because we haven't seen them in this position for the entire set so far. It's already resulted in 3 kills for Crazy Raccoon.
Crazy Raccoon, a complete reversal of how the tempo of this is going. They get that early lead. They set up the nest eggs. They have Larry Laurie just hunkered down at that L-shaped wall on the right-hand side. They don't need to get aggressive. They can sit back and relax. The only one that can get really aggressive is response. Unless Hiroshi hits the pool of his life here, he's going to be calculated about this. They have to make it count. You only get 1 to 2 gene pulls typically a game, so they can't afford a miss here.
Hiroshi's looking for it. Stetampo would be a bad target. He has the spiders. Missed super from Stetampo. Hyper connects on a response from Moya, and it's good. 5 to 10 though, as Hiroshi picked up a kill on Stetampo. It's still possible for Coco Loco to bring this back and take a set off of last month's monthly final winners. Tensai has all the defense in the world. Response is forced to move in. Stetampo's out of a super. He's going to try and get it faster. Now gets a kill and the cocoon onto our brawler on the left side. Hiroshi now surrounded and taken down. There's no possibility of a comeback for Coco Loco at this point.
A complete opposite of what we just saw in game number 2. What a back and forth set the whole way through, as CR planned to finish things off here with a 1-0 lead in set. 17-5, the final score of game number 3. And a little smile cracking for Tensai there. Maybe letting himself feel a little something there. I mean, very well deserved, especially considering that there was a little shaky in game number 2 there for Crazy Raccoon. They bounced back immediately in game number 3 with a complete change of pace, which I'm really impressed with the adjustments.
I think honestly, game number 2 could have completely been a Crazy Raccoon had we seen Stetampo basically do his thing on the Charlie. He was in close range, just the shots weren't connecting. That's how Charlie is usually played. You get in close range and you just like, you know, auto aim. If you're on 0 ping, which these guys most certainly are, then you really do just auto aim from a couple tiles away or 3 tiles away. You're going to hit every single shot. But the math did not work out this time. He was just a little bit too far away and actually missed every shot. He popped his hyper when he was 1 shot off of super, and he just could not get that yo-yo to connect. And this is the moment right here where he just could not get that shot, unfortunately. Finally got into response, and you can see it was only 1 shot that he needed, but it was too little, too late.
Love the cheeky kill from Jay up close, more of a shotgun with that Mandy super there on the left-hand end. I believe against Bell a little earlier ago, but here's this game number 3. I mean, Crazy Raccoon get that early interaction win, and because of that, they have a lead. And also because of that, they can just sit there Larry Laurie behind that wall. They know they don't have to get overly aggressive because they're not going to have any angles on the other end. Mandy's going to have to work around that wall. Gene's going to get some maybe poke damage at best, and Carl's going to have to fly in with a literal flying hook if he wants to touch Larry Laurie. And I think because of that, it was a real runaway there, and Crazy Raccoon were able to display their strategy to perfection there. But all things considered, I mean, the kill category close there, I'm sure that was due to a lot of game number 2 for Coco Loco, but the same can be said for Crazy Raccoon on round 3. So maybe we'll have a little competition on our hands here. Ready?
Dude, I was mad impressed by what Coco Loco had to offer here. I think their mechanics were huge, like their team mechanics. I honestly thought that their approach to game 3 was really cool and creative. They give the blue star to Larry, sure, but they got the pinch on the right lane. I mean, yeah, they got the kill that they were looking for. It was not a pointless act to surrender the blue star. I did like, though, how they started off game number 2 where they got Mandy, the blue star, got like the safest, least aggressive brawler. She's literally going to hit you while she cannot see you. You're off the screen. That was good team play to get that initial win. I think that Coco Loco have the team mechanics to stick together this year, make some big things happen. It's unlucky for them that they face Crazy Raccoon in the semifinal because, I mean, honestly, they could go further in this tournament.
Well, interesting stuff here, but on the other end, if you're just joining us from the B stream, Revenant just swept their way through Angelic, last month's runner-up, who took 3-2 loss to Crazy Raccoon in our grand final. So Angelic not looking nearly as hot last month. We'll have to see if that's a one-off for the year, or if Revenant maybe are the team that we expected them to be heading into it. We'll see them a little bit later on in the day, but for now, we're going to be tackling some Safe Zone here, Ready? A very interesting map, I think, in the rotation right now.
And also the only heist map in rotation. So this is just another interesting peculiarity of the balance changes coming in a few days before the monthly finals. So Safe Zone gonna, I think, actually have a high level of draft skill expression here, since you don't need to scrim any other heist maps. We will see what these picks and bans end up being. Melody's a very predictable one. This brawler is just absolutely busted at getting safe damage. Look at some of these ban rates too. We see Chuck occupying spot number 1 at 79%, but he's not spotted just yet. New meta, however, Chuck is still very, very viable. He's one that you want to pick up in tandem with Cordelius. That way you can't get countered super hard by it. Maybe Crazy Raccoon are setting up for something like this. The only problem with picking a Chuck is that it is a little paradoxical. He looks like a base race brawler, but he's totally not. The counter to Chuck is actually to base race, and Crazy Raccoon seem to be covering their bases at the moment.
Well said, Reddy. Well said. I see you over here.
Yeah.
It's still making some puns. I like it. I like it. Colette, though, a very popular selection for good reason. The hypercharge, the damage output. I'm looking out. That's exactly what I was about to say. Looking out for the Colt here. It's somebody in monthly qualifiers, excuse me, that showed up a ton, and in scrims this week as well. Things didn't change. Colt was the most played brawler in APAC for, we'll call them top 8 teams here this month in their scrims. Cordelius as well. The pairing there traditionally going to show up here as one option to counter Chuck, but also just any tanky ideas that get in the mix too. I mean, Cordelius not the guy that you're going to send and sick on that high safe, right? It's more for defensive measures. So I think a little more control with the Cordelius, with the Bell, and then all aggression from that Carl.
You know how we talk, okay, here's the Charlie. You know how we talk about pinches where 2v1, you basically leave no room for your enemy to go, no matter what step they take, it's gonna be wrong. This is one of those where Crazy Raccoon had the last pick. Chuck isn't banned. They picked a base race comp. Coco Loco are well, shoot, if we if we don't pick the Cordelius, then we're gonna face Chuck. So we gotta pick the Cordelius. The thing is that Cordelius gets no safe damage because he has no range. He is outranged by every single brawler on this enemy team. There's not a single brawler that he counters. I think this is a good updraft by Crazy Raccoon.
Cordelius had a 91% win rate, 11 out of 12 in those monthly qualifiers, but I wonder how much of that had to do with the matchups they had, because I think looking at it on paper, like you mentioned, there's no way he's keeping up with the likes of Colette, Colt. I mean, Tensai, even with a little bit shorter range, gonna have to dive in here just to get some connections and actually gonna give him a little bit of trouble. A trade out, I think, is ideal in that situation, especially considering CR at position.
Thing is, as you just saw, Cord is able to jump over those indestructibles on the right side, which makes it not as free of a lane. He's already used 2 of those. We see Jay also connect with this safe and get some damage over here. Stetampo stuck in the Shadow Realm as well. Response is actually doing a really good job of getting the aggression. Tensai, though, already has his hypercharge. That's remarkably early in a game to be getting your hyper. Moya is making some connections to the safe. He is marked up by the bell. We see 3 nest eggs already dropped down, but Stetampo has the super. Tensai has a way of dealing with Jay. He's actually going to use that super and then look for a kill on Jay in the back lines. Meanwhile, Coco Loco are doing devastating damage to the enemy safe. Response is defending, but that's the thing. That's all he is really going to be good for on the Cord. We saw him jump forward, but he needs to use a gadget, and he's already used half of them for the game.
He's played phenomenally, but even one misstep, like you mentioned, like missing a super, can be devastating. He's not going to be the guy that gets up in your face. Really, Jay's the only person capable of doing that, but Moya's going to put an entire clip into that man. Stetampo rushing through the safe as well, and now Tensai in prime position on the left-hand end. They're at roughly 20%. A Cocoon on the other brawler. Colt piercing through as well. Spiders everywhere. It's chaos all around. Coco Loco can't do a thing.
90% win rate. Who? They say. I saw a 90% win prediction for CR, but I think that this is one of those situations where, despite him being such a successful brawler historically, this is not one of the areas where Cordelius thrives. Cordelius is a good brawler all around, but he needs stuff that he counters in order to truly thrive. And Chuck, while unbanned, was not picked here. It was certainly present, hovering, just looming over the possible picks, but in the end, it wasn't picked, rendering Response not really able to respond to anything in particular.
I talk about it all the time in Heist, but this is a composition that really relies on positioning. Cordelius with a bad matchup. I just think overall, like you said, this is a lose-lose scenario, right? They can send Jay in there, but that's really their only option on the other end. They've got 3 pretty comparable ways to deal with that Heist safe, so 1 to 2 brawlers every time getting on that other end is a big deal for CR, who now just shredded through their opponents. They're equipped with supers. Stetampo, every time he dives in, does 10%. Coco Loco just have so much work cut out for him.
Site really needs a moment here. Response, now Cocooned, it's free for Stetampo. That's the thing, is that Cord and Charlie do basically the same thing. They banish an enemy. You put him in the Cocoon, you put him in the Realm, it's good. However, so far, I've actually seen a pretty good win on the right side for X9J. It's an easy pinch. In fact, Moya's going to be the one to get the kill, pick up 2 kills, in fact. Response is ready to defend a Colette coming in, so if Tensai can get that super, which he has now, Response is taken down. Site has to be close to that super. Moya also popping the Hyper and the super in tandem. Hyper's popped everywhere, but still, Crazy Raccoon has the control of mid.
I mean, all things considered, they still have another super in hand as well. The damage now piling up here too. Carl trying to play defense. Moya staying alive as long as he can, but a complete swing. Coco Loco with an opportunity, but like I said, there's not as many hypercharges that are going to dish out a ton of damage to work with. A beautiful connection there from Tensai as well, shutting down any hope of Coco Loco crossing enemy lines, and almost a 30% lead as well. With only 40 seconds to go, blue side's going to have to act quick.
I'm shocked that Stetampo won that interaction versus Cord on the left side. He got crazy dodges versus Response, and now without a super, he gets to pop his hypercharge and his super at the same time. Might even get another super off of it. Response now going into the Realm, picks up a couple of mushrooms to keep himself alive. Nice clip there from Moya. Puts them on defense with 15 seconds remaining. They just got to stay here. Bonus points if they get the victory by taking down the enemy high safe, but there's no room for Coco Loco to advance. Crazy Raccoon will be taking a yet another set.
That composition and the players piloting them, nearly impossible to deal with. Crazy Raccoon looking flawless on the day. Tensai I think that was a sign of boredom, honestly, Reddy. Just hand resting on his face. He just doesn't know what to do. They've played nothing but perfection today. I'm going to be surprised if Coco Loco can even get a set at this point. I mean, that was really difficult, all things considered.
Dude, Tensai's got a crazy impression of the man standing emoji, just standing expressionless. I mean, it really does convey the vibe, but this is actually the most emotion that we've seen expressed from him so far. They have won every single set that they have played so far in the monthly final. This was the 5th set that they won consecutively, and now they're up 2-0. I mean, they've only dropped a single game, and honestly was kind of close in Bounty, but this is a masterclass draft. We talked stats. This was a 91% win rate, so correction, it wasn't 90%. 91% win rate for Cordelius on this map in the qualifiers. Now, the meta has changed, but also this is Crazy Raccoon. An 11 out of 12 game win rate is not going to keep these guys from playing the way that they know is successful. And we saw how much Cord struggled, even though he did kind of fulfill his role of just defending the aggro when it came to putting Site Tampo in the realm. It's only temporary.
And we're not pro players, but despite reading that stat out, hearing 91% Cordelius win rate, that is incredible. But when we put some context behind it, right, when we see the enemy side, it just didn't make sense for us. You know, I feel like they were forced into it, like you mentioned. They didn't have that last selection. They kind of got to plan out, all right, what's the most well-rounded thing we could probably do here? And because of that, Crazy Raccoon make one simple adjustment with that 6th pick, and it kind of covers all their bases. They have multiple options for damage. They have ways to get kills. They have ways to take control. And on the enemy side, you got Cordelius that's not going to match up well with any of these guys. You got Bell, who's a great brawler, but again, the win rate, at least last month, wasn't special. It's around that 50% marker. I think Bell is flexible, but especially in something like Heist here, it's not going to secure you a bunch of damage. That's what Carl has to do. And Jay doing everything he can. He's picking up kills like you see there with 8. Nonetheless, though, not enough to deal with the likes of a Charlie, Colt, Colette composition. I think Colt and Colette probably 2 of the best, if not the 2 best outside of those bans they could have gotten. So loving what Crazy Raccoon is doing. Again, just perfection all day long.
Yeah, I mean, just great drafts from the guys is what it ultimately comes down to. We're moving now into Rustic Arcade, and this is the only gym grab map as well. Once again, just the symptoms of balance changes coming in a few days before our monthly finals, but it does put our players' intuition and their skills of preparing to the ultimate test. And so far, it looks like Crazy Raccoon, they just kind of get it. They're getting a draft diff basically every single set. We see the 8-bit selection from Coco Loco. Now, we actually saw a bit of this map. This is not Safe Zone, by the way. We are actually heading into Rustic Arcade. We saw some Rustic Arcade played earlier. Both of these brawlers were in play. We saw a move from, at least from Coco Loco in their previous match that they played Jean on the lane. I wonder if Crazy Raccoon are considering that one. I also see that Max is not banned, so I feel like Crazy Raccoon could pick this one up if Coco Loco don't.
Yeah, Max not banned, Bell not banned. There's a few popular brawlers here that really have caught my eye. I think 8-bit a very interesting one, all things considered, too. 8-bit somebody that's, I would say, somewhat popular in this region, at least currently. However, in North America, this is a brawler that's been used a ton for gym grab in general and currently as well. So curious to see what they kind of pair this with. As you can see there as well, the brawler ban rates. Angelo, 79%. That was pre-nerf, but I still kind of expect Angelo to be banned a ton today. I still think he's one of the stronger brawlers, so it makes a lot of sense to me that we still see that come through in our ban stage.
Dude's just a good mid. He is at the top of the sharpshooter food chain, if you want to put it that way. We see bow selection. This is good damage. No real complaints here. If you can juke him right, then you can take way less damage. We'll see the Rico selection from Crazy Raccoon. This is not really what I expected at all. I super anticipated a Max selection here. We'll see Piper as the last one without really anything to counter it, unfortunately, from Crazy Raccoon. So honestly, if it weren't for the bow, which I'm not usually a bow fan, so forgive my bias here, I think that this could be a Coco Loco draft. This is one of those rare situations, at least it has become rare so far today, that Crazy Raccoon I don't think have an insane outdraft. But Rico is still very strong on this lane versus Response, and I will definitely lean in Crazy Raccoon's favor there.
Well, so Tampo making mincemeat of this right-hand side. I mean, despite the matchup questions, The Brawler himself, not in question whatsoever. Still going to be a tough thing to tackle here. Response is trying to keep up with the range, the wall bouncing, the super already built up as well, firing down the sideline there. Not quite enough for a frag, but the gadget keeping them away. Jay forced to jump away and use this super already, but they do get rid of one nest egg, which is all things considered a bigger deal. They're able to claw their way out of spawn a little bit, but Jay's still going to have to be careful.
Hiroshi on the left side, he's being largely ignored. If they can stay away from him, then they can avoid giving him the turret, which makes him so useful. We saw just the value that Hiroshi was able to offer on the 8-bit in the very first match of the day, and it seems like he's fairly comfortable on this brawler, but Stetampo has forced him out of position. Site is able to essentially outrange him here, and he just churns out a billion damage. But now Hiroshi has this super down for Jay to utilize and get some massive taps on Moya. The struggle is simply connecting those and dealing with Site, who has a lot of speed to work with on the left.
Hiroshi was forced to use a teleport there too. Rico shots are just landing left and right now. As Tensai continues to duel the right-hand side, a tough one at that. They had a nest egg down, so there's little room to work with there as Hiroshi gets a trade, a teleport away, and the gym count all even here with a big takedown there as well. Hiroshi getting these gyms, though, really isn't the worst thing in the world for them.
I think this is actually a really good lane transition. I think Hiroshi is great lane into Moya as this mid. No beam, actually, from Site, who's trying to get some damage on Hiroshi. It looked like at max range. We'll see Jay now take lane responsibilities. Huge damage onto Moya, but no success at taking him down. They have gotten themselves in almost a winning position. They still have to get this next gym at mid, otherwise Crazy Raccoon can tie it. They have enough time for another gym to spawn. There doesn't appear to be a kill on Moya in sight. Missed super there from Tensai. That's one of the boons of, or I guess one of the banes, if you want to put it that way, of having that thing auto-target onto an enemy. It actually just went right between Jay and Hiroshi. Didn't hit anyone at all.
A little bit of a game of chicken here as well. No gadgets available for Hiroshi. He burned through all of them, so even if they get the teleport down, or excuse me, the super down, they can't teleport through. There's also bow mines there as well, so they have to be kind of careful about how they go about this. Moya getting by there. Tensai connecting this super as well. Countdown as well. They need to grab it. 3 hands and a super pull at that as well. A takedown on the other end, and Crazy Raccoon, as a result, able to skate on by. That hypercharge ready. Unbelievable speeds.
Like, what do you do, man? What do you do into that? It comes you at warp speed. What's the Gene counter? Oh, well, there are a bunch of brawlers that counter Gene. You can have movement away. You can put down some kind of turret. Not when it comes at you that fast, man. That's faster than, like, human reaction time. You're not able to deal with that. You got his hypercharge super in the last few seconds. 8-bit wasn't ready for it, wasn't sitting behind a spawnable. You're gonna get yanked. That's simply how it goes. Wonderful play for Crazy Raccoon. They can make it happen again. And this time, I wonder if Coco Loco are going to be a little more timid about giving that hypercharge to Moya. It's kind of hard to avoid giving Gene supercharge because, you know, his super goes like the way it does, or rather his shot goes the way it does. It fans out and hits everything in sight. This is going to be another challenge where Coco Loco need to win the game faster before Crazy Raccoon can get that insane hypercharge pull.
Not to mention, too, 8-bit is a slow dude, man. There is no chance. I mean, most brawlers wouldn't have a chance, but especially out of all brawlers, especially ones that are burned out of their teleports, zero chance. So I think that was a major play there, obviously, and Crazy Raccoon really capitalizing on that recent hypercharge, which is something a lot of pro players have adapted to as our metas progress. Only 2 gyms to show for it as well. Coco Loco, while they were able to keep up in game number 1, right now things are looking very bleak.
Okay, jump in from the bell. Could be something on Hiroshi. The hypercharge popped, and Hiroshi is out of the picture. The mark on X9J did connect, but we didn't see a kill. Not a whole lot resulted of that move from Tensai, but Stetampo is winning his lane on the left side. It's a challenging matchup for Response to deal with. We see a missed mark from Tensai, who's actually quite vulnerable. Response looks for the kill, but Crazy Raccoon are simply strafing properly against the boats. Like I said, you can get hit by only one of those arrows. And nice super there from Stetampo. Crazy Raccoon just need to run this back and play safe.
It's just a massacre. Coco Loco can't do a thing right now. They're not able to progress up the map. CR landing shots. It's pure chaos here. But a calm after the storm for Crazy Raccoon. They're resting comfortably in the back of their spawn and proving why they deserve to be the final boss of this APAC region. Our first grand finalist of the day will be none other than the Titans themselves.
I mean, what did you expect, bro? It's Crazy Raccoon. Now, Coco Loco did put up a good fight, but I don't think they look super disappointed. We even saw, after they dropped set 2, still laughing and smiling on cams. I think they're really happy that they won that match 1, that they just won that quarterfinals matchup, facing Crazy Raccoon and doing as well as they did, like especially in set number 1, for instance. I think is definitely something that they can carry with them as sort of like micro victories in this overall scheme. But for now, this marks actually the only game that Crazy Raccoon have dropped in this entire tournament so far, and it was in set number 1. After that, it was a clean sweep, and it almost went a different way in game number 1 had it not been for a big hypercharge pull from Moya.
We had moments. We had moments where Coco Loco looked like maybe they're going to do something here, but Crazy Raccoon just continued to persevere. Whether that's an insane gene hypercharge, whether that's a comeback with mechanics, you can never count these guys out. We saw it last month with the reverse sweep as well, and even though Angelic were leading the whole way, they didn't falter. They kept fighting, and today they look even more comfortable, even more powerful as we've progressed into month number 2. We've got a heck of a matchup coming up for semifinal number 2, but the way these guys are playing, what they're showing, I don't know if anybody in this region can take that.
Look at this DPS too. Tensai with 332 DPS is absolutely insane. We see Orochi suffering a lot. Response as well. That bow is just so challenging to run when you are outranged and when your enemies, you know, simply strafe. The mines aren't doing a whole lot for them there. Hiroshi was also struggling on that 8-bit, being denied his turret at many times, and then also just getting tapped. I mean, you're facing brawlers with pinpoint precision. You don't have a lot of speed to work with for the majority of the game. That's simply how it goes. This sort of strategy worked for them previously. It just didn't work versus Crazy Raccoon.
And that was the draft we probably questioned the most, I would say, right? And they were still pretty darn good. I mean, it didn't go without a lot of work, but nonetheless, it is still Tensai coming in with an MVP. I feel like for any of those 3 gentlemen on Crazy Raccoon's side, I would have been pretty cool with, but makes a lot of sense here. Tensai putting the team with some good results. Congratulations to him for getting the MVP from the people at home at event.brawlstars.com. Be sure you're participating there if you want some awesome rewards like star drops, etc. But nonetheless, we're kind of setting ourselves up once again. No surprise, CR going to be in the grand finals. However, I think the other end, though, for our semifinal number 2 coming up ready, gonna have a little more debate.
Yeah, this is exactly the case. I mean, one thing that we saw happen on the B stream was Angelic versus Revenant generated a victory for Revenant. It was a complete sweep for Revenant, and it started off with some funny business from Angelic. They decided they were going to play Heist Mortis on Safe Zone, and they actually got a game victory. So that one went to game number 3. It was quite entertaining to watch. Nonetheless, Revenant will be awaiting in semifinal number 2.
Well, Revenant got the revenge against Angelic. They're looking to do something similar and make the grand finals they were looking after last month. Don't go anywhere. We've got a heck of a matchup coming out right after the jump.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Brawl Stars Championship powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. Great to be back. I had a bit of a break, watched that semi-final from afar, and great to see Crazy Raccoon continuing where they left off in the quarters. Looking very, very good here, advancing quite comfortably. A lot of 3-0s today. We've only had like the 1-3-2, I think that was in one of the quarterfinals that happened on the B stream. You can see that right up there for your viewing pleasure. That was Coco Loco Never Back Down, who ultimately fell to Crazy Raccoon in straight sets, as we've just seen. But coming up next, gentlemen, Revenant Esports have shaken the monkey off their back, and they've been able to get revenge against Angelic in a comfortable win in that quarterfinal. Whereas Na'Vi, over 3R, just showed some insane mechanical prowess to take that one 3-0. We might be looking out, with the exception of our grand final, the most hotly anticipated match of this bracket, Kenny. I can't wait to see what Na'Vi can bring here up against a Revenant who also looks rejuvenated and much cleaner.
They righted the wrongs from last month. Like you said, little revenge match against Angelic, and they did it with flying colors, especially considering last time it went all the way to a set 5. Kenji, Menmi, Sargent coming to play this month. I love that, especially considering that both these teams could really use a victory here. Na'Vi on the other end, missing out on last month. And Revenant, I think, probably feel like they should have at least made a grand finals. You never want to count on a victory against Crazy Raccoon, but nonetheless, at least having that opportunity is something I know they want desperately.
Ready, this was pretty crazy, right? They played 3 mids up against the Mortis here against the Angelic. A very wild series, but Revenant were able to prevail regardless of a very odd draft.
It's quite interesting. I mean, also going into Goalkeeper's Dream here, we see something kind of unexpected. They just run basically the death ball, pick up the Poco, moving into Ring of Fire also. This was their 3rd consecutive set victory, and Angelic had some intelligent things here. I think one of the advantages of Angelic in these previous months, and not to detract too much from them, is that they're in Hong Kong. They're like living on top of the server, and once it becomes apparent to the rest of the teams that, hey, actually there's like kind of a big advantage if you just go to the server. I have heard rumors that Revenant Esports have traveled to Hong Kong, at least maybe like 1 or 2 of their members have gone there to compete. Na'Vi, I think, without a doubt, we saw, I think, from Suzuku, a tweet of an airplane wing. So these guys are definitely living on top of the server at the moment.
Gotta respect that, Kenny. I mean, this is a team that, I mean, we had high expectations for coming into this monthly final, and so far they've delivered. Now, we've not really seen, I mean, got to save your energy. I feel that. I feel that. Levi there just taking a quick cat nap, but they, as we've mentioned, are sitting in a hotel lobby by the looks of things, but Kenny, that hasn't bothered them whatsoever. They looked clean as a whistle in that quarterfinal.
Maybe these gentlemen just need a little bit of a crowd Uber. I mean, there are some people in the back walking around. Maybe they're just hanging out, like the little social atmosphere. I mean, I respect taking a cat nap in the hotel lobby as well. Whatever it takes to get the meditation going, it's working for these guys. They actually were the team that dethroned CR in these monthly qualifiers too, so that's something to keep in mind. These guys have come to play this month. They've made a roster change. This is something they believe in. They have the backing of a large organization to seemingly send them out towards Hong Kong where the server is located. So all good things possibly here for Na'Vi, which is who I think I'm ultimately going to side with here for this matchup.
Okay, yeah, I think a lot of our predictions went in the direction of Na'Vi, despite Revenant obviously being a veritable household name in this APAC region and a team that bounced back pretty nicely in that quarterfinal. We still feel like Na'Vi, again, they took a straight sets win over Crazy Raccoon. Now, it was only a 2-0 because it's only best of 3s in the qualifiers, but that's still a pretty significant amount of game time. Very good sign here if Na'Vi are going to be on a crash course and a rematch opportunity with Crazy Raccoon in the final. We're going to let Kenny step aside. Myself and Ready Set are going to take us in, and 79% to 21. Ready, many of those at home agreeing with us here that Na'Vi look to be the stronger prospect.
I don't think there's a whole lot of room for debate. Na'Vi, they're looking so strong following those monthly qualifiers. The other 19% here, though, is that Revenant. I mean, they're a good bunch of players. We saw these guys do really well last year. I think people were just underwhelmed by what they had to offer in the last month when they got upset by Angelic. Now they've absolutely trounced Angelic, and they're ready to take on Na'Vi. So I don't think this is actually really a 19 to 81% matchup. This is going to be more even than that dictates.
Yeah, absolutely. They definitely seem to be much improved after last month. Even playing some, frankly, wacky compositions and finding success with them. And straight away, we're all business. Charlie getting snapped up instantly for Revenant as we head to Rustic Arcade.
Amber reaction here from Na'Vi. That's a classic way of dealing with Charlie. You're able to shoot right through those spiders. You prevent things from going to aggro as well. Just good, consistent. Though where it does kind of falter is if Charlie decides, okay, well, I'll just like not run spiders, I'll just run the cocoon. Then her value as a counter to Charlie does diminish quite a bit. We'll see also the gene selection from Na'Vi. I think this is very wise. It's an absolute must pick everywhere because that hypercharged magic hand comes out so quickly. It's basically a guaranteed pull onto anyone. But Revenants seem to think that they have the reaction time to deal with it. It's a classic counter to gene. You're able to teleport away from the hand. You could, in theory, block it with your turret if you spawn it there. But more often than not, you're going to be using cheat cartridge.
Absolutely, being able to reposition there on a dime. You also have, you know, I guess you're technically outrange Gene, but you hit much harder at those longer ranges. So this is a composition. These are both compositions we've actually seen a ton of already. The Carl wants to dive. The 8-bit is a safe mid option. The Charlie's going to try and avoid the lane matchup against the Amber. Otherwise, they're going to get absolutely roasted. But we've seen many of these brawlers picked here on Rustic Arcade before. There's definitely a very solid understanding amongst these teams of the way to go. And the Max here to pair with the Gene. They have the need for speed.
Sorry to be like this, but I think this one's chalked. Like, Navi getting the Gene Max here is so absolutely insane. Revenant Esports, they pick this Carl, which should be good into the Amber. The only issue is that for, like, as long as history has been written, Gene has been a counter to Carl. Any kind of stun is going to be very good into Carl. Gene is coming to the party with a couple of them. We've seen actually Vengeful Spirits be the more meta selection here nowadays, but maybe they decide to go for Lamp Blowout instead to not risk Carl jumping onto that Gene. It's just a possibility. I still think Vengeful Spirits will be run. The Gene Max, this composition is back. It's been lying dormant for a few years now, but it's now come back, as what you can do with Max is use your Hypercharge to charge your Gene's super and their Hypercharge, which is absolutely insane.
Memi got the heck out of that left side lane. Suzuku immediately switching back. Sergeant lucky to get out alive. G-Cartridge used at the last moment to get them back to safety, but map control firmly rests with Na'Vi, despite there being a gem deficit for the red side. They'll need to look to make that back here as Sergeant peeks his head back out of hiding and does a ton of damage up front.
Really defensive capabilities for Revenant Esports so far. Navi are struggling as well. On the right side, we see some good damage on a Kenji. There's the Hypercharged Super, and it looks like not everyone received it, but a pull there from a Choppy looks good. They just need to get that Gem Carrier is the challenge. Choppy's got to be getting closer to his Hypercharge as well, because that max Hypercharge does charge the Hyper of your teammates. It's going to be this looming thing, dormant, that Revenant Esports have no knowledge of, except for the intuition of, I think he's going to have it right about now, but they might have beaten the ticking time bomb that is Gene charging his Hypercharge, as they're already approaching 10 gems total as Sergeant picks up the last one.
This has been beautiful from Revenant. I mean, they get the favorable matchup there by getting the Carl into the Amber lane, so there's going to be a lot of swapping here to try and set the Amber up for, you know, a good time. And conversely, of course, Revenant trying to swap out of that assignment. This is dangerous, so they're going to group up in the corner. Fairly healthy on Na'Vi as they try and push in, but they don't have enough time to force Revenant to part with their gems. And just honestly, really masterfully navigated there. The 8-bit of Sergeant was unkillable.
I might have to apologize, actually, for such a harsh call earlier that the Gene Max was guaranteed to win them this one. Because Max has to be in the vocabulary of your brawler selections, even though it did just come back to the forefront of the meta a few days ago. If you're Revenant Esports, you have to be thinking about this brawler as strong as it is. Thing is, they just have to win the game in the early game before that Hypercharged Gene Super can get charged up. Levi already has a Super, though, and that's looking quite dangerous. We see a win for Suzuku on the right side as well, and Navi look to be getting a much stronger start than they did in the last one.
Levi makes use of the Super there. Allows Na'Vi to get out to a 5-gem lead early on. This time, Sergeant hasn't been able to step into mid and pick any of those up. So that's a deficit now that Revenant are going to have to find a way to overcome against a hypermobile team that has a hard engage tool in that magic hand. And Jarvis Magic Puff's doing a lot of heavy lifting right now, and they are flashing their Super, ready to go, but Levi will lead the charge instead. Disgusting damage from Suzuki there. Sergeant has to use that cheap cartridge, and Memi gets caught out in the open.
The biggest problem for Navi here is actually Sergeant's turret, which seems to have about 100% uptime, rounding up, of course, from the beginning of the match where he doesn't even have it. We see a Choppy actually running the Lamp Blowout. Levi is in a dangerous position, making use of a Choppy's Magic Puffs to stay alive. They only need to, don't even need to win mid even one more time. Just stay where they are at the moment. We'll see Sergeant as well, retreating all the way to the back lines, getting some good damage on Levi. But that's all it's really going to amount to is a bit of damage and no actual conversion.
Much better start for Na'Vi in that round. They got the lane assignments they were looking for. Menmi going to get sucked in, but just able to walk away. And in fact, trades are jumping down. Levi, though, is the one they need to go for. 2 seconds and not nearly enough time for Menmi to walk up and get that yo-yo cracking out. So we are even here on Gem Grab. Both teams showing us why their compositions can be considered very strong.
There are a lot of things to make note of here because this is all happening so fast. One thing that I noticed actually when it came to Revenant is how frequently those Carl gadgets are being used. The Carl decision has been to not run Flying Hook, not run like the hyper aggro Carl, instead make use of area control by popping the gadget. We haven't seen Kenji pop it just yet. Now here it comes, creating a little bit of space, disrupting that mid control for Na'Vi. It's already dissipated and Revenant Esports are still looking to reclaim, but Na'Vi have claimed the first 4 gems. It's not a good start for Revenant Esports, but now that they have the damage booster up, things are starting to turn around.
Sergeant's forced to play outside of it though for the time being. Kenji will be forced back by consecutive hits from a Champy, which builds a magic hand. Keep an eye out for that now. Levi can't go too aggressively here, but Suzuku does have super. In theory, could threaten that damage amp down to some degree, but can't take it out of the game. Maybe here pops Spiderlings once more, but Suzuku has enough ammunition to bring those down. And there's a very beaten and battered Revenant Esports here who's suffering a 4-gem deficit. Kenji picks one up there, flashing super, but too low before they can get close enough. They might be regretting not having a Flying Hook this game.
Okay, speed in. Achapi has this pull for free, but doesn't get anyone to bite. Everyone has a way of avoiding it. We see Menmi in with the super, but no connection. Sergeant now with an extremely aggressive turret. This is their final gambit. It's their last resort to keep this mid control. Kenji in with the super, but deposits gems on the enemy side. Na'Vi are only 2 gems off of a countdown, and with his turret in such a vulnerable position, Sergeant not getting enough value from it to generate another super, this is looking tremendously risky for Revenant.
Big mistake there. Those gems being dropped in Na'Vi territory, and Levi easily able to pick them up. Here we go, charging up our supers and hypers. Suzuka now able to throw that one down. Achapi hasn't quite built the super, but once they have that available, it should be lights out. Menmi trying to get a little bit closer here. 5 seconds left. There's the pull that catches 2. And Achapi gets picked off, but it doesn't matter because it was all about misdirection and disruption. And Na'Vi ultimately prevailed here on gem grab. Really back and forth stuff. Genuinely very compelling match already here in our first set. But Na'Vi show us why, like, having that amber counter into the Charlie is so impactful, and the max hypercharge clearly has an impact.
You know what was actually most interesting to me is that we didn't even really see that Gene Max do the big flashy things that we expect from Gene Max. We saw like the super in from Max. We saw Gene ready with the pull, but then what did everyone do from Revenant? They just braced for an impending Gene pull that in most cases never came. We only saw that hypercharged Gene pull at the very end of game 2 and 3, and even then, what happened? I mean, he didn't get any kills off of it, just kind of pulled everyone closer. It's that threat though, it is the invisible pressure that is created by the sort of invisible hand, but not the one that you typically think of in this situation. Na'Vi, I think this is a good turnaround for them. I was impressed by what Revenant Esports were capable of generating using the constant turret uptime in game number 1. I think Na'Vi were much better at getting rid of the turret once it came up in the following games.
Yeah, Sergeant also played very far forward with the turret on a couple of occasions, like you can see here, but I feel like it came a little bit too late in the round, and there always seemed to be a magic hand to punish Menmi. Interesting with this Gene hypercharge. Is there ever a risk of like pulling too many people in that could potentially burst you down instantly?
It happened at the end of game 3. In fact, if you get a highlight of that, then you will get to see that what could have been a game-winning move doesn't look like we're going to be moving there, but what we did see was actually a death by Gene in every single scenario where he actually did use his hypercharge pull. Kind of interesting, but all he was doing was creating zoning control for his teammates who were running away and not helping with the 3 stunned enemies on the opposing team while they were in transit. Good stats, honestly, for both teams in terms of kills. We see good amount of damage for Revenant Esports. The thing that you got to note is that a lot of that is actually being healed up by Gene's magic puffs. And that was one of the biggest benefits of Gene here because, like I said, we didn't see the Gene Max do typical Gene Max things. We just saw that magic puffs go a long way for them and the speed doing typical max speed things.
Kenji there, goes in with that Carl super, but was holding on to 3 gems and essentially delivered those over to Na'Vi in that last round. Big difference maker there. At that point, Levi, I think, is up to 8 gems, and they're very sort of close to winning out the round. So you've got to be so careful. Who is your gem carrier, or who ends up picking them up? And again, your entire strategy can get broken if your safe gem carrier ends up dropping them and someone else is forced to pick them up. Either way, we'll advance here. Over to our next map, it will be Heist. A little bit of safe zone action.
Well, we've seen Safe Zone already in our previous match. Get ready to see a lot of Safe Zone because it's the only heist map currently in rotation. We saw a quite interesting Safe Zone draft earlier as well, where Chuck was unbanned and was pretty much omnipresent, just was never selected, but influenced the picks a lot. We see the Cordelius ban, and the Chuck immediately picked from Navi. This is wildly intelligent. It's not really a GG. Revenant can still get the base race. Colt is a absolute base race brawler. They're going to be smart about how they navigate this one. Piper, good control brawler, mostly going to be playing mid also. They just need a good way of dealing with Chuck. They don't bring a counter. Instead, they opt to go for more damage on the enemy safe.
Okay. Bell being picked up here, of course. Pretty powerful against teams that wanting to group up, but just in general, very, very good. Now, is there any semblance of a Chuck counter here from Revenant as BB gets picked up?
Not like a single brawler that counters, you know, there's not a brawler that like uses an ability on Chuck and counters him.
They banned Cordelius and Charlie, so that's half the issue.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like Revenant Esports should have banned the Chuck here. He's a first pick in many situations. I think that Navi just had a sensation that maybe Revenant don't ban the Chuck and look to use that to their advantage. The thing is that Levi's only responsibility is to get those posts on the enemy safe. It's even easier now because he can actually aim his shot while he's, I mean, check this out. He's able to use his shot to put down another post while he's in range of using his super onto those posts to dash with them. So far, lots of damage from Navi, and I just don't see this letting up.
It's just so filthy. Levi can return now, and very quickly, Revenant safe is about to crumble to dust, folks. That's right. This one is almost done and dusted. Suzuki hitting for a large amount. Every shot marked there on the BB, and here comes the Chuck. Well, well, well. You've let him get through. Navi kind of telegraphed the pick by banning 2 of his counters. Already brawlers that can stop someone in their tracks. They were Cordelius and Charlie. And then they go for that pick, and Revenant are like, oh god, what have we done? What have we done?
Gotta respect, honestly, that base race off the beginning of the game, though, from Revenant Esports, because they actually got around 50% damage, maybe it was like 40% onto Navi's safe. Now, though, Navi have to get this Chuck set up really quickly. Once again, Levi already has that on the enemy safe. He just needs one more post, and then he has the Chuck set up, and that is when things start to get interesting.
Yeah,
now, Revenant Esports start to close in on this safe zone. Lots of damage. Kenji's going to be the main person whacking away at the safe.
Good damage. You've got to strike before the Chuck gets going, is where I was headed with that. Kenji, very respectable amount of damage, but here comes Chuck, putting that pressure down now. Achapi, though, they're very low against Menmi here, and the base race never really stopped Revenant putting a lot of pressure down, but without the Colt, now the BB a little bit exposed and out in the open. Sergeant wants an angle, but won't find it here. There's a lot of catching up, though, for Na'Vi to do, but they're defending well.
It's all that really Navi need to do. They have to have Suzuki defend. They just need Eve to sit back and then let Levi get all the safe damage. It's fine if he dies. He just needs to go up mid repeatedly and profit. So far, Navi are still at a deficit, though. Kenji could be an issue for them, but he's actually out of vitamin booster gadgets, so this is actually going to be more challenging for him than it is going to be for Navi. Levi gets even more damage, and now Navi have broken through. They need to administer the few final killing blows to the safe. A couple more Chuck supers in would mean this is GG in favor of Navi.
Yeah, I feel like Revenant have to go for it here, but where? Sergeant gets brought down, and there's the Chuck. Damage is absolutely disgusting. And there it is, as quick as you like. Another set for Na'Vi.
We said that Chuck is not like a base race brawler, and he's totally not. The counter to him is the base race, but that doesn't stop your teammates from hammering away at the safe if they happen to win their defense and win mid one after the other. I think that this was like, it was an effort without a doubt from Revenant to get something here. They picked base race brawlers and they got good value off the beginning of the game, but once Chuck gets a setup, it's GG, man. That's why you gotta ban him. He's one of these brawlers that actually we saw Crazy Raccoon eke out a little bit more efficiency in their bans by not banning and then influencing the enemy to maybe pick him or have to counter him and screwed up the enemy draft. I mean, there are ways that you can play around them, but the bans just allowed Chuck to proliferate so much.
The Na'Vi bans, like, they really signal what they're going for there. You see, even in that first round, right, I mean, yeah, Levi is causing a lot of problems, but Suzuki is constantly hammering down at the safe. And it's like 2,000 damage per shot. It's really significant. So, you know, yes, Revenant are trying to base race. They're also just trying to kill Levi, while Achapi and Suzuku, who both are, you know, on brawlers who do a lot of damage. You know, just, okay, saying, okay, we're going to go for the safe ourselves. They also keep this Colt quiet. Colt is stuck here, can't get out. Very easy for Achapi to cross those bodies of water, of course, as Eve. And here's the DPS. I mean, Suzuku, someone we put it out. 352 DPS on that bell. Very, very powerful. Chuck felt like the misdirection there obviously generated so much threat that it freed up the rest of Na'Vi. You just can't let that pick through in Heist. That feels a little inexcusable.
You have to disobey your instincts when you're facing a Chuck. You have to identify this brawler, like even attempting to counter it is a complete waste of my time. Even though it is the condition that causes you to lose the game, the win condition is to ignore it. I think though that Na'Vi, just too good of defense was really the issue for Revenant. They could not deal with the Bell. It was played so well, and it's really easy to attribute the success to the Chuck and the Chuck player alone, but you have to recognize that the remainder of the time, a 2v3 is being fought and won by Na'Vi, so mechanics diff is also worth acknowledging here.
Because yeah, again, if like your team loses the 2v3, gets crushed, then you have 3 people attacking your safe. Melody, pick straight away here for Na'Vi. Okay, on knockout, that is pretty wild. Charlie, a very reasonable response. Very good at also keeping the Melody in place if you can connect to super.
I think that Revenant Esports, I mean, look, the deal with these two teams, let's talk Revenant Esports in particular. They're a really, really good team. And it's, I don't think, a lack of respect to not ban some of these super strong brawlers versus enemies. You are a top tier team and you need to get whatever you can out of your bans. However, at the same time, your draft needs to go absolutely perfectly. It needs to be completely on point if you want to play fast and loose with the bans that way. We'll see the Byron selection from Revenant Esports. I'm curious to see what they're going to be healing with the Byron, or whether they just, you know, do the typical APAC things and use Byron as a sharpshooter that occasionally helps out a lane. But I think this is where the cheese strats start to come in. We see that Kit has been banned on the side of Na'Vi, which is quite smart, but I think we need to see a stronger way of dealing with Melody from Revenant Esports than just something like a Charlie.
No Nani, Brock, or Bell yet. Neither picked nor banned, which is quite fascinating. And look, Byron, you know, not always seen on this map, but this region is very popular in. And there's a 52% win rate here on New Horizons. So a very reasonable pick, very manageable, like deceptively long range as well. So Revenant here also know that super is very powerful because it gives healing and does damage. So it's really a 2x impact when it comes to health pools in general. Bo picked up here. Okay. You have a bit of everything here. This is a very powerful comp. Finally, you know, we are starting to see these sharpshooters make their way into the mix.
Piper, I think, is quite counterable. Revenant Esports could go for something pretty good. They went for like an RT. It's not banned. Nanny is not banned. Fairly good mid here. It just doesn't open up anything strong for them to pick on the lane. I think also Piper's going to be great for breaking walls. We'll see Larry and Laurie, final selection from Revenant. This is a thrower that does well when there are no other throwers on the map. Problem is that there is a method of wall break from Na'Vi. They have Piper. So if Levi does his job, if he hits his shots and he's able to get a super, he only needs like a couple of supers to completely prevent Larry from being viable at all in mid. Now this is knockout and you only have 3 rounds max, so it might be challenging to get 2 supers, but it is entirely possible to completely shut out the possibility of Larry contributing absolutely anything here.
Well, Levi's going to post up in mid and will be challenged by this Byron for range. Suzuki here, of course, only does a little bit of damage with that poke. Not nearly as threatening as Charlie until Melody is able to close the gap, start to get aggressive. Sergeant will just stand here and throw. So we might end up seeing a situation where the gas dictates how the round turns out. Levi's managed to post up on a really nice off angle here. Sergeant Clash is in deep trouble. Down to 100 already. Menmi getting picked off here. Revenant are not respecting Na'Vi sufficiently, and they're getting punished for it.
The guy doesn't have like an invis or anything. They see that he's there. I'm very surprised that Sergeant got hit by that once and then decided that he was not going to move. He must have been laser focused on the enemy side and just holding down this lane. We see Levi, though, has gotten a super off of it, and yep, does exactly what he needs to do. I think there might be a way to break every single one of those walls. Nice kill on a Kenji, by the way. Levi still has broken up in so many of them.
Super.
If he gets close to Sergeant, then he could actually break these walls. Looks like he's going to take a bit of a different method, and Sergeant ends up getting a super as a result. This is actually definitely a big W for Sergeant. That wall was going to get broke open. Anyway, he got a super. It's all right.
Yeah, Levi actually didn't fully commit there before using the poppin because obviously he didn't want to drop it all to Sergeant. Here comes Laurie. Quickly gadget used there for a bit of a top-up by Sergeant. Laurie is now gone by. Here comes Melody. That's frightening. The shielding. Of course, the music notes hitting from behind the wall. Sergeant Clash never had a hope in hell.
Not at all. Suzuki on the left side, though, might have some challenges with Kenji. Oops, I forgot. He has a super that dashes super, super far. Levi has a way of escaping as well if he needs it, but it's a 3v2 now, going down to a 3v1, and now down to a 3v none. Na'Vi go to match point.
You just have a Gus super strapped to your gadget as Melody. It is absurd. Like, genuinely, like 2,000 or so shield on you, you know, if you have all of those music notes up. That is so hard to deal with. It's very, very powerful. And, you know, they nerfed the shield. They nerfed the shield. It used to be 15% shield per node instead of now 10. But just 10% is, well, it's more than enough.
It's one of those things where, like, you see in the patch notes, like, Brawler gets nerfed, and you're like, oh, darn, they're going to be weaker now. But it's one of those things that you just don't even notice that it got weaker, because in its current state, it's still so strong. And Na'Vi are making full use of it. In fact, I would say they're abusing it in a way. All they got to do, really, is keep the other two lanes occupied while Levi works on getting his super. I think the Revenant Esports are being much smarter about how they've laid out their lanes this time. They're certainly not going to let Levi get 2 free taps on a completely stationary Sergeant this time. They're going to make it more difficult for him to get his super. He's just looking for an angle at this point, or maybe Na'Vi are brainstorming a way of winning this one when the gas closes in.
They're eventually going to have to make their way into the middle of the map, and that's what Levi is taking control of here. Sergeant is just trying to hope for any damage at all. Now this gets a bit dicey. In the mid we go. Suzuki rather, taking an absolute beating. The Sergeant has to leave the gas soon. Nice, that's beautiful. The Byron super is a real game changer. And Achapi will fall here after at least doing some damage. Those walls definitely need to be removed by Na'Vi here.
Achapi needs to get this super. It's going to be tough for him. He's at pretty comparable range to Kenji. If he gets a super, then he can opt to explode a wall if he wants. I don't know if he's running tripwire. I haven't seen much from the bow lane. We'll see if he pops a tripwire. For now, it's just going to sit in those bushes on the right side. If they decide to walk on them, they're going to explode. If the round ends, the mines will explode. They're forced to go over to the left side, and it means that Revenant Esports cannot have as diverse lanes this time. Yeah, why not? Go ahead and pop the tripwire. It's now a no-go zone on the right side for Larry and Laurie.
This now means that Na'Vi have more space. You know, when the gas starts to come in, they can play this right-hand side of the map and split it. They can move into mid more comfortably. They just need to respect what Larry and Laurie can do in that situation. Because Sergeant won't get out from behind the wall. He might even die to gas, you know, quite happily. Especially if he has Laurie available. And the patience game here for Achapi. Constantly just trying to take these shots here. This is getting dirty now. Suzuki, a couple of supers. The shielding was good. It's just the Piper left here. And Revenant bounced back. Nicely done. Really playing to their win conditions with this comp.
We saw the Piper wall break come out. We saw Bo get a super, but the wall break was simply too late, and it was not effective enough either. Piper was shut down once it was just down to her and the Charlie. There's a reason that she is not playing on that lane if she gets to decide. We also saw Sergeant get down that super. He only got 1 super that game, and he put it down when it mattered most. Ooh, almost an early tap on a Sergeant. What? They're just going to rush him. They don't get the kill, but they camp damn close.
Risky business though, but they've spent the Piper super on just escaping and not breaking any walls down. So Sergeant gets to go back to business. Sitting in this corner, sending shots into the middle of the map. Kenji being frustrating, and Achapi getting much more aggressive. I think there's a bit of impatience here for Na'Vi, but they need to be careful. I'm glad to see this proactivity, but it's not yielded them any kills, and it's put them in harm's way more than once.
have to wonder what's going on in these guys' heads. I mean, they are at match point. This is their second time being at match point in a row. They know that they can win this one if they play the game faster, but is their judgment clouded by the impatience and the frustration of dealing with Revenant Esports, hiding behind these walls for the entire game only to emerge once the poison begins to close in? We see 2 supers available for Revenant Esports and nothing for Na'Vi so far. Sergeant's going to be a big issue. Now the poison begins to close in. We also see the spiders and the cocoon on the top right side of Choppy. It's him versus 3 brawlers, but there's no chance.
Nicely done. Na'Vi, no chance of winning that particular round there. They did not have any supers to come in with. Well, they spent them a little bit earlier on. Chapi here needs to break over the map, but obviously Na'Vi can just, you know, fight from here. Revenant will just cross over to the right-hand side and enact the same strategy. And Suzuku can't get close enough to make use of these music notes because of the thrower of Sergeant.
It's tough. Ken G is also preventing that too. He finally got his last shot to get a super, and he has a hypercharge to match as well. Na'Vi will win this when the poison begins to close in. So how is Na'Vi meant to deal with this? Revenant Esports just need to wait for the poison. Levi can get the wall broken open. If they're able to bait out enough shots from Revenant Esports, then he could totally break the wall open. It's just going to be really tough. They're going to have to administer some pressure, waste the shots, then get the wall break. But maybe Levi's just going to wait for things to close in with OT and then try and win the game from there. I just think there's a 0% chance of them winning it is a problem.
Yeah, they feel very unfavored here unless Suzuku can pull off something magic in those last moments. Here we go. Hypercharge pop for Ken G. Stepping up, looking for a super target. That's going to be devastating. Oh, Suzuku, big damage though. Eventually gets caught up. Now it's a Chapi, and they are done. Revenant take a set back. They start slow here on this knockout map and kind of get unraveled a little bit. The map gets broken apart. They're not able to hide. They're not able to wait the round out. These comps, a little cheesy. You know, we've seen it from a few teams, like the Buster comp as well, is the same issue. They build super by hiding, and then they come out, you know, behind that montage and basically run you down. But the strategy was really sound here, and I think in the end, the Larry is such a crucial pick, right? It's what prevents the Melody from walking up the map at you and getting in your face, getting that damage on you. Really nicely done. Well crafted from draft to execution to end game there from Revenant. And they stay alive in this second semi-final.
After watching games 2 and 3, I feel more and more that Revenant Esports should have won game 1. I think the biggest mistake was simply having Sergeant in that one position, him not moving after he got tapped once by the Piper, realizing, okay, like I'm not in a safe position, but stayed there, gave her another shot, and every shot matters here. It's not about you getting killed by the Piper, it's about you feeding her the super. We saw Levi actually get the super just too late in the game for it to matter too much, got countered by the Charlie on the right side, and then it was done from there. That said, though, Revenant Esports absolutely had the comp here. It was just difficult to see at first. It all came to crystallize once that Larry was selected.
Difficult game for Bo. I think there might be other options that can give you more guaranteed and safe wall break. God, even Silver Bullet can do that for you, even if my comp maybe in general isn't that great here. You need to build super, which is half the issue, and then you need to use that tripwire to sort of set it off here. Levi, though, that being said, did a ton of damage comparatively. In fact, highest DPS on the map. Still, the Bow not able to get them there. Only 72 DPS for Suzuku here. The Piper never had good sightlines. Pretty hard to build that super to have that destructive potential in the first place.
The thing with Levi is he was on that matchup versus Kenji a lot of the time, and Kenji, he has no reason to use his spiders versus the bow. Kenji also wants his super. They both have a very good reason to engage each other, is the deal. And neither's like really afraid of dying. I think Bo also just gets great damage once poison appears and you'll have to fight in the middle of the map. You're at closer range. You can get more in the realms of hitting 3k damage per shot instead of like 1k where you hit only one arrow because the enemy's like, well, if I strafe in a certain way, then the bow shot's not going to hit me all the way.
Right.
That is how I make sense of the math here in terms of the DPS. But with that win, Revenant Esports have gotten sort of the ball rolling once again. We head into Goalkeeper's Dream. This is one where I really hope they don't leave Melody unbanned. She's famously insane on this map.
Yeah, this map is a controversial one. Very wide open. Charlie, Megan, Stu, most popular brawlers on this map in general. Jean, straight away, take it away. It's incredible here, especially when you're kind of filtered into a lane. Buster, though, will allow Revenant to really make up a lot of ground, charge across the map, and Crow gives them that all-in potential, plus the slowing Toxin to set up some picks.
Yeah, we also saw a slight adjustment to Crow's hypercharge that makes it work as intended, where all of his daggers will return to him with that hypercharge. And that's the other thing is, yeah, he's got a hypercharge. Let's also think about how this interaction goes for Crow versus Gene. Gene gets a lot of value from having magic puffs and healing opponents. With Crow at play, if you are hit by that poison, you also get reduced healing. With Revenant Esports also, I look at that Buster and I think to myself, that's a great way of dealing with Charlie. And I think it's also a great way of dealing with Leon. Now, when we observe the bans themselves, Charlie has been banned, but Buster is still just a good lane to play on this map. Wall break is a great way of dealing with him. We see two ways of breaking walls from Navi, already the magic hand, and then Levi has that stew, which is always a great option into Buster.
Even before hypercharge was in the game for Gene, his pick rate on this map was like 55%, so very popular, very hotly contested. Ruff's here, going to be that last pick up for Navi, and they're probably realizing, hang on, we can kind of do a lot here, especially with a supplier drop. We want to, soup someone up, maybe even field promotion to add to the magic puffs. Obviously, those two in concert are very good. Ruff's has a 77% win rate this map.
And he didn't even get any changes in the last patch, so that's still going to be relevant. Last selection from Revenant, it's the BB. They're going to be playing into a comp that does not have a whole lot of DPS. The highest DPS is actually going to be for Colonel Ruffs. I think that this is one where Revenant Esports are definitely able to run this down at the beginning of the game. They're still going to have to juke quite a lot of shots. There's a possibility that Navi decide, hey, we're not going to run the Vengeful Spirits, we'll run Knockback for something a little bit different. Though this first pitch, I think, will be Revenant Esports trying to get an early first goal, just using their health. And then after that, Navi will have, gotten the first Stew Super, they will have gotten the first Colonel Ref Super, and then they can profit from there.
All right, here we are. Goalkeeper's Dream kicks off with Revenant predictably moving straight up mid. Kenji enters the speed zone here, and that was a little bit too easy. Was that like the slow-mo replay into a shot on goal?
It was. The goal-scoring condition. We see the wall break on the right side instead of giving the treat to a teammate this time. And it's going about as expected. Suzuka has an opportunity to pick up the... I don't know why he did that. He could have given himself a buff if he waited maybe 0.5 seconds longer. But, to each their own. Maybe the guy wanted to nerf himself a little bit. So far, though, Navi do have that control of the field once again. They just... Ooh, and a missed pull. They don't have that goal that they need to be tied up.
Kenji struggling there. Now as the map starts to get broken up, here's the hypercharge. That is scary. Gene looking mad. And Navi just running it down here. Nothing Kenji can do about that goal. You cannot stop that. That's Goalkeeper's Dream for you. It's real wide expanse.
We love Goalkeeper's Dream. Put a couple of boxes on each side to make it a little bit more... Is that super? No, it's not. It's not. Not even stopping on the goal line. You got to respect the effort. So far, though, we already see Choppy is powered up. Choppy's looking for a pull. Not going to be hitting on the Sergeant. The guy can just use a montage, and Kenji is the last person you want to be pulling right next to you, especially when you don't have knockback ready. Levi's trying to abuse Mimi on the right side. Doesn't get that last shot, but he has kept him back for a while. Mimi has a hyper in combination with the super, ready to go at any moment. Big pull on a Kenji and a nice team effort to eliminate him. I think that this one goes in favor of Navi. If Levi can grab that last treat, the final supply drop, and now everyone has that 30% buff.
Sergeant nicely done though, dribbles the ball out in front, pops the montage. Kenji can slot this one in. Oh, Choppy, that was so close. That got thrown in behind them.
Wow.
They tried to pass the ball away, but Kenji has super here. A little tough to defend this, but Levi pops out in front. Charges on in, intercepts the shot, and also gets the kill. Now Navi back in a strong position.
Levi, he's getting chipped down by the Crow poison, but it doesn't seem to bother him too much. He's getting gradually healed by a Choppy, but that value is diminished by the fact that the poison reduces the healing that you receive. You need to see a pull from a Choppy. They don't have any form of knockback. Sergeant can just run it down. Minmi was ready to receive a pass. Sergeant's going to go for something, but the big pull looks good for Navi. They have the condition to score an OT. Just needs to be a super over to Levi. They need to set up this pick.
Levi gets super with one shot there, so that super shot is always going to be threatened by the Stew. Sergeant trying to corner the ball here. But there's a lot of time left in this round, and this Buster's starting to get poked down at range. Chappy steps up, super available here, good for a pick, looking for Memmi. In fact, no, just takes the BB instead. Says, we'll take what we can get. Memmi's going to drop here, and this surely should be a goal-scoring opportunity. Passed across, the Chappy slots it in, and Na'Vi get it done in overtime.
Beautiful use of the supply drop there to get knockback on a Buster so that he could not block the pass. The timing on that has to be just right. The teamwork and team comms have to be immaculate to pull off something like that. Big kudos to Na'Vi for that one. Puts them at yet another match point. They're one game away from winning the entire series. They were in this position for 2 games in a row previously. Do they let Revenant get the early goal this time like they did last time? Well, Kenji has a shield. There's no knockback on the enemy team, and it could be there's just no teammate to receive the pass. It's only a Choppy defending the ball now. A big pull. We see the defense of Na'Vi. That was likely to be the one goal of the game for Revenant Esports, and now it's all wasted.
They've lost the map control entirely here, and retaking it is no simple issue. Sergeant here about to be exposed, and that supply drop takes out some more of those crates on the right-hand side of the map. Levi juking around, very hard to catch. Stu is just incredible on this map in general. Offensively, defensively, you'd love to see him when you queue up for one of these. Kachapi is super. They'll threaten it as often as they possibly can. Levi also gets that very easily. A magic hand, though, here to give a player advantage. Immediately on a full health Kenji. That's a little risky. Achapi almost suffering as a result and eventually gets traded out there. So maybe Na'Vi getting impatient once more.
Too risky of a pull there. In fact, everyone got knocked back, and we saw one teammate get eliminated as they succumbed to the effects of Crow's poison. We saw Levi also using a tech to just pass the ball forward, little bounce off the wall, try and get his super, but was getting dodged by Kenji. Now they need that ball back. The big pull, huge damage. Sergeant picks up a kill, but he will be taken down the 2v1. Kenji is waiting in the bushes, doesn't manage to get the jump on Levi, who continues to hold on to the super as he cycles it repeatedly. Just under a minute left on the clock for Revenant Esports to push this one to the enemy side at minimum, lest they let the series go to Na'Vi.
Speed zone now thrown up. This is going to make Na'Vi even more annoying to deal with. Kenji tries to step up to clear. Menmi can take care of it, though. Levi charging in there, knowing that Kenji probably has a knockback ready. They opt not to take it, as it's too easy to be duped by Stu. Menmi's really not been a factor so far. That hypercharge is available. Levi is threatening here. A super shot on goal. Won't get there in time. Sergeant coming back off spawn. Levi will just bounce it. Oh, that just got past him. That's beautiful. The hook is good. Na'Vi buys a little bit of extra time before taking that goal.
Just 10 seconds left for Revenant Esports to do what they do best as this comp super to the side. Gotta see something, some kind of teamwork. Hypercharge forward. Sergeant's not there to get the pass. Menmi and Kenji have to work together. Pass in, and the goal. That was very close to actually going sour. If Menmi had tapped that ball, if he had picked it up and then died, he was only down to 25 health. That would have actually been a game victory for Na'Vi. We see the combo. Menmi has the super. Sergeant has a gadget. Here it comes. Blocked by Suzuku. And Na'Vi have new life going for their own goal.
Nicely done. That poke for a Chappy is good. Levi, though, knocked back. Kenji takes possession of the ball. Another swing for the BB. It's a miss this time. Hook on Sergeant. Slow-mo replay to catch Levi. Takes him very, very low. But Suzuku now soaking up the damage, and this should be it. Kenji, the only one standing. Oh, hang a minute. Hypercharge for BB. Levi trying to find a way to slot the ball through, but it can't. Now the respawns have to come through. There will be a couple of players here to defend this. Sergeant makes use of the montage, though, but look how he shepherds the ball forward. Kenji can just run this in. Unreal. Revenant. What a comeback here to keep Brawl Ball nice and interesting.
Are they going to do it again? There's the one question on my mind. They did it in the last set. Lose game number 1, come back in game number 2 and 3. But last set was a different story, as those couple of games to bring back the set looked very confident. This one, not necessarily shaky, just way too close for comfort. They're going to try and run it down at the beginning of the game once again. Needs some support for Sergeant. He's looking for the combo. It's
no
good.
Way.
And an early goal for Revenant.
That is ridiculous. Perfect use of the Buster gadget there to take a Chappy out of the defense entirely. No way you can do that again. No way. Kenji comes on in here. Levi off second best now. That's going to be Menmi having to give some ground here as Na'Vi are pissed.
Menmi's gotten some good damage on them too. Choppy remains alive. Sergeant and Kenji just walking super batteries for Na'Vi. but they're still charging in. Pass to Sargent. He doesn't have the gadget combo. Really swiftly and easily dealt with. A super for Levi, and it's all tied up now. Once more, Na'Vi are just one goal away from taking this entire match.
Okay, we are still at it. Na'Vi very much on match point now, but Revenant definitely been in a position to threaten a set 5. Good damage on Memi. They're going to get a big pick off that. Kenji forced onto the back foot. Oh, it might already be over here. Sergeant, nothing you can do about that. And Na'Vi, scaring us a little bit. Eventually get the job done here. Goalkeeper's Dream, such a volatile map here with so many opportunities for that individual skill expression. And Na'Vi have it in spades.
Wonderfully played. Well done and executed for Na'Vi. You seriously have to be skilled at keeping your cool after you have been repeatedly going to match point in game number 1 and then getting nearly reversed, not really reverse swept.
Take it to a set 5.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Getting those last couple of games handed to you, I think, well done for Revenant as well. I was very impressed with what they were able to do with the tanks. I think it was still a draft diff for Na'Vi, and they played really effectively as a team. Anytime an enemy was rushing in, they were trying to be like picked apart, and Na'Vi just held their ground. They kept their cool, played as a team, and got all of those Colonel Ruff's supers together as well. I think that that was one of the biggest aspects. What a defense also for a Choppy. Wise of him to use a super there.
Yeah, that was massive. I agree on the draft, side of things here. Stu is just indispensable on this particular map, and the pick potential that, you get from Gene. This obviously, maybe more than he bargained for there. And I think it's easy to understate the impact of having, all your team powered up by that supply drop in a longer game. It's very powerful. We know Buster is like over a 70% win rate on this map. We kind of know why. The BB for me though, a little bit of a miss. Pretty tough for Kenji, I think, to really, live his dreams on this map. And many of those goal scoring opportunities came from, the Buster gadget. Also the hypercharge from Crow is something to be feared. Very, very powerful setup here. And these teams played this map really close. It was generally probably the most enjoyable match of Goalkeeper's Dream I've seen. But Levi just pumping damage in. And also the Ruffs as well, considering that much of those boxes on either side of the lane got taken out. That is a ridiculous amount of DPS.
It's crazy for Suzuku. And, I mean, think about how all that DPS is being turned into supers for his team. Yes, you get the wall break, but I think really the more important aspect after you've broken the 2 walls that are actually useful to Revenant Esports is that you get a 30% damage buff on yourself and all of your teammates once they've all picked up the treat or the Scooby Snack or whatever you want to call it. This is how this had to be played, though. We saw this was actually a pretty close series between the two, and yet on the stat line, it looks like Na'Vi absolutely dominated them. I think that the BB actually was pretty smart. I'll take the opposite angle here because they recognized a lack of DPS offered by Na'Vi. They didn't have much knockback to work with and intended to abuse that by playing some tanks, and they got some goals just by virtue of them getting dodges, jukes, and having a bunch of health.
Yeah, whichever way you slice it, it was a really close and genuinely very competitive map here. I'm pleased to see it play out that way, but once again, Levi comes away with the honors of MVP. He's been an incredible player over the course of this tournament, and having just formed under this name, Na'Vi have not only run through the monthly qualifier, they've now run all the way through the monthly finals, securing themselves at minimum 2nd place, which is huge for circuit points, especially when you start a little bit later than the rest of your opponents. But they also have the chance to take it all away here. And that would put them, I think, just close to 2nd place, maybe 3rd, depending on how. But with Angelic sort of falling out earlier on the competition, they might be able to catapult themselves right up the rankings straight away. Event.brawlstars.com. I'm sure you're starting to think out there about your predictions for this final match. You have a chance to put them in here. And also, we saw Levi voted as MVP there. You have the opportunity to weigh in on that voting over on the event site. And you win 100 tokens just for voting in that, which counts, of course, towards your star drops. Make sure you get involved in those. We've got Crazy Raccoon and Na'Vi coming up. It is the grand final of your April monthly final. Don't go too far. It's going to be a crowning game of the tournament, and you don't want to miss it.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Sorry, Paula. Maybe we can try again if we get more comments.
doing?
What the? Yeah, so I was thinking at least chicken, and then chicken, and then...
I want barbarian. Barbarian.
Sure, that works. Oh, hey, look at this. The buttons are here. We should maybe...
Take it easy.
No?
Let's take it easy.
Oh, okay. Okay. Where were we? Chicken, chicken.
Barbarian.
Barbarian.
Come on, Ilka, you can do it. Yes, do it. Press it. No, not that one. Yes! Oh, Squad Busters is going global!
That's right, folks. May 29th, Squad Busters is going global. It's an exciting game, looks fantastic. Again, like, for people who don't know what Squad Busters is, though, they've sort of seen, obviously, a lot of their favorite characters from the Supercell universe brought all together under this game. Kenny, what should they expect from this hotly anticipated title?
It's very unique. I mean, I had the pleasure of playing the last beta, and it's recently come out once again for a few select countries. It's a really fun game. I mean, a lot of your favorite characters from the Supercell universe. I personally enjoyed running around with the chicken. I just like the personality, a little throwback to something like Heyday. So no matter what title you're kind of from, whether you're more of a Clash person, a Brawl Stars person, there's something for everybody in this game.
Love to see that. Can't wait to get my hands on it as well. And again, the more pre-registrations that Squad gets, the more rewards you can win in games like Brawl Stars, for example. They'll be distributed, in fact, in all different Supercell games. So you can obviously go and pre-register yourself and help that along a little bit over on the App Store or the Google Play Store. I mean, there's like a bunch of star drops and other great goodies that you can get in Brawl Stars for the amount of pre-registrations that Squad Busters get. So keep an eye out for that one. But I personally now have my eye on this grand final. Crazy Raccoon has been nothing but sweeps all the way here for them. Ready, set. They've looked dominant. A far cry from last month where they had to fight tooth and nail for every win.
This is going to be like the one matchup today that actually challenges them, I believe. Every other one, they only dropped a single game on the way here. The only problem is that Na'Vi is their kryptonite, or at least it was in the monthly qualifiers. Na'Vi 2-0'd Crazy Raccoon in the upper bracket, leading Na'Vi to, in fact, qualify for this monthly final. So this is a hotly anticipated rematch, but the ball may very well be in Na'Vi's court, given that that sort of litmus test of their matchup against Crazy Raccoon was already tested and it resulted in a 2-0 sweep.
Kenny, let's talk predictions here, because I think this one is quite hard to call, because both of us actually, in fact all of us, have selected Crazy Raccoon despite the last meeting against Na'Vi going heavily in favor of the Ukrainian org. I mean, this Crazy Raccoon team today, I guess from my perspective, have looked very clean. The drafts have looked good, but I don't know if they've had to face as stiff competition on the way to this final as Na'Vi have.
I mean, I told you earlier, we looked at Tensai's glare at the screen. I'm not betting against the man, but I mean, jokes aside, these guys have been unbelievable today. I know Na'Vi got the best of them in a best of 3 in the monthly qualifiers, but Crazy Raccoon are about as consistent as it gets. I mean, just to show how special they are, they're in rare air. Tensai is going for an 18 grand finals victories in the monthly finals. That's unbelievable. Mount Rushmore stuff of Brawl Stars. That's the level of competition they're facing. So Na'Vi beating them twice in 1 month, I think would be something special.
I mean, Crazy Raccoon, that is an incredible number, considering that many players haven't even played in that many monthly finals. That takes a heck of a lot. Here's your Crazy Raccoon roster. It's Tensai, Shitapo, and Moya. Were expected to be the top team in this region at the start of this year, but it turns out this APAC space is a little bit deeper than we first gave them credit for, but this team have been stellar today. They've been very clean, and they, ready set, they've washed aside all their opponents.
Pretty much. Already brought this up, but only a single game dropped this entire series so far. Every draft has basically gone in their favor, with only one that seemed even a little bit even, and even then they managed to get a completely free Rico lane when it came to Rustic Arcade. They've been on point when it came to the drafts, and this has been our main criticism of them in the past. With them now fixing this issue and coming to the battle with the same raw mechanics that they've always been known for, it's a recipe for success.
Feels like they're looking a lot more well-rounded, but the Na'Vi squad have looked fantastic, and they took down Revenant in pretty convincing fashion. Revenant, a team that I would basically consider the gatekeepers of this region. Like, if you want to play with the big boys, you've got to get through that team. But it started off in that matchup against 3R Gaming, where we saw Na'Vi pick these compositions that allowed them to lead Kenny into their individual skill, and they expressed it time and time again throughout this series. This knockout game especially was quite close, as they had to deal with this Max Meg composition.
Despite the scoreline, I mean, Na'Vi really had to fight through that one. We saw how it ended in Brawl Ball as well. I mean, a real back and forth kind of affair. Even gave us a little bit of a scare of a set 5. I thought maybe Revenant would power their way through, but even as bruising as a composition as it was, Na'Vi were still able to hold strong and persevere. So I do think this team is worthy of making it here. To get here the road, I would say, at least on paper, probably a little bit harder than Crazy Raccoons, right? So I think in fairness, this is obviously going to be Crazy Raccoons' toughest task of the day, and this is a little bit of a revenge match too. Like we said, Na'Vi got the best of them in monthly qualifiers, are the reason why Crazy Raccoon got knocked down and had to do the extra work in the lower bracket as well. So this is going to be a good adversary for him.
Let's be clear, we have all picked Crazy Raccoon to win this, but I am certain that none of us are confident of that. We had to make a selection here, and Crazy Raccoon just on the day, that form on the day seems so much more important. We're going to say goodbye to Ready, Set here. Myself and Kenny will take you through this grand final. Kenny, it all begins on Safe Zone, and many of the fans at home are on our side here, but it's one of the closest predictions we've seen today.
Na'Vi Nation are no stranger to the voting polls. They always show out in chat. They're going to be here and really just giving it for their team here. You know, the fact that it was 38%, I think shows a lot of respect considering some of the votes that we've had today. I mean, honestly, this is, at least from memory, maybe the closest one we had, which is kind of crazy, all things considered. A lot of fans going down for both sides, a lot of history between previous teammates, previous friends, and now new rivals. And the first overall selection is going to be the brawler most banned on this map of the qualifiers. It's going to be the train conductor.
Yeah, Chuck getting picked up again. We've seen how devastating this can be. And again, Na'Vi telegraph it with the Cordelius and Charlie bans. So Crazy Raccoon have to figure out how to deal with this. Colette, very powerful, definitely against those tankier targets. Also, free safe damage with time to collect. If you ever get in an aggressive position, they want to go fast. They have the cold as well for that base race potential. Crazy Raccoon understand their win condition.
And Cordelius being banned here as well by Na'Vi. I mean, clearly they wanted to go for Chuck if he was available. I love this response from Crazy Raccoon. Colette and Colt is as good as it gets. We saw what it did earlier on this specific map as well. So much DPS and output onto that high safe. Interesting response on the other end. Na'Vi's going to go with B, somebody that I would say does not traditionally show up on this map. This is probably a use of defense on their end just to try and slow down and maybe match up specifically more into Colette, I have to imagine. I think Piper's going to be great at that as well. I mean, Chuck's going to be trying to charge as many supers to race down the sidelines. I think B's going to be more of a defensive mechanism, and Piper can be a little bit of the best of both worlds here.
I feel like Na'Vi put their foot on the brake here after seeing the Colt Colette pick, so they might be looking to maybe not even opt into a base race anymore. Might just want to exert as much control over the middle of the map as possible, punish Colette for having that short range in general, and then the Sam comes up here. And why do you think Crazy Raccoon round out their composition with this brawler?
I'm assuming they just want to run it down with Sam, right? I mean, into the face of somebody like a B who traditionally does pretty well into tanks. This is really interesting. I mean, it's still going to take B several shots, all things considered, though. Sam, somebody that's really shown up in the North America meta recently, but definitely not in the side of APAC. I mean, in terms of scrim data this week and monthly qualifiers, really not something that shows up a ton. I'm sure this is very matchup specific. It's clearly looking for an exploit out here. It's going to be Moyagoka piloting that brawler as well. Curious to see what he can do here, because Levi's just going to need a free super as well. Going to be able to throw down these posts even faster now, so Moya's got to make it count.
Okay, so again, Na'Vi say, yes, we want to set up this Chuck infrastructure, but we don't want to base race while we're doing it. So they have a very good defensive comp that seems to be punishing the heck out of this Colt and this Colette. Moya wants to step up against instantly nuked here. Na'Vi's such a well-rounded composition. Now they can dive. Chitapo here with a gotcha gadget, presumably. Gonna throw that out. Here comes the time to collect here. Crazy Raccoon staying in step. In fact, have more damage on Na'Vi's safe, but that might be about to change.
Very nervous stuff for Na'Vi. I mean, if one CR Brawler gets through, it's going to be enough damage to really take the lead here. Levi once again diving in. Satampo ready to play defenses along with Tensai. He's going to slide through this. A jump back as well from Piper. Suzuku using a gadget just to keep them at bay for now. Another dive in, some instant damage, and well below 50% now for Na'Vi. Advantage on their side for sure.
I mean, Chuck does like 4k damage when he contacts the safe using that super. And he does it on the way in and on the way out. It's very powerful. Gadget there used by Moya to try and slow the Chuck down, but Levi still gets in with a ton of damage. And this defensive core that works around the Chuck has made it almost impossible for Tensai to get safe damage at all.
Chuck consistently able to get to the other end as well, even if it's not, you know, 20% every single time round. If you're getting 10% every time you're connecting, that's great stuff. Satampo, though, has a hypercharge and a super. Here comes the damage. Tensai laying down the line as well. And Moya Goku going to be joining in as well. 4,000 and 1,200 shots piling up, though. It's going to come down to the very end here. 1% remaining. Oh! Sides now, but CR prevail. A buzzer beater, and it goes their way.
God, they're so good. They understand exactly when it is time to go. There's been so much of that round being unable to base race because of the double sharpshooter defense that we see from Na'Vi. But eventually they're able to break through, and it's at just the right time. I mean, legitimately, you cannot get any closer than that, ladies and gentlemen. Crazy Raccoon are the kings of the thin margins.
I mean, they must have been doing some insane calculations in their brains, because that took some guts, to say the least. I mean, it came down to 1%, and they had to rely on themselves and go for gold, and that's exactly what they did. Na'Vi just inches away from victory and don't come away with anything.
Oh,
and no! CR are just running away with it. 1% compared to the 50-some-odd percent CR have done, and Moya Goku is still lurking.
Sam is wailing down on this safe. Crazy Raccoon look like they've got it figured out for the most part. Eventually, Moya must succumb, but Tensai was able to defend and take Levi out of the picture. Suzuku low. Colette does not fare well against these sharpshooters. It is an awful situation for her. But she needs to find a way to build super. Now has that hypercharge up, so that's good for a ton of that safe damage. And you can see Iron Hive used by Suzuku doing everything he can to keep that Colette away from the safe. This time it works for now. Boy, though, sees Levi go past and can't really pay too much heed. There's still a big lead for Crazy Raccoon.
Levi showing he can be consistent damage, but is it enough to turn the needle? It's going to be Tensai in the mid, duking it out with the Na'Vi roster right now, doing his best to dodge. Tensai with some insane mechanics, and now a high charge as well. This could get a little scary. That's a huge takedown, though, but the damage still piling up. They forgot about Tensai on the other end, and CR, as a result, rejoicing. A set 1 victory and another one to pile on for the day.
I mean, that was really fantastic. I think there are a lot of people out there that go up against Chuck in a lot of their heist games and just feel like it's very oppressive. Like, how do we beat this? Frankly, it requires you to be on the same page. Like, you must have the right picks. These picks that, if they're unattended, can work their safe down so rapidly, because you need to be able to match the impact that Chuck has. Chuck obviously hits hardest when he uses that super. His primary fire, not the most damaging thing to use on a safe. That's where the balance kind of is. So if you can match that, you can lean into that double sharpshooter setup, you're golden. But Crazy Raccoon had to do that. They had to fight the sharpshooters with Colette and Sam, who are not advantaged in against those picks at all.
You just see all three of CR's brawlers, and they're all capable of dealing a ton of burst damage instantly. And Chuck is great. He's consistent. He gets his super for free after all, with just a little bit of patience. But it wasn't enough to turn the tide in that match. Tensai with a super, or Colette with a super can do enough. And Sam's just overwhelming, especially if played properly. They're going to be able to just run it down the map, be up in the faces of enemy brawlers, waste shots, especially into these single shot brawlers, somebody like a Piper. Unless you're using a super to jump away or something, it's really difficult to deal with. And I think that kind of makes sense why you see the kill category more line up with that other end. Tensai, Satampo, especially Moya Goku, not really afraid to get their hands dirty, to give up themselves in order to get that pivotal heist safe damage, because they know if they get over there, they're going to make it count.
Stunning DPS there from Suzuku. Much of that, I suspect, being pumped into Moya over much of the round. But again, a Chapi gets a lot of value here from just running people over. The amount of times that we saw Sam just get basically blown up because he happened to be in Chuck's way. That's definitely not where you want to be. You need to work around him as much as possible. Really competitive map. I mean, it is great to see two teams stand so close together at the top, and another grand final of a monthly final, Kenny, that promises to be close.
Na'Vi were certainly competitive in that. I mean, that's all we can ask for at this point, right? Crazy Raccoon have been unbelievable today. I mean, Na'Vi's been impressive from what we've seen for the camera time for them as well. Definitely a great adversary, good opponents. But again, can't say it enough. Crazy Raccoon are just a beast of their own. There's a reason why they are constantly picked to be favorites, no matter who they play. Not just here, but in years past across the world. These guys are favorites all the time for a reason. They work hard at it, and they're going for yet another Grand Finals championship. And they're going to be starting out with a lead here, something they didn't do last month as well, and they still won that one.
Last time we saw dueling beetles, Crazy Raccoon had two tanks in the mix. That was very scary. Buster and Pam both picked up. Na'Vi banning Pam instantly and snapping up a Sandy for themselves.
Sandy's been the most popular brawler on this map in particular for this region recently. I'm sure Hypercharge has something to do with that as well. But Tensai going to be selecting Ems and another popular one here. It's going to be Byron. This is a region that is very successful with this brawler and not afraid to use it. But as a result, there's going to be some brawlers like Melody slipping through the cracks. Not even that's the first pick overall. That's the second one for Na'Vi on the 4-5 turn. Not usual that you're going to see somebody like that go through.
Okay, M's decent answer here to Sandy is, you know, she does have maybe slightly longer range. Doesn't have the stun potential, though, but very good zoning in the form of Caustic Charisma. Melody's scary. That is frightening, especially if she's able to build up those notes and play up against the wall. I'm very curious to see how Crazy Raccoon get value out of Byron, but if there's any team that can do that, it is going to be them. What do we round out this composition with, though? We don't have Pam available, and you know, both teams looking to get rid of that. Buster is on the table, but probably doesn't look that great here against Na'Vi's comp whatsoever. Often Larry and Laurie getting, you know, banned out, but that was maybe during a period where they were just a little bit more oppressive. Na'Vi want to round out their comp with a Cordelius.
And on the other end, it's going to be Nita. So adding a spawner in the mix here with Bruce the Bear, especially with a hypercharge, it's going to be a big bear as well. Ems, Byron, and Nita. Interesting. This really isn't a combination I feel like you'd see anywhere else in the world, but this region loves Byron as a result of the Sandy being drafted. More likely that somebody like Ems can show up. Interesting to see the Cordelius as well. I like him for the game mode, but I don't necessarily see it being, you know, into a tank or something like a hard counter like we're traditionally used to, but I don't think that doesn't mean it can't work. Just have to be careful about the range that these enemy sides are going to have.
Good early damage here. Levi and Achapi both feeling the pinches. Ems can be impressive, but Suzuku, that gadget is messed up. Chitapa there just allows themselves to be taken down here. So Crazy Raccoon are in dire straits already. Achapi able to use the gadget, jump over. Melody is just filthy. That's two uses of the gadget here, though. But Na'Vi have such a strong lead early.
Really well played from Achapi as well. The Shadow Realm being used to his advantage. Tensai trying to hold on, but not enough to get through the sliver of HP that Achapi and Suzuku had. Now they have the Sandstorm going down as well. Invisibility going to help them out a ton, and Stompo can try all he wants. That's super not going to cover everything. Good use of the gadget as well to try and scout out the enemies. They pick up a kill as a result, but Tensai right back in the Shadow Realms where he has a major disadvantage, and Achapi adding on another one to his stats.
I want to chalk this already. This comp gap is so oppressive. The Melody now showing us exactly why she is so often banned, as Suzuku could just run on in. Moya, definitely scary, especially with Bruce active, but Nita, this might be one of the first times we've seen her picked on this map. There might be a reason for that. Obviously great in Heist in some occasions, but Crazy Raccoon showing us how it might have some applications here on dueling beetles. They now have the advantage, but they can't really let go of this hot zone.
I think the spawner are going to be the biggest thing. I mean, Bruce the Bear is going to be really troublesome to deal with for any of them. The main shot from Melody doesn't do a ton of damage. Sandy not going to do well into a big, bulky Bruce the Bear. So once they have control, I think CR actually have a very good chance of that, like we're seeing here, especially if Moya can get a super.
Here's Suzuki once more. They're able to find that one kill. Shitapa's just going to get blown up here. Moya in a little bit of danger. Hypercharge pop though. Bruce is tanky as you like, and Crazy Raccoon have gotten themselves a lead, but Levi's oppressive, difficult to deal with. Achapi can't really touch though. That's the problem. This Ems is devastating, and the stun came in, but there's not enough action there from Na'Vi. Unbelievable. This Nita composition comes back, and you're right. Once they have control, it becomes a whole different game. What the heck?
Hey, I'm just saying we didn't write him off though, so that's a good call that we didn't do that, because Crazy Raccoon certainly proved us and probably a lot of the spectators at home wrong. That was an unbelievable clutch up there. I mean, again, just when you think you won it, just when you have 60% on these guys, they make a comeback. This is a map too that lost them the World Finals. This is something that last month as well was a test for them too. I can see just dealing with that mentally a lot, and instead they don't waver. They continue to pursue this win and stick with it, and now they're looking at a small little lead here. I mean, just improving every step of the way. These guys just can't be buried.
Levi, okay, really has to commit there, but gotta go down to the gas. And all this only really gets Na'Vi equal on capture percentage. Suzuki dives in. Tensai, I saw that little juke there. That's pretty big. Achapi will have to fall here, but the Shadow Realm gets some 2 kills. Cordelius is an absolute menace here. Shitampo having to throw that super down, now being threatened by Levi, but Crazy Raccoon have gotten about 20% during that last passage of play, and Moya and Tensai are back.
A takedown's going to allow them to cycle in some new brawlers. Achapi diving in, doing his best, going to have low HP when he returns. It's going to be ultimately a trade. Suzuki diving in, though, using the shield, using the musical notes around him to his advantage. Once they can press up against these walls and have these notes revolving around them, that's their win condition. Now the pressure is on the enemy side. A Levi super would be helpful. Cordelius dragging people along the way helps too, but that shield just putting in so much work right now. Nearly gets 2 kills, gets 1, and Moya only down to 1100, which makes Levi's job much easier.
Yeah, low as they were, though, Moya was still able to get some crucial percentage, but now I feel like Na'Vi starting to go up a gear. Achapi a little bit low, but the Sandstorm from Levi was pretty big. Here's a hypercharge. Sandstorm throwing down once more. Achapi now wants to try and jump forward. Oh, couldn't come up with anything, but the damage is so good. Looks like Na'Vi are going to be able to stabilize here and put themselves in a winning position.
The hypercharge for Sandy is just so good. The swift winds coming through, some extra speed in their sails here, and Suzuki just diving right on in. They know they've got the percentage points built up. And this composition that looks so fearsome coming to this draft, prevailing here in game number 2. Na'Vi giving themselves a fighting chance here on Dueling Beetles.
Yeah, nice to see them come back a little bit. Crazy Raccoon, I think our initial read was just that they kind of picked themselves into a slightly weaker position. And you can see, like, as soon as Melody had 3 notes and she's able to dash in, you get absolutely battered. Crazy Raccoon have done well to play around that, but still, it's also tough to deal with Cordelius when he runs at you, jumps over things. Tensai only has so many charges of Friend Zoner. Speaking of gadgets, though, already one from Levi that ends up getting them blown up instead.
Suzuki does have a super, though, so they can apply some pressure if needed here. Tensai in prime position, though. Satapo healing himself up. It's not enough. Super. Poison keeping him up, and the concoction from Byron just doing wonders for the Crazy Raccoon side.
Yeah, and another super generator thrown on Achapi, meaning that they can't contest because they've lost half their health and they're ticking even further down. Here's Bruce. Didn't see many of that last round. Achapi getting caught in a muddled mixture. And Bruce is on the hunt, and there is nothing Sandy can do if they don't have the ammunition. Fantastic zoning tool being used here by Crazy Raccoon, and Na'Vi probably starting to build some frustration. But here's the Shadow Realm from Achapi. Moya doesn't win those. Shitampo, though, at least able to trade it back out here. Gadget used. Suzuki under a hell of a lot of pressure, and this is already close to being over. Suzuki needs to make something big happen here. Friend Zoner ensures that it's just a trade. The Melody can't have the value they're looking for. Crazy Raccoon get themselves a second set in this series. The Nita is based as heck, and it gets them up 2-0.
Oh, and Tensai looks comfy as well. He's smiling, he's having fun. That is the worst thing you can see if you're a Na'Vi fan right now. No fear in Tensai's eyes, and Levi's eyes full of disappointment instead. They need to pick a very creative one, but I think it showed why it could work out there. One, Nita just got a hypercharge, so Nita just instantly going to be a better brawler as a result of that. But if you look at the enemy side, there's not a lot of ways that they can deal with multiple incoming brawlers, especially high HP ones at that point. So Nita having Bruce the Bear there once they had control was just one more thing for a Melody or a Cordelius or a Sandy. Just, you saw it at the end of game number 3, just literally had to run away. It's a lot to deal with here. So I think CR, despite, you know, kind of the question marks we had going into that, knew what they were doing, and it kind of works out. Okay, well, I already knew what he was doing too. That was interesting.
Yeah, glad we got to see that in advance here. But you're right. I think in games where we got to see Bruce once or twice, it was a huge difference here. Suzuki obviously is dangerous and can get great shielding with the gadget up, but doesn't really want to get close to Bruce under any circumstances. Shitampo here also ensuring that no brawler on Navi's side could ever go 2v1. Like, it was always at least a trade secured. I mean, that super is very powerful. Like, we really underestimate, like, healing and damage when they occur at the same time. And I'm not talking, like, you know, mid-healing and damage, like, you know, Screeching Solo kind of gives you. It's like a large nuke that comes down and very quickly can turn fights around. Great Byron play. Shitampo topping the DPS, you know, for this Crazy Raccoon side, which is impressive considering you're on the same team as an EMS. Great showing. 16 eliminations. That is dirty.
Dirty, and considering it's a Byron as well, I mean, we only see the DPS and the kills. There's no way somebody else out-healed the guy, so I think Shitampo might have been leading every single category possible with DPS, which for a Byron, 300 is plenty, so not complaining here, but that is an unbelievable set performance from him.
Yeah, really, really impressive. Glad you kind of brought that to light a little bit more, Kenny. We'll be looking very closely now. What Shitampo can do as we head over to Bell's Rock. And what might be Na'Vi exiting here much earlier in this grand final than I think any of us would have thought, especially given how strong they looked throughout the qualifier in general. The Crazy Raccoon looking like they're built a little bit different today. They are comfy, they are having fun, they are ready to throw down here in what could be a monthly final championship point.
Kit, the first brawler that comes to mind for me here. We'll see how it turns out in the draft setting, but we've seen him enter the ban phase several times here for either bounty or KO, and in this case, of course, Bell's Rock going to be that KO setting. Gus's selection here, again, we've said it a few times tonight, but compared to the other regions, Gus is going to be a very popular option. And there's that kid I was talking about, again, somebody in the balance changes that I certainly have my eye on. I think arguably could be a top 10 brawler at the professional level. You know, it's a little bit harder to bring out with casuals, but when you're in this draft setting and you get some matchups in the proper map for him, it's something that can be pretty lethal. So I'm really excited to see with this Gus kit combo, just how much shielding and healing they're going to be able to bring here.
Yeah, again, we saw Crazy Raccoon deal with a kit in their quarterfinal game, but it was more aggressive, right? It would use cardboard box and just try and dive on enemy brawlers and neutralize them. Another Byron here, and you know what? I'm sold. I don't need to be convinced anymore. Shitampo was disgusting on that previous set here. As far as I'm concerned, he can do no wrong.
I think we can maybe expect a tank here on this other side. I'm thinking something like a Buster could be kind of interesting here. If we pair a Gus and a Kit and a Buster, I just feel like that's a lot of combinations to be successful. Kit can ride the backs of either. You got the shield coming in from Gus, and the Kit Buster combination is one of the most popular ones on this map when you see a Kit. So I'm interested to see how they pair it, and there it is. I just think it makes a lot of sense considering it's bringing the best of Kit. You're pairing it with Gus, who brings a lot of utility and shield to the table, so you got a healthy Buster who's able to heal himself up, and if you get that Gus bubble with a knockback on top of that as well, Buster's going to be unstoppable in those in-game circles.
Is this another draft that just looks better for Na'Vi, in your opinion? Because we were very excited about what they had in that previous map of Dueling Beetles, and it still wasn't enough.
I think it's a really good combination. I think the key for these guys is just playing it pretty passive off the start if you're Na'Vi, really looking for those in-game situations. You want to slowly build up those supers, of course, but if you're not really isolating Kit in a bad situation or Gus, you know, if they get one good gene pool or one good walking cane, Tinsai's going to be able to do that. And they're actually going to be running the grand piano, so that's an interesting call too. I think they just want to give themselves some guaranteed wall break, which is exactly what they're going to do. As a result, Na'Vi's just going to kind of have to hunker down in their spawn. So I think Gus bubbles and Kit supers are going to be very, very pivotal for Na'Vi to have a chance here.
Achapi wanted to make use of the indestructible boxes here in this L shape. And they will stick close to Levi to make sure they can build that super. Once that's done, they'll be ready to throw down here. Shitampo and Tensai, though, seem unbothered. Moya wants to charge that hand, so they'll be poking away at Suzuki over and over again. Some good damage there in the middle of the map here. Definitely a win condition to pull like a Kit straight on in, blow them to pieces. Obviously, is the most fragile member of this Na'Vi composition.
Now Achapi can march forward as well. He's got the montage ready to go. The only thing missing is the Suzuki super here. They just need to be careful about giving away too much charge to the enemy side. And now they're going to be able to walk this forward. Kit hopping on the back. The thrower shots going down as well. An easy collection here into Shitampo. It's going to be an easy 3v2 scenario alongside that. And this combination, like I said, just lethal in these in-game scenarios. Crazy Raccoon with no supers really built up, just couldn't do a thing.
They used one super, Na'Vi, and that was the Kit one. Didn't really have to worry too much. The montage came out. Of course, it was regenerated pretty much straight away. So that is very powerful. Now, Crazy Raccoon, though, are about as strong as they're going to get. They have the Grey super. They have the Gene pull as well. Can they make it work? Or do they get out-drafted entirely? And are we going to be moving on pretty quickly? Here's Levi. Cardboard box. Okay, straight on top of the Buster now. Here we go. This is a very powerful combination. You can't be hit, and you can just throw those balls of yarn constantly.
Zatampo choosing the Byron could be looking to try and eliminate some of that healing factor that Kit brings to the table, so that's a pretty good use of the super there. But even if they get a regular shot too, some poison will help out as well. Gus in an interesting spot here, could be isolated. The pull not connecting there for Moya. All they can rely on now is the dimensional doors from Tensai, but he's being rushed down on this right-hand end.
Oh yeah, Shitapa knew he had it there. Byron becoming a pseudo thrower when that super's available. 2 big taps from the Gene onto the Kit. And not only, setting up that super, but also just, getting it within kill range. You build up another magic hand as a result of that.
Choppy's glued to Gus, just trying to charge that super back up as well. Levi already has one in the pocket as well. Scary stuff on the other end, though. Moya with a hypercharge, and that speedy hand is impossible to deal with. They look for the freeze, though. A Choppy trying to make up for his fallen teammates, but Crazy Raccoon are simply too good at the game.
Oh, they're so good. This team has come so far from last month. They look like they are well and truly ready to take on the world. First, of course, Na'Vi stands in their way, but we are on match point right now. They come out here with this composition that's just good. It's just solid. It makes use of Byron, who again, that super just doesn't care about walls. You get someone low enough, it's an instant kill. It's just a cell around there. And of course, the Gene Hypercharge helped a lot too.
Not to mention too, Na'Vi started things off really well. They won round number 1, and then round number 2, they were walking in with several supers of their own, just already recharged from all the takedowns they got on CR. But yet again, CR step up to the plate when it matters most and just get the kills necessary.
Here we go. That's a big dive on Shitampo, and no one can help them out. So an insta-pick here for Na'Vi. Really well navigated. Moya and Tensai would love the gas to come up any moment now. Maybe they think to build their supers, but Levi's got his back. The Gus has theirs. Some damage, they say. We're more than happy to feed here for whatever we can get. Moya gets the magic hand, says, okay, I'd love the gas to come now, please. That would be nice. That'll be the round.
And the gas couldn't have come sooner. Unfortunately for them, Levi ended up getting that super. So this is what I was talking about in game number 1. These fellows are going to be walking into this round with 3 supers available, a cardboard box to put Levi in position as well. And now all the utility on their side. Moya has a pull, but they're going to have to make that one count. Otherwise, Tensai and Zatampo are going to have to work alongside each other to kind of walk this back up.
Yeah, we've not really seen the Grey be a huge factor here for a Crazy Raccoon. Haven't seen any all-ins with the TPs, any disengages yet either. Kooky Popper chucks Tensai down. Magic Hand dodge there by Kit Super. A lot of mobility available to that brawler.
Going to be able to stay safely alongside his teammates as well. He's going to charge up yet another super here as well. So Achapi has the montage ready to go. They can march forward with whatever angle they want, which might be why Moya's trying to get a flank on this right hand and just so they have shots available. Tensai looking for whatever angle he can get as well. As this fog starts to close in, things get scarier and scarier for CR.
Pressure on Achapi, forced to use this montage defensively here. And now the gas comes in. What tools do you have available? Levi still has that super. Got to attach to Achapi. Slow-mo replay used to draw Tensai in, but Moya and Shitampo are still standing. They're going to try and pressure this down, but it's just too much health and healing. That is so cheesy. The Kit combo on top of the Buster. Now we know it too. But hey, they're here to win. They're not here to play nice.
That's right. Take advantage of what's given to you. Look, Buster and Kit were both available. It's a threatening combination. It's been, honestly, probably the most popular combination when you see Kit on the field this week in terms of the scrims, especially after the balance changes. Kit was still somebody you have to take seriously. Last month, we saw flashes of it across the world, especially in North America as well. So I think after this, the cardboard box getting a little bit of a nerf. I think rightfully so. 5 seconds of invisibility would have been pretty crazy with the balance changes he got. So I think Kit's honestly in a very good spot at the professional level.
Absolutely. Levi looking dangerous in this game too. Taking quite low, Moya able to build towards a super. And again, we do not have the ability to break this wall down. Apparently, Tensai just opting not to do that. Either way, they need that Gene super online. Suzuki and Shitapu trading on that right-hand side. Only the Gus super yet to be built on the Na'Vi side, so they're basically ready to go. Making Buster literally and figuratively unkillable is a big part of their win condition.
Choppy's going to need to give himself some space for his teammates. Levi trying to work forward with him. Suzuku creeping his way up as well. Here come the thrower shots as well. Suzuku lining up shots as well. Moya forced into the storm with nowhere to go. Does have a pull available, but easy lineups there for Na'Vi. Tensai down to about half HP. Gus fighting it out, and now it's just alone Sutampo who has to debate. Does he use a super or does he hold on? And with only 805 HP, he's going to elect to just push forward into another round. Na'Vi with an opportunity to extend this match.
Na'Vi in good shape. It just really feels like Crazy Raccoon don't have any options. They have to beat Na'Vi before they get to that critical mass, and they're already there. 3 supers build up here for the red side. Not a bad super. Chuck down to Chappie a little bit. Okay, aggressive play from Levi. That's hurt them in the past here. Leaves them in like a 2 versus 2, where they have to give up a lot of ground. Little bit, maybe of a throw there from Na'Vi. Suzuku gets the shield. Chappie's too low to really help out, and that tick damage is eventually going to claim the Gus here. And now we have a 2 versus 1, just the Buster left. Can Na'Vi, specifically the Buster, Chappie, fight out of this corner and get some old teammates? I think there might be too much to ask here. There's a lot of damage available between these two.
He's going to have about 10,000 some odd HP, but Moya's going to be able to get some easy chip shots, has a hypercharge and pull. Tensai's got to teleport if they really get into a bad situation. And now he's going to worry about this storm as well. I don't think he has much of a chance of getting a super here either. So I think this is just going to be a toughie for Na'Vi here, and I think Choppy knows it as well. A real interesting decision to go all in there, Uber, and it might cost them this grand finals.
That would be devastating. It all comes down to this round, at least. The set rests on it. Still the magic hand up here for Moya. If they can find, honestly, anyone, but the kit is ideal. That would basically break it open right here, right now. So much rests on Moya's shoulders. Levi going to try and stay safe here. Jump onto a Chappie already. We're going aggressive, but there's no gas here to punish Crazy Raccoon for giving ground. Super there thrown out for the Byron. And Chappie getting a little bit low. This is scary. Moya now. Here it is. 2 players hooked in. And Chappie goes slow, but they're going to win out that fight. Tensai gets caught inside the Super. And Na'Vi, a sigh of relief. They stay alive in this grand final.
We talk about how Na'Vi went all in and it looked bleak, looked like a questionable situation. In that spot, CR make a pull onto multiple brawlers that are a threat up close. I think that's a tough call to make. I mean, and given the amount of HP they had, given the amount of brawlers they had on their side, I can kind of see it, right? But it clearly didn't work out in terms of the damage calculations there. So as a result, Na'Vi are able to skate on by. We're going to a set 4.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they got to blow up the kit basically instantly. But we talked about the concept of that composition for Na'Vi. It's so powerful. Shield the Buster, put the kit on the Buster. Crazy Raccoon, I mean, have to be world beaters to even win a round against that composition. I feel like they're just so unfavored up against it. And the amount of times I've seen a hypercharged magic hand actually blow up in the Gene's face, we talked about it a bit today as well, is quite absurd. Great stuff for Crazy Raccoon. They keep it close, but just a stunning draft from Na'Vi, and they understand how to execute this comp. This last round here, they don't get Levi, right? They don't burst the kit down. They actually throw most of their damage at the Buster.
It's an interesting choice, right? And that hypercharge, although powerful, you can get multiple enemies. You also, as a result, get multiple enemies, right? And we kind of saw it play out there. If you get the wrong enemy or connect with the wrong shots onto the wrong brawler, it leads you into a tough situation. And because Kit was able to survive, it's an instant super onto the enemy, which stuns them out. And since it was the last brawler remaining, well, it's just easy lineups for the remainder of the team. If you thought Levi with 7 kills there was good with Buster, Uber, I mean, we better be counting our lucky stars that Melody is banned, because you don't even want to know what a Kit Melody looks like.
Oh, that is filthy. I mean, I can just imagine. Kind of gives her everything that she could ever ask for. But again, you can't ban out all these strategies. You just can't. That's why Melody's been sneaking through. That's why Kit is also making their way in now. And the nerf that they received was pretty minimal. I mean, they still able to have extremely high impact. You know, we see the Byron make another appearance, see why it works. But Moya not quite able to hit, a couple of those big supers that would really make Na'Vi question whether or not they want to engage. They just seem to kind of shrug them off or not be hit by them at all and be able to step forward, gas or no gas.
Levi just seems to be gasping for air right now, just trying to keep it together. Life flashing before his very eyes there in that previous set, but nonetheless, they were able to get us to another one. A set 4 here in our grand finals. We're going over to Rustic Arcade, which is Gym Grab. Still a map and mode, relying on a lot of control. But this one has some of those long range factors. We saw 8-Bit a little bit earlier. We see Piper Bells of the world here a lot. Byron shows up here. Gus shows here. We're going to get maybe a little APAC flair and some of the more traditional brawlers we could expect to see here too.
I mean, we've seen on this map a ton of, you know, the usual suspects so far, like a lot of that Carl, a lot of that Amber. Those are still available. But these teams trending away from them to start with. Colonel Ruff's going to get taken up here, so such a beast in the side lane. And the Max for Crazy Raccoon. How fitting.
Gotta have a Max Gene combo on this map. I mean, you see the single shot brawler of Bell on the other end, you know, sharpshooter's a possibility, and you go Gene and Max. I mean, it's just traditional. It's something Crazy Raccoon specifically are comfortable with. Tensai on that Max is a different breed, so I don't blame them at all for just going what's good and also safe for them.
Absolutely. A very robust composition, especially with, yeah, like you said, the sharpshooters banned down and Melody not on the table. Both teams ensuring that. Crazy Raccoon now can round out a powerful comp, and they are dissuading any potential Carl pick here, preempting with the Amber.
Man, pairing that with Amber is some serious control as well. That is a nasty composition on the left-hand din, but a very different route taken by Na'Vi here. A more well-rounded. We've got Levi, who can kind of be the aggressor. They can use the speed zone if they wish to give their allies a little bit extra. We got Ruffs, who's going to be somebody that's going to be able to power up teammates, use for the utility, and Bell kind of the best of all worlds. It's a real Swiss Army knife of Brawl Stars, and a reason that Bell gets picked so much. Those nest eggs paired with the damage amplifier, paired with the hypercharge. Even though the hypercharge got a little bit of a nerf, you're still able to get it, I believe, every 2.5 supers if math serves me right. So hypercharge is still a real possibility, and that stat boost nonetheless is still a big deal for somebody like Bell.
Here we go. Crazy Raccoon looking to try and close the series out here. They don't want to risk getting taken to a 5th. And of course, risk the reverse sweep happening. That'll be brutal. Shitapo blown up there. Suzuki very aggressive straight down mid. Obviously a great option to have the Bell here, who will outrange everybody on CR.
Interesting lead here as well. A choppy on this right-hand din. It's going to be a big takedown there on the left, but there are those nest eggs. They're really pesky, and they're going to slow down the likes of a speedster like Tensai on the Max. So as a result, Suzuku going to get powered up. Levi just diving in as well. I love the launch pad mechanic here, just to dive right in on the action. But unfortunately for Levi, it's going to lead to his demise. Nice pull there for Moya.
Suzuki, though, is garnering so many gems just because of these nest eggs. Tensai struggling to apply their pressure. Shitapu also losing out of that side lane. It's hard to fight against a Chapi who can bounce those shots off the wall so often. Tensai is also marked. That's devastating. Your gem carrier being hit with that Bell Super doesn't usually bode well for you. Tensai, yeah, is just going to go down here. This is fantastic stuff from Na'Vi. They are dominant.
And now they've got the hypercharge and barely off the mark there with that pull. Moya couldn't quite connect. 10 gems now for the Na'Vi side. Tensai in hot pursuit. Moya marked up. Satampo looking to be the flamethrower on the right-hand end here, spreading out the shots, the speed going down as well. There's the pickup, the reset as well. Tensai trying to make it all happen for his team, popping a hyper charge just to get out of there with 4 gems. Levi, though, ready to meet him, gets the pickup, and now Na'Vi ready once again to contest the mid.
Crazy Raccoon is still in this, though. 7 to 8. They're able to pick up the next gem that spawned fortuitously on their side of the map. Suzuki, though, will be able to step forward for this one, unless Tensai has something to say about it. Great pressure. Levi down. Left the gems behind, but Tensai's too low to step up. Sutapa going to dissuade them here with a super off the Amber, and a champion Suzuki can't fully commit. That allows Tensai to heal up, come back in. 9 to 8. Crazy Raccoon favored now, and they're at the countdown. Moya, magic hand. Levi unable to jump out of it here. Crazy Raccoon have that lead, and Na'Vi have got to act now.
They got to move quickly. Tensai low HP and no phase shift available. Satampo laying down heavy fire on the right-hand end. Levi trying to skate his way up, and they make it just in the nick of time. It's a reset. Tensai's been hit up as well, too. They grab an 11th, so it is going to be a reset for now, but 1 gem, all the difference right now.
Magic hand, though, that could be big. Just 1 gem needed off that, and everybody on Na'Vi has at least one of them, but so many get dropped. Tensai, though, able to pick them back up, and Moya, crucially, gets a gem spawning on Crazy Raccoon's side of the map. Na'Vi, again, of course, can scoop one of their own up here, but they've got to respect this Gene super. That could be deadly.
Gene being the brawler in the mid is the only reason they couldn't pursue that. Really intelligent decision-making there for CR as Tensai picks up an 11th. Keep in mind, too, 15 is going to be the max count here, so once 29 gems are on the round, things get interesting. A big pickup, a takedown, a pull on the other end, though. All the action unfolding, and it's all resulting in Na'Vi claiming 21 in their back pockets. They need to hold on for 10 seconds here. Moya not even close to making contact. Tensai popping some speed here. Suzuki putting himself in a corner. If he Navi stays alive, they're going to be just fine, and that's exactly what happens here. A little breath of life here for Navi, who are one game away from dragging us to set 5.
More than that, they're feeling confident. They were ready to brawl from the very start of Rustic Arcade. They wanted to get up in Crazy Raccoon's face. They had the Stu running it down, literally running it down mid. They had a very strong rough lane on that right-hand side. The comp is good, and their execution there was great. They really kept that concentration up over a long round.
Ooh, and they're tapping on the Tensai right now. Didn't elect to use any phase shift there, and Suzuku as a result, connecting multiple shots. Levi getting the follow through, looking for Moya as well. It's going to be cleaned up by Satampu, who's there to help. But as a result, multiple nest eggs now down in this mid. An advantage in positioning for Navi.
Yeah, just feeding, creating the space for Suzuku now to make Tensai's life an absolute hellscape. Tensai's been hit with a mark as a result of that slow here. So really, it's a matter of time before Suzuki brings them down. It is so hard to prevail here. Levi loads good for 2. That's big. That's a blowout result. And Levi can now skitter away before Shitampo can punish with this amber.
Levi having 2 isn't ideal, but it's certainly better than CR having 2 if you're on the side of Navi here. They're willing to make that trade all day long. 8 gyms now for Navi. The biggest lead we've seen from them outside of the end of game number 1 of this set. Navi looking fierce as ever, and CR gonna have to find a way out of this one.
Now, they are well and truly behind the 8 ball. They need a blowout in a big way. Suzuku here, able to get that hypercharge up. Scary to go up against that belt here, but it looks like the mark didn't actually connect, or there wasn't one available. Moya and Tensai now planning, plotting, trying to find a way to draw Suzuku in and end this bell. Moya getting closer and closer now. The Vengeful Spirits get thrown out, and Suzuku is so low, but not low enough. This has at least allowed Crazy Raccoon to get within 2 gems, but that's not enough yet.
Phenomenal gameplay from Satampo on this right-hand end. The flamethrower going down, all the oil being spilled, and the Choppy is literally forced to take a lap to the other end. He doesn't stand a chance in that matchup, even with the Rocket Rain pushing him back.
Moya.
Tensai, an instigator here. Moya looking for positioning as well, going to be lurking in this grass, hiding with a super. Whenever he wants to click that button, he is now a threat onto this enemy team, even if he is marked up. He's got Tensai there for backup, and more importantly, they've got 10 gems in their pockets.
The map control's been huge for Crazy Raccoon. The threat of the magic hand has given him all this space to breathe, but the damage comes in from a Choppy. Moya blown to smithereens, and Navi snatched victory from the jaws of what looked like could have been defeat. Now they can just retreat across the map. Moya has the hypercharge. You better hope you hit this super, otherwise it is all over. Moya, one hand is good. A Choppy gets taken down, but they need more gems. More gems, I said. But Navi have that 11. Tensai is able to even them up here. Won't be able to maintain this map control. Has to use the super to get the 12th here. And they're not backing up. Crazy Raccoon are going for this.
And Moya looked to be standing still there as well. Not sure what's going on, as he's just kind of not moving. I mean, honestly, there's multiple instances here where I feel like this shouldn't have been a pickup, but nonetheless, here we are. 13 gyms, and somehow Crazy Raccoon are the ones with the lead for now.
Shitampo, though, struggling in that matchup against the Stu. That's been an issue. Tensai also very, very low, trying to benefit from the magic puffs here. Navi going to be cancelling out the countdown as Tensai begins it once more. Remember, 29 gems is the threshold here. Tensai holding in mid, but takes a hit from Suzuku. Good crossfire from Shitampo, and Choppy very, very low, and Tensai gets blown up again, but the trade is there. Levi's down, and Moya can recover. 16 gems is the threshold that you need, and Crazy Raccoon are determined to take this round, this set, all the way.
Match point ready to go for Crazy Raccoon. Moya comfortably in the bottom right-hand corner. A little misstep here and there in that game, but nonetheless, somehow, some way, Crazy Raccoon have found a way to keep themselves afloat. They're trying to end any hope of Navi dragging us to a set number 5. They want to win monthly final number 2 right here, right now.
Just about as competitive as it gets, folks. This has been unreal play out of our APAC region. Crazy Raccoon refused to bow down. They refused to go to that 5th set. And we're going to run it back once more. Tensai has been incredible on the max so far. Levi's been a problem on this left-hand lane, and Moya's going to get blown up. A dominant opener here from Navi. They want that reverse sweep.
And CR stuffed in their spawns right now. Navi with plenty of breathing room. Levi without a super makes things a little more interesting, but charges it up immediately. The mechanics on this left-hand end have been unbelievable. Satampo getting a trade there. A pull going down as well. Diving in. Tensai wants the smoke. Can't get it, though. Levi, 7 gems in his pocket. A scary proposition for the side of Na'Vi. Their aggressive brawler has all of their life savings in his hands, so they're going to have to be careful about how they approach it. But again, better than CR having him.
It means it's going to be hard, though, for Na'Vi to take that map control. They can't use Levi nearly as aggressively. Look at this. He's forced to fall back. Vengeful Spirit's used, but Achapi can still bare his teeth and play forward on that right-hand side. I think this Amber's been a real struggle. Great block of the magic hand there. It's the speed zone that gets caught instead. 9 gems between Suzuku and Levi. Crazy Raccoon are a long way behind here. And Suzuku can be the main gem carrier for the time being, as long as Levi paves a way for the Bell to come forward.
Gutsy call from Levi there. Calling the bluff of the gene pool that goes through, has enough foresight to put down his gadget and still hold on to these gems. They have to have enough pressure here. 13 seconds, they're going to be all the way in the back. Keep in mind there's a launch pad there if they need to get out quickly as well. So CR have plenty of comeback mechanics, and the first one in the sight of takedown not going to be available. Levi with plenty of HP, shielding for Suzuku at this point, and Na'Vi doing the unthinkable. They looked unstoppable in the monthly qualifiers, but they're just qualifiers for a reason. It's the big stage in the big leagues now, and Na'Vi are bringing it when it matters most.
It is so hard to separate these two teams now, and they have kept it as close as you could imagine over the last couple of sets. To take us all the way to center stage, to have it decided on Brawl Ball is absolutely ridiculous, because it started in a one-sided fashion, right? Heist was dominant for Crazy Raccoon, and slowly, but real slowly, over the course of the series, Na'Vi have clawed it back and found themselves now in a position to, do exactly what Crazy Raccoon were able to achieve in that last monthly finals. It was beautiful play. I just think that Ruff's just destroyed the Amber. That's the weak point for me. It's so crazy to, push Tatampo forward as someone who was, unfortunately maybe the weak link here, but it's more the pick that Amber got absolutely rolled.
I feel like all 3 brawlers for Na'Vi were doing something special. Stu had some great comeback moments, some important takedowns. Especially in game number 3, picking up all those gems. He was forced to, but as a result, you kind of remove him as a factor from being the offensive mechanism that this team needs. But instead, he's able to hold on, do his job well. Bell was tapping constantly. Levi, 14 kills. It's Colonel Ruff's #1 frag for your team and 275 DPS. Na'Vi with an unbelievable performance there in that set. Crazy Raccoon played out of their minds as well, but we just saw the real ceiling that Na'Vi has as a roster.
I'm telling you, probably all 14 of those kills were on Moya, or close to. It was really, really hard for this Amber to get that control, and Amber looks really scary when she can collapse on a mid or crossfire there on the map. But Ruffs is more than just a support that can offer that sort of upgrade to teammates. The fact that those shots bounce off walls there means that you can just inundate your opponent with constant damage without ever revealing yourself. Now that you're feeling it, I'm sure they are feeling the pressure here. It's been a long day. It's been a long series for them now. All they've got to do, take one more step and claim for themselves a monthly finals. All for themselves. Crazy Raccoon would love nothing else than to double down and go back-to-back here. But Na'Vi are their greatest challenge yet.
Not to mention, too, Na'Vi weren't even here last month. They picked up a brand new member after a huge blow in points last month. And now they have found themselves in the grand finals against the presumed #1 team in this region. Heck, not even presumed. They're the #1 team in this region. They're one of the best in the world every single year. And we're starting to see what this Na'Vi roster can do. Maybe they found the secret sauce, Uber. Maybe this roster pickup is exactly the fire that they needed. Maybe this hotel lobby needs to be their new main stage, man. Whatever it is, all they got to do is do it for one more set. And they might just be this month's champs.
It is wild to me that this team have come out of the woodwork in this particular fashion, because, that reject squad, they were a factor in East Asia last year, right? They were a legitimate team, but they never looked like this. They made it to LCQ, but they never really challenged, the top teams in East Asia for those monthly finals championships. Something has happened in between LCQ last year, getting eliminated by STMN, and now being picked up by Na'Vi. The amount of work these guys have put in is absolutely unreal, and they have shot to the top. They definitely will, at least numerically, shoot to the top of the APAC standings, regardless of the result in this series.
Sandy, the #1 overall selection, and the most banned typically on this map is going to be Rico. So Crazy Raccoon are going to snatch that guy up immediately. The DPS he can bring is unreal. Working those angles on the left and right-hand sides of the box in the middle of the map, something that Rico's definitely going to be known for here. I'm curious to see how Na'Vi adjusts if they want to break the walls, because now they got to deal with Bruce the Bear too, who's going to be, as we saw earlier, a great matchup into specifically Sandy.
Okay, we are doing the Nita thing again. I love to see it, especially here on center stage. That can be quite devastating. Sandy's been very effective for Na'Vi so far. We saw it on Dueling Beetles. That was a problem for Crazy Raccoon to deal with. I mean, they still managed to find success on that map through the most ridiculous of mechanisms, but that is the past. This is now. How do Na'Vi round out this composition here? You've got Sandy very effective at short range. You can cover the map here with that Sandstorm. You've got a very good thrower. You ran it out with Charlie. Somehow she's made it through the picks here to 5th.
You just can't really ever be upset with a Charlie, right? I was kind of working through my brain of what they could possibly do here, but it's hard to ever be upset with a selection like that. Larry and Lori have been very prevalent in the meta for multiple months now as well. Sandy going to be a very powerful one on this map, especially, I think. And the final selection is going to be Squeak. This one's a little bit of a head scratcher for me, to be honest with you. I mean, I get it. I just didn't expect it. It's somebody that maybe I should have had more on my radar, especially considering that, you know, we get the Squeak shot with the help of the Sandstorm on the other end. I think that's going to help them misstep, keep them back a little bit positioning-wise. But this is a little bit of a bold call, I would say, considering that Squeak's definitely not a consistently picked, a dominant brawler. So I feel like both sides are just kind of calling their shot here a little bit.
Yeah, conditionally, Residue could be a very powerful gadget, right? Having that slow field that, you know, can really enable the rest of your team to chase down or really, you know, punish someone who's carrying the ball and threatening to score. But here it is, everybody. It is our final set in this series between Crazy Raccoon and Na'Vi for all the marbles in our April monthly finals. That's a great start for Moya as Levi gets battered by the Nita.
Insane shots coming out early. And even though Sandy does go down, the super going to be very important here. Positioning still with Na'Vi, and more importantly, ball control alongside that. Satampo, especially with the cheeky angles you can get as a Rico, still going to be great on defense here if they can work these boxes just right with no real wall break option. Hello? Earth to Crazy Raccoon, wide open goal. I can't believe they just walked that in.
They just let that happen. Na'Vi get themselves a massive goal, and Crazy Raccoon just caught sleeping. Well, they better make something happen now, and, well, they do. Nice little gadget used there by the Rico. The damage is filthy, and Levi has the stun gadget here, but there's enough damage for Moya in 10. Simon Achapi is going to run away with the ball. The defense is incredible for Na'Vi. Just when Crazy Raccoon looked like they would equalize. The pressure is still on, though. Bruce the Bear is hitting hard, but Na'Vi succeed in defending.
CR have been sleepwalking all day through their opponents, but they need to wake up right now, Uber. Several huge mistakes coming out here in this game. We're in a set number 5. Tensai's fighting for monthly finals number 18 here. They really need to step it up. Maybe an opportunity with some connected shots here. 2v2 situation. Levi, low health, finally goes down. This time, no excuse. Should be able to walk this in, and they're going to have a wide open net to tie things up. All good for CR. They can breathe a little bit, but the stakes are really high right now, man. Can't be making mistakes like this.
No, definitely an awkward moment there for Crazy Raccoon. But again, the oppressiveness of Rico starts to take hold there as Na'Vi falls back inside their goals and have no option but to allow the ball to go through. Moya stunned up briefly here, good pressure on the Nita. And of course, Lori now is on the field and Na'Vi absolutely running over Crazy Raccoon. Suzuki's gonna walk this in. Okay, first round, Na'Vi.
This can be a true test for Crazy Raccoon. They've been dominant all day, like we've mentioned. I mean, the praise for this team is super high. But Na'Vi, nonetheless, have come here to fight and claw their way back into this match. This is unbelievable. I mean, just considering how good Crazy Raccoon have been, Na'Vi have really come to play, and I'm impressed with the mechanics. I'm impressed with the drafts. Just all around, Na'Vi putting up an incredible fight.
And here they are, on the very precipice. Levi trading with Moya, has to use the stun gadget to keep the Nita off of him. He'll be able to retreat to safety, and Moya overextends into that a little bit. Some of the mistakes creeping in here for Crazy Raccoon could be threatening to lose in this entire series. Tensai's able to run a Chappie down here. Squeak is definitely a nuisance up close and personal, and Tensai finds a second. Crazy Raccoon have some comfort picks here. They are leveraging maliciously Shitapo needs to be careful, but super available. Good damage, but Levi able to survive. Now popping that Sandstorm down as Tensai has to respect it.
Levi tiptoeing his way down this left-hand in, looking for a pinch on Tensai while Suzuki works the right. Larry Laurie popping a gadget just to try and heal up the extra spawner, but it's not going to be enough here. CR corralled around this ball, trying to hold on to it for dear life here as they're one game away from ending what looked to be an easy walkthrough run in this monthly finals. Instead, though, they're fighting their way just to have some breathing room, and finally, Tensai can expand.
Another super dare deployed by Tensai. Thought for a moment he might be able to walk it up if Suzuki would taken more damage, but Charlie is quite durable. She's able to deploy those spiderlings now. Moya, though, unperturbed by those as Nina just cuts through them quite comfortably. Crazy Raccoon, really aggressive positioning here. Sharpie needs to be careful. Tensai might just walk up with this. And yeah, it has to go all the way. There's no other way that this series could end. At 3 a.m. for us, it's going to be Crazy Raccoon who dig deep and find some reserves of energy to stay alive.
It just makes too much sense, Super, but Na'Vi have something to say about it. A Choppy with 5,000 some odd HP walking forward, and Squeak not going to have the DPS output to do a thing about it. 1-1 overall, and Na'Vi one goal away from claiming month number 2.
Just one goal, that's all they need. A Choppy aware of it. Sandstorm here with theoretically allow Na'Vi to take control, but that Squeak is such a problem. You can check the Storm so easily, and also keep Suzuki at bay. Okay, here's the lorry. Good damage, and that creates the space that Na'Vi need to go forward with now. The pressure is going to be on. Tensai back into goals. Moya so low. Shitapo caught inside the cocoon, and a Tensai can't do much about this at all. Suzuki standing by as it gets walked in, and Na'Vi do the unthinkable. A reverse sweep against Crazy Raccoon. Are you kidding me? These guys are unreal.
It has to hit hard as well, especially considering Crazy Raccoon did the unthinkable last month. They were the ones in this spot, down 2-0, and get their way and beat Angelic. This time, though, there's a new rival in the arena, and I think APAC just got a whole lot spicier, Uber. Incredible performance from Na'Vi, and again, this could have been monthly final number 18 for Tensai, but he's just gonna have to wait.
Yeah, a little bit longer. Don't worry, I'm sure he'll have it in time. But this, I mean, this is the close game that we've kind of been looking for all day. So many 3-0s in the lead up here. But this game absolutely delivered. Na'Vi have showed themselves to be on a completely different level than we expected, even knowing they beat Crazy Raccoon in the qualifiers. We kind of wrote that off as like a bad day. It's still Crazy Raccoon, right? They're still world beaters. No, Na'Vi are the real deal. What a great way to finish things off here. Brawl Ball was a mess, I'll be honest with you. He was extremely chaotic, but those final moments, some huge cocoons getting hit there. Na'Vi, they read the script. They knew exactly how to end this game. Beautiful stuff.
Interesting stuff to see Brawl's Blue Bloods go down here in month number 2. Na'Vi really showcasing the ceiling that we believe these guys could have had preseason. And last month, really unfortunate, right? Reject leave last season, losing to STMN, the runner-up at the World Finals. No shame in that, but coming into the next month for the first time this year and not even making it, and to have such a miraculous turnaround to get themselves to a grand finals and reverse sweep Crazy Raccoon. Can't make this stuff up. It's really awesome to see. This region needed a little competition, especially considering that Crazy Raccoon have been holstered as this unbeatable, unthinkable kind of team. It's nice to see them get kind of beat up now and then.
Yeah, especially with Angelic seeming not to be able to reach the same heights as last year. Levi, your MVP in this grand final game, and absolutely deserved. I will say, all the individuals on this Na'Vi squad really put their best foot forward, but Levi mechanically has been all over it all day long.
That Stu gameplay, and especially a gym grab, was just something to watch. I mean, the mechanics on this guy, unbelievable. It's been awesome to see the combination of him and Achapi now go multiple years together. They add a new brawler into the fray with Suzuki, and clearly it's working. I think they may just have figured out the thing that they were missing in all of this, and now Na'Vi looking like they could contend for the #1 spot in this region ready.
This is remarkable, honestly. What a crazy win for Na'Vi. Just when you think, like, okay, maybe it'll be like a normal monthly final. Crazy Raccoon are playing really well. They'll get the win. No, reverse sweep. Reverse sweep in the finals 2 months in a row. I don't think this is setting up for like a year of pain for whoever finds themselves up in the earlier part of the grand finals matchup. But it is kind of weird that it happened twice.
Yeah, absolutely. reference game on point, by the way. Let's talk bracket here, Kenny, and walk us through, because it started off with some pretty one-sided games, and we were like, okay, Crazy Raccoon, they've reached another level. Who's going to be able to challenge them? We found that out pretty quickly.
Teams were serving up a lot of donuts today, Uber, and then we approached the grand finals and things just completely changed. I mean, what a special match we had. Maybe even my favorite of the year so far. Na'Vi and Crazy Raccoon going toe-to-toe and showcasing that APAC mean business. There's only so many spots to go around as well, so the fact that Na'Vi get their way through Revenant, who's a presumed contender in this region as well. They beat Crazy Raccoon, who were leading in this region just 1 month ago. They may even still hold on to that considering Na'Vi didn't make it last month, but nonetheless, the fact that they get an upset over the number 1 seed, such a huge deal for the ramifications in this region.
Absolutely. Congrats to Na'Vi again. Let's talk our predictions. We suck at them. Not very good, apparently. We get all the gimmies, I guess, straight in there, but we also think that Never Back Down are going to be dominating here, and Crazy Raccoon would just find the magic they were looking for. But hey, they'll take the 1 monthly final. Na'Vi get the share one, and like I kind of hinted at, they are going to kind of shoot all the way up those leaderboards, right? I think that's kind of important to talk about, the importance of Na'Vi coming out of nowhere. There are only so many monthly finals to play. So getting straight into 4th place after 1, you've really established yourself here as the part of the players leading the pack, the teams, and man, like a 2nd here, 1st here, like you are well and truly in the mix. And Angelic and Revenant Esports had better be on notice. Ready, set.
Yeah, looking at the points too, look at the difference between like Angelic and Na'Vi at 6 points at the moment. It goes to show that like winning a monthly final, it still does not put you that far up on the leaderboard if you fail to qualify. It is so imperial that you qualify for monthly finals. With the show that they've put on today though, I think that that is one of the expectations that will precede them in the coming months.
Ready, let's talk play of the day here. You've gone and curated one. You've dug through the archive, incredible moments. Tell us what we have.
This is a stellar defense from Ken G on the BB. It's him versus the world. 3 enemy brawlers. He gets his hypercharged super off of that one last swing and then anticipates the ball. A little shimmy to the side. I mean, he had a pretty wide area to defend there, and he was able to react very intelligently. Was he in his enemy's head? Did he just get a predictive move to the right side? I mean, it's really up for you as a viewer to decide. Nonetheless, it was a stellar defense, and that, I mean, very much could have been a win for the enemy in that moment.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful stuff there. It's a shame we don't see Revenant make it sort of as far as we would like to. That's another grand final that they have missed out on. They are 0 from 2 so far, and this is a team that wants to be playing towards the top of the region. Oh my goodness. April has been insane, and it's only been 1 monthly final. 11:30 a.m. UTC is the EMEA monthly finals, and that promises to be incredible. I'm pretty sure 5 out of 8 of those teams are in the same facility. So, yeah. Let that sink in here. It's going to be pretty crazy stuff happening at EMEA. Make sure you tune in for that one. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here for our first monthly finals here in April for APAC. Have fun and keep rolling. Moyo getting almost chunked down there. Terry's still a legitimate threat, but Shatap is able to find the double tap. The Colette has gone down. Now Crazy Raccoon can start to catch right on up. Angelo to the BB. It's a miss this time. Hook on Sergeant. Slow-mo replay to catch Levi. Takes him very, very low. But Suzuku now soaking up the damage, and this should be it. Kenji, the only one standing. Oh, hang a minute. Hypercharge.
That's unbelievable Mount Rushmore stuff of Brawl Stars.
Crazy Raccoon get themselves a 2nd set in this series. The Nita is based as heck. Super, got to attach to a Charpy. Slow-mo replay used to draw Tensai in, but Moira and Shatapa was still standing. They're going to try and pressure this down, but it's just too much. Damage comes in from a Charpy. Moira blown to smithereens, and Na'Vi snatched victory from the jaws of what looked like could have been defeat.